Chapter 3285. Little junior brother, please show some mercy. Hume glanced at Duan Lingtian and said helplessly, Senior Uncle Zhang and teacher might be at odds when they meet, but they've been friends for many years. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Nan Lufeng was even more enraged when he heard Hume's words to Duan Lingtian. Lightning surged out of his body and surrounded him as though he had transformed into a god of lightning. Come here, brat. Nan Lufeng leaped into the air as the sound of wind and thunder reverberated in the air. The purple lightning around him looked like purple pythons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw this. Then, he teleported and vanished from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was not far away from Nan Lufeng. Teleportation? Zhang Yue narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at Su Lang in surprise. Su Lang, I didn't expect you to accept a disciple who has comprehended the law of space. However, the law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. It's extremely difficult to comprehend it. Your disciple is not even 300 years old. I'm afraid he hasn't comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, right? Zhang Yue voiced his guess. 2 profundities? Su Lang was taken aback when he heard Zhang Yue's words. However, he quickly shook his head and said, We'll see. Meanwhile, Nan Lufeng stared at Duan Lingtian with a dark expression on his face as he said in a deep voice, Brat, I'd like to see how strong you are when you're not even 300 years old. If you can't even defeat me, don't embarrass yourself by entering the title temple. You might even lose your life. Nan Lufeng said. Make your move. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at Nan Lufeng. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's calm expression made Nan Lufeng feel as though Duan Lingtian did not take him seriously at all. This made Nan Lufeng even more furious. Humph! After letting out a cold snort, Nan Lufeng made his move. Lightning shot out from all over his body like serpents of lightning that flew in all directions in a menacing manner. Even though Nan Lufeng did not think that the purple-robed young man before him was a match for him, he still went all out in his attack. Other than the fact that he did not use his immortal artifact, he did not hold back at all. He was prepared to gain the initiative by striking first in terms of momentum and suppressing his opponent. That's all you got? When Nan Lufeng charged towards him, Duan Lingtian was certain that Nan Lufeng was not even as strong as Lu Jian, whom he had killed earlier. Whoosh! With a flash, Duan Lingtian appeared in the air above South Willow Peak. With a thought, a huge spatial prison enveloped South Willow Peak. Humph! Do you think you can trap me? Nan Lufeng let out a cold laugh when he noticed this. Then, he changed the direction of his thunderous energy and continued to bombard Duan Lingtian. However, he was dumbfounded in the next moment. This was because he discovered that when his attack landed on the spatial prison trembled slightly as though it would shatter at any moment. However, even after a period of time had passed, the spatial prison did not show any signs of collapsing. It was as though the spatial prison was merely an illusion. Let's end this, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Then, he unleashed all the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended to the mastery stage. Buzz, 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 buzz. 9 cross-dimensional profundities shot out from the spatial cracks and charged at Nan Lufeng. At the same time, an extremely powerful burst of spatial energy collided with Nan Lufeng's attack and crushed it in all directions. Explode! As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the magnetic storm profundities from the law of space exploded and shattered Nan Lufeng's attack. Boom! The terrifying power of the 9-dimensional slash streaked across Nan Lufeng's body, leaving behind 9 wounds that were neither too deep nor too shallow. Then it landed on his body and sent him flying. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air as Nan Lufeng was sent flying. His figure staggered as he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with terror. He never would have thought that this young man, who was even younger than him, would actually possess such terrifying strength. Based on the profundities from the law of space Duan Lingtian had comprehended to the mastery stage, apart from the teleportation profundity, Duan Lingtian seemed to have comprehended all 7 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. As for Nan Liufeng's teacher, Zhang Yui, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, he was dumbfounded. How did Su Lang's new disciple, who was not even 300 years old, comprehend 7 profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage? Moreover, it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage as well. It was just that he did not have the opportunity to use it yet. Zhang Yui felt a burning sensation on his face when he recalled what he had said to Su Lang earlier. It was as though he had been slapped a few times. A slap in the face. It was too humiliating. Zhang Yuyi's eyes were filled with jealousy when he looked at Su Lang. He glared at Su Lang and cursed. Su Lang, you did this on purpose, didn't you? On purpose? Su Lang was taken aback. Then he shook his head and smiled. Why would you say that? My 3rd disciple, and I didn't advise your disciple to spar with my 7th disciple, right? On the contrary, you and your 3rd disciple didn't seem to believe in my 7th disciple's strength and insisted on sparring with him. Su Lang shook his head when he finished speaking. Zhang Yui was taken aback when he heard Su Lang's words. Then he recalled what had happened earlier. Seemed like Su Lang was right. Su Lang and his 3rd disciple had advised him and his disciple not to spar. However, they had thought Su Lang and his 3rd disciple were deliberately mystifying things, so they had ignored them. Now that the results were out, they realized Su Lang and his 3rd disciple were not deliberately mystifying things. The young man, Duan Lingtian, who was not even 300 years old, was indeed strong enough to crush his disciple. Lu Feng, aren't you going to thank your senior brother Duan for sparing your disciple's life? Zhang Yui took a deep breath before he regained his senses. He glared at Nan Lu Feng and said coldly. In the past, he found this disciple pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. He couldn't even bear to speak loudly to him. However, now that he saw a young man who was even younger than his disciple easily defeat his disciple, he instantly felt that his disciple was useless and didn't give him any face. Naturally, he knew Nan Lu Feng, who was Su Lang's 7th disciple, would be considered a monstrous prodigy even in the Devata realms. Thank you for sparing my disciple's life, senior brother Duan. Although Nan Lu Feng was arrogant, he was still very respectful to those who were stronger than him. Most importantly, this person who was stronger than him was younger than him, which made him respect him even more. Su Lang is really lucky, Zhang Yui thought to himself. As Zhang Yui thought about it, he couldn't help but glance at Su Lang with jealousy. He asked, Su Lang, where did you get this 7th disciple from? Are you talking about Duan Lingtian? He came to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's recruitment test. I took a liking to him even before he joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. Su Lang replied. Zhang Yui almost threw up blood when he heard Su Lang's words. If Su Lang had said he had put in a lot of effort to recruit Duan Lingtian, Zhang Yui might have felt better. However, Su Lang's words made it seem as though Duan Lingtian had delivered himself to his doorstep. Why was he not as lucky as Duan Lingtian? Come, let's enter the title temple. Su Lang beckoned to Duan Lingtian and the others before he led Duan Lingtian and the others into the title temple. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yui and his disciple, Nan Lu Feng, followed suit. Teacher, are there celestial emperors obtaining titles in the title temple all the time? Duan Lingtian asked Su Lang. Yes. Su Lang nodded. Indeed, there are celestial lords working hard to obtain titles in the title temple. However, celestial emperors have to wait for a while before they can obtain a title. This is because there aren't many celestial emperors who want to obtain a title. As for celestial lords, there are many of them. The trials in the title temple aren't limited to just one Devata realm. For example, you'll have to face people from the boundless heaven and other Devata realms. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Duan Lingtian understood his competitors would be from the other Devata realms. Su Lang continued to say, generally speaking, those who dare to obtain a title are mostly 10 directions celestial lords, 9 palaces celestial lords, or 8 trigrams celestial lords. However, they're not confident in their strength. Similarly, the laws they've comprehended are mediocre as well. Even if he's only a 1 basic celestial lord, it's not impossible for him to obtain the title of Celestial Lord. Su Lang paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and continued to say, "Don't think that your opponents in the Heavenly Pool Palace have comprehended profundities to the mastery stage even though they're young. That's because he's a genius disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Heavenly Pool Palace is a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven. He's already considered one of the top geniuses in the boundless heaven. There are many 10 directions celestial lords out there who haven't even comprehended a profundity to the mastery stage of the law he's proficient in. Of course, there are also those who have comprehended one or two profound meanings to the greater mastery stage." Duan Ling Tian fell into deep thought after hearing Su Lang's words. According to Su Lang, a titled Celestial Lord could be a 1 basic Celestial Lord or a 10 directions Celestial Lord. 1 basic Celestial Lords among the titled Celestial Lords had comprehended extremely powerful laws. Therefore, they were not necessarily weaker than some 10 directions Celestial Lords among the titled Celestial Lords. Chapter 3286. Under Su Lang's lead, they made their way to the Title Temple. Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the oppressive aura growing stronger the closer they got to the Title Temple. Those below the Celestial Lord realm who have comprehended no profundities won't be able to withstand the oppressive aura and enter the Title Temple. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. This oppressive aura not only pressed down on his body, it also pressed down on his soul. Su Lang couldn't help him resist it. At this moment, apart from Duan Ling Tian, Huan Er, Hu Mei, and Wan Er's expressions were solemn as well. The test to become a titled Celestial Lord isn't divided into groups of 10. Instead, a group of people will enter the same place and only 1 out of 10 will survive. Before they entered the Title Temple, Su Lang began to explain to Duan Ling Tian the details of the test to become a titled Celestial Lord. In other words, all of you will appear in the same place. Naturally, it's almost impossible for all of you to encounter each other. After all, there are Celestial Lords from various Devata realms in the Title Temple. All you have to do is kill 9 people and leave the Title Temple. Su Lang continued to explain. Apart from that, the Title Temple is also a good place to cultivate. If you're at a critical juncture in your cultivation, you can consider breaking through there. Su Lang continued to explain. After listening to Su Lang's explanation, Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at one of the doors in the Title Temple. There were 2 doors in the Title Temple. They were so deep that one could not see the end of them. In front of the 2 doors, there was a spacious stone platform. At this moment, there was not a single person in front of one of the doors. However, there were many people in front of the other door. Some of them entered the Title Temple while others stopped at the entrance. That's the door that celestial emperors enter when they're trying to obtain a title. Su Lang looked at the empty door and said to Duan Ling Tian, "Back then, I entered through this door and participated in the test to become a titled Celestial Emperor. After that, I became a titled Celestial Emperor and was listed in the record of titled Celestial Emperors. The Title Temple had a record of titled Celestial Emperors and a record of titled Celestial Lords. The former recorded all titled Celestial Emperors in the Devata realms, while the latter recorded all titled Celestial Lords in the Devata realms. Although the record of titled Celestial Emperors contained many names, it was limited. Therefore, some of the names were recorded in their memory celestial talismans. However, there were too many names recorded in the records of titled Celestial Emperors. It was impossible for anyone to record their names anywhere. Therefore, the only way to look at the records of titled Celestial Emperors was to visit the Title Temple. As for this side, it is the door that immortal emperors enter when they pursue titles. Later, you will enter from here. Titled Celestial Lords who don't wish to enter aren't allowed to enter. If they enter recklessly, they'll definitely die. I don't know about the Title Temples in the other Devata realms, but in the Boundless Heavens Title Temple, there were a few titled Celestial Emperors who refused to believe in heresy who entered the Title Temple. However, all of them died in the Title Temple, Su Lang said solemnly. Su Lang's expression turned solemn as he spoke. Hence, I can only send all of you up to this point. All of you will have to enter and participate in the test to become a titled Celestial Lord. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance of the Tidal Temple. At the same time, Zhang Yui, who had just arrived, gave Nan Lufeng some instructions. In the end, Nan Lufeng took the lead and entered the Tidal Temple. Go on, Su Lang said to Duan Lingtian and the others. Little junior brother, Sister Huan let's go. Hu Mei held Wan Er's hand as she beckoned to Duan Lingtian and Huan. Then, she followed behind Nan Lufeng and disappeared into the darkness. Huan let's go in as well. Duan Lingtian and Huan walked side by side as they entered the Tidal Temple. After entering the Tidal Temple, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a gentle energy shrouding him and Huan. Then, the energy carried them into the depths of the Tidal Temple at an extremely fast speed. The gentle energy obscured Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's vision. When they regained their vision, they discovered they were standing on a flight of steps. At this moment, there were many people standing on the steps. Little junior brother, over here. At this moment, Hu Mei's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At this moment, he discovered Hu Mei was standing on a flight of steps about 10 meters away. Third senior sister. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made his way over to Huan big brother Lingtian. However, Huan suddenly stopped him. HM? Duan Lingtian looked at Huan in confusion. Big brother Lingtian, this is an illusion, Huan said. As soon as she finished speaking, she narrowed her eyes, and a wave of mental energy swept out in all directions. In an instant, the scene around her changed dramatically. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian found himself in a great hall. At this moment, the people in the great hall were confused. Even if there were people around them, they did not seem to notice them. They haven't recovered from the illusion yet, Huan said. That's a very good idea. I can't believe I didn't see through it. Duan Lingtian sighed. He could not help but ask, Huan did the illusion have any offensive power? No. Huan shook her head. It's just an illusion to confuse people. It's like a smokescreen. It's only temporary. Third senior sister. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw Hu Mei standing next to Wan. She was looking at Wan with a frown on her face. It was as though she did not know where to start. Duan Lingtian saw his fourth senior sister, Wan, who was usually as gentle as jade, had a twisted expression on her face. It was as though she had encountered something that had caused her emotions to fluctuate. Little junior brother, you're out of the illusion? Hu Mei was surprised to see Duan Lingtian and Huan. Then, she looked at Wan and said with a bitter smile, Fourth junior sister seems to be trapped. Third senior sister, aren't you together? You should be trapped together, right? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. We were together at first. However, when we saw you and Huan standing apart and saw someone trying to harm you, we split up to help you. Hu Mei smiled bitterly. I know a little about illusory techniques, but fourth junior sister seems to have encountered something that caused her to be trapped. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at Huan and asked, Huan do you have a solution? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huan narrowed her eyes and shot 2 rays of white light into Wan's body. As soon as the white light entered Wan's body, Wan's complexion returned to normal. At the same time, she saw Duan Lingtian and the others. Little junior brother? Sister Huan? Third senior sister? Was that an illusion? When Wan finally regained her senses. I've never heard of anyone encountering an illusion after entering the Tidal Temple. Hu Mei shook her head. You pass. Just as Hu Mei's voice sounded, a cold snort was timely emitted, causing those who were still in the illusion to wake up. Under everyone's watchful eyes, black mist began to gather in the sky above the main hall before it finally transformed into a black-clad woman with a graceful figure. The black-clad woman said coldly as she looked at Duan Lingtian and the others coldly. There are so many of you who came to participate in the test, but even the small illusion will take a long time to break out. Some of you won't even be able to break out of the illusion. Are you sure you're here to participate in the test? Humph. I only hope you won't embarrass the Tidal Temple's boundless branch. As soon as the black-clad woman finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian and the rest of the people in the main hall felt their vision go dark without any warning before they could even react. Now I'll send you to the trial ground. Once you kill 9 people in the trial ground, you'll be sent back and be conferred the title of Celestial Lord. At this moment, the black-clad woman's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. After a while, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. He discovered he was in a valley with beautiful scenery. The surroundings were filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. So this is the trial ground for titled Celestial Lords? Duan Ling Tian scanned his surroundings. He did not see any signs of life, let alone Huan and the others. Sister Water. Duan Ling Tian knew he had entered the place the world-cleansing divine water had sent him to. Therefore, he quickly contacted the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. What should I do now? As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the world-cleansing divine water replied, I didn't expect this to be the rule of the trial for titled Celestial Lords. In the past, I heard that only 1 out of 10 titled Celestial Lords would survive the trial. I thought it would be a competition between 10 people. I didn't expect all of you would be thrown into the same secret realm. You'll only be sent out after you've killed 9 people. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, in this secret realm, which is also the training ground for titled Celestial Lords, there must be some tests left behind by supreme powerhouses. You'll have to find some special tests and pass the tests to absorb the vitality of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. That way, you'll be able to form the godly image phenomenon. You'll have to look around the secret realm, the world-cleansing divine water said. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he began to scan the valley with his divine consciousness. When he did not find anything special, he rose into the air and left the valley. I wonder where Huan and the others are now? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Celestial Lords from 81 Devata realms are gathered here. If you want to get out, there is only one way, and that is to kill 9 Celestial Emperors. Chapter 3287. Even the world-cleansing divine water was not familiar with the trial grounds of titled Celestial Lords. All she knew was that it was a secret realm created by a supreme powerhouse, and there were many tests set by the supreme powerhouses. It was a fortuitous encounter for one to encounter any test here. Perhaps one would not be able to obtain any tangible rewards, but it could raise one's cultivation base or improve one's comprehension of profundities. After leaving the valley, Duan Ling Tian began to wander around as he used his divine consciousness to search for the test mentioned by the world-cleansing divine water. Time continued to pass. A day passed. 2 days passed. On the 7th day, Duan Ling Tian finally saw someone. When that person saw Duan Ling Tian, he immediately flew toward Duan Ling Tian. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. He still remembered that he had to kill 9 Celestial Lords in order to obtain a title and become a titled Celestial Lord in the trial of titled Celestial Lords. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian was extremely vigilant when he saw the other party charging towards him. Soon enough, the person appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. The person was a handsome young man dressed in a blue robe with golden edges. He was thin and had an extraordinary bearing. With just a glance, one could tell he was not an ordinary person. Friend, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here to attack you. After the young man arrived near Duan Ling Tian, he stopped when he was still a distance away from Duan Ling Tian. I'm here because I want to invite you to enter a trial that I found in the trial grounds with me. This test can only be carried out if there are 5 people. The young man said, a test? Upon hearing the young man's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted subtly. Was this not what he was looking for in the trial grounds? In fact, if he could not find a test, he could not be bothered to kill anyone even if they came knocking on his door. To him, obtaining a title was not important. What was important was to find some kind of test in this trial ground. Through the pressure given by the ultimate masters, he could refine the life force of the Pine Willow Divine Tree and condense the godly image doppelganger of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. At that time, his strength would reach a whole new level. 3 years from now, he would be able to use it to fight Han Yun Jin in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Heaven's Chosen Arena. Why should I believe you? Although Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He faintly asked, "Who knows if you will sneak attack me if I travel with you? Friend, it's normal for you to be vigilant. How about this, since we're going to look for the other 3 people, let's keep a distance and not get close to each other. What do you think?" The young man didn't mind Duan Lingtian's vigilance and cautiousness, and he took the initiative to speak in this way to display his greatest sincerity. "Sure." Duan Lingtian nodded and walked with the young man. Of course, there was a distance between them, and Duan Lingtian was also paying attention to the young man's movements. However, he was very confident in his own strength. However, Duan Lingtian did not want to expose the 5 divine elements since he did not know if anyone would be spying on him in the training ground of titled celestial lords. If someone from the title temple were to spy on him while he was in the trial grounds, it was highly likely that the title temple would try to snatch the 5 divine elements from him. After all, the 5 divine elements were extremely tempting even to titled celestial emperors. Although Duan Lingtian did not know the young man's strength, he was certain the young man was not weak. "Friend, how should I address you?" After traveling for 2 days, the young man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, "We've known each other for 2 days, but I don't know your name." "My name is Meng Hao Xian, and I'm a prodigious disciple from Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven." The young man introduced himself. Solitary destructive heaven? Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force? Duan Lingtian would not be surprised if the young man had said he was from another Devata realm or heaven-grade force. However, the young man had said he was from the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. If Duan Lingtian was not mistaken, Huan Er's biological father was a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Mountain who had been sent to the Heavenly Pool Palace. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not think highly of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Although he understood the Heavenly Sword Mountain was wary of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, it was still the same. "I'm Duan Lingtian from the Heavenly Pool Palace." Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. "Heavenly Pool Palace?" Meng Hao Xian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's introduction. He instinctively asked, "Are you from the Heavenly Pool Palace? The heaven-grade force in the Boundless Heaven? The Heavenly Sword Mountain sent someone to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Do you think the Heavenly Pool Palace I'm from is the Heavenly Pool Palace you're talking about?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Meng Hao Xian meaningfully. Meng Hao Xian smiled wryly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "It seems like you're really from the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven." "That's right. The Heavenly Sword Mountain sent someone to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, that person is my first senior brother." Meng Hao Xian sighed. His expression was cold as he said hatefully, "I don't understand what those old fogies are thinking. All they did was break the engagement with the Heavenly Pool Palace. Why would they send my first senior brother to the Heavenly Pool Palace and be humiliated by them?" "You're speaking up for your first senior brother? He was the one who broke the engagement, right?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Meng Hao Xian indifferently. "It's the truth. I can't refute it. There's nothing I can do about the Heavenly Pool Palace. If there's anyone to blame, it's the old fogies from the Heavenly Sword Mountain for being cowards." Meng Hao Xian shook his head and said, "Although the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, do you think the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven would come looking for trouble over such a trivial matter? Even if the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven came looking for trouble, would the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven just stand by and do nothing?" Meng Hao Xian looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully as he said, "The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven might not be a match for the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I heard the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was the previous Heavenly Emperor. After he returned to the Solitary Destructive Heaven, he killed the Heavenly Emperor who replaced him and reclaimed the position of Heavenly Emperor." Duan Lingtian might not know much about the Heavenly Emperors of the other Devata realms, but he was very familiar with the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. After all, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was a senior from the 7 Absolute Sex Fog Rain progeny in the Saint Province realm. Back when he was still in the mundane realm, He had obtained the ancestors' legacy and used the sovereign heart sword to dominate the world. It was not until he ascended to the Devata realms that the strength of the sovereign heart sword could no longer keep up with his strength that he decided to keep the sovereign heart sword a secret. After all, he did not obtain the heavenly emperor's legacy. That's right. Meng Haoxian nodded. His eyes were filled with admiration when he mentioned the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The current heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is still Lord Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang. A hint of nostalgia appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard this name again. What's the title of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I don't know what Lord Heavenly Emperor's title is. I've never heard anyone mention it before. Perhaps there is, perhaps there isn't. Meng Haoxian shook his head. However, Lord Heavenly Emperor usually refers to himself as Recluse Yenyu. Recluse Yenyu. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. It seemed like even after Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had become the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he still remembered the fog rain progeny of the seven absolutes in the Saint Province realm. Otherwise, why would he refer to himself as Recluse Yenyu? It was obvious the fog rain progeny was derived from the fog rain progeny of the seven absolutes sect. If there's a chance in the future, I'll have to pay a visit to Senior Feng Qingyang in the solitary destructive heaven. After all, it's all thanks to his legacy that I was able to advance so smoothly in the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian had always been a grateful person. For this reason, he hoped he could personally pay a visit to Senior Feng Qingyang to thank him. At the same time, he also wanted to apologize to Senior Feng Qingyang. Perhaps, Senior Feng Qingyang didn't expect the legacy he left in the mundane realm would bring him so much trouble. Fortunately, he came out of the Azura hell. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live in peace for the rest of my life. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he had caused Senior Feng Qingyang to die in the Azura hell, he could not help but feel guilty. Friend, it seems like you're interested in the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Are you a sword celestial as well? Meng Haoxian asked with a smile. In the solitary destructive heaven, heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang was the idol of 90% of the sword celestials. After all, he was widely acknowledged as an invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. In the eyes of the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven, there was no sword celestial in the 81 Devata realms who was comparable to their heavenly emperor. It was a form of blind worship. When they learned the heavenly emperor was trapped in the Azura hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, although some people thought he was dead, most people were certain he would return. Just like most of the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian had returned and killed the heavenly emperor who had replaced him, reclaiming his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He used to be the heavenly emperor, but not now. Duan Lingtian shook his head. When he had first ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had relied on the sovereign heart sword that Senior Feng Qingyang had left behind. However, as his cultivation base increased, he gradually fell behind the sovereign heart sword. Friend, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is a legend in the solitary destructive heaven. When Meng Haoxian mentioned Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he excitedly told Duan Lingtian about Feng Qingyang's achievements in the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian was also interested in Meng Haoxian's story, so he listened patiently. Chapter 3288. Perhaps Meng Haoxian saw how interested and patient Duan Lingtian was in hearing about the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Later on, they became even more familiar with each other as they spoke. Brother Lingtian, my eldest senior brother, is imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison. Do you know anything about his current situation? Perhaps Meng Haoxian thought he had gotten to know Duan Lingtian better, so he changed the topic and asked tentatively. The Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had heard of such a place in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even when he tried to find out where Huaner's parents were imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he did not manage to find such a place. He did not dare to ask about those with high statuses in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Those with low statuses did not know anything. In fact, Duan Lingtian had decided to ask Su Lang about this matter after he had stayed in the Heavenly Pool Palace for a while. After all, Su Lang was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was certain Su Lang would know where Huaner's parents were imprisoned. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought he would have to wait for Su Lang to reveal the location of Huaner's parents. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to learn the location of Huaner's parents from the Heavenly Sword Mountain of the solitary destructive Heavenly Sword Mountain. Are you sure your eldest senior brother is imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Meng Haoxian with glinting eyes. My teacher told me, Meng Haoxian said. My teacher is the Hidden Sword Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. People call him the Hidden Sword Old Man, speaking of which, my teacher is acquainted with the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. A hint of pride could be heard in Meng Haoxian's voice when he finished speaking. Oh! Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Haoxian in surprise. Please tell me more. From his point of view, since Meng Haoxian had said that his teacher had some dealings with Senior Feng Qingyang, it was very likely that Senior Feng Qingyang and Senior Feng Qingyang were friends. Back then, before the Heavenly Emperor became the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he challenged sword immortals everywhere. My teacher was defeated by him, Meng Haoxian said. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian waited for a while, but he didn't hear his next sentence. You don't tell me that your teacher was defeated by Sky Emperor Feng Qingyang and has no relationship with him? To be able to be defeated by the Lord Heavenly Emperor, we can be considered to have crossed paths, right? Meng Haoxian smiled. Duan Lingtian was speechless. If this was considered as having a connection, then what was he, the successor of the legacy left behind by Feng Qingyang in his hometown, the mundane plain? Just like that, Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian traveled for another 2 days before they finally met the third person. The third person was a tall and burly young man dressed in a long gray robe. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, and he exuded a murderous aura. He did not look like a human at all. He's not human. Meng Haoxian transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian as he and Meng Haoxian flew toward the burly young man. I can see that. The closer they got, the more Duan Lingtian could feel the murderous aura emanating from the young man. It was not something a human could possess. When the young man saw Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian flying toward him, he did not seem to have any intention of fleeing. Instead, he stood in place and waited for them to come closer. Humph! Before Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian could get close, the burly young man snorted coldly and made his move. His arms suddenly shook, and in an instant, an incomparably cold aura spread out in the void, sweeping toward Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian. The law of ice? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw the ice wall that appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. He teleported over the ice wall and completely ignored it. Whoosh! 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 As for Meng Haoxian, his entire body was covered in golden sword light. He crashed into the ice wall, and the sword light around him destroyed the ice wall in an instant. He continued to fly toward the burly young man. Not bad. The burly young man looked at Meng Haoxian in surprise and spoke in a hoarse voice. Only Duan Lingtian had used the law of space's teleportation profound meaning. The burly young man did not know how strong Duan Lingtian was, so he did not pay too much attention to him. However, Meng Haoxian's attack showed that he was not weak at all. Friend, we have no intention of attacking you. Just as the burly young man was about to attack again, Meng Haoxian said, We came to look for you because we want to participate in a trial with you. Upon hearing Meng Haoxian's words, the burly young man stopped what he was doing. However, he was still wary of Meng Haoxian and Duan Lingtian. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Meng Haoxian, they knew this very well. When they were still some distance away from the burly young man, they stopped what they were doing. A Meng Haoxian from the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Haoxian looked at the burly young man and introduced himself to Duan Lingtian. As for this person who came with me, he's from the Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven. His name is Duan Ling Tian. We only met a few days ago. I was the one who discovered the test, and he was the first person I found. Meng Haoshuan said, I'm Ji Xian from the Blood Dragon clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The burly young man said indifferently, which could be considered a self-introduction. At this moment, both Duan Ling Tian and Meng Haoshuan knew their intuition was right. The burly young man was not human. The 10,000 Beasts Heaven was a Devata realm where celestial beasts gathered. It was extremely difficult for humans to enter the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. So you're from the Blood Dragon clan, a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Friend, are you interested in the trial I mentioned? Meng Haoshuan asked. Sure. Ji Xian nodded. With this, another person joined Duan Lingtian's group. Let's continue to walk around and find 2 more people to participate in the trial, Meng Haoshuan said. The 3 of them continued walking. They maintained a certain distance from each other as they continued to walk around. The Blood Dragon clan? Duan Lingtian asked Meng Haoshuan curiously through voice transmission. I know there are dragons in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, but what's with the Blood Dragon clan? Brother Ling Tian, the Blood Dragon clan is a branch of the Dragon clan. Although it's a branch, it still has 5 titled celestial emperors, and all of them are quite strong. Meng Haoshuan replied through voice transmission. Although they're a branch of the dragons, the relationship between the dragons and the Blood Dragon clan isn't good. It's said that the dragons of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven don't even acknowledge the Blood Dragon clan as dragons. Upon hearing Meng Haoshuan's words, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. The 3 of them continued to walk around. After another 5 days, they finally found 2 more people who were not from heaven-grade forces. One of them was from a supreme grade 1 force, and the other was a sectless cultivator. After a while, Meng Haoshuan said, Since we're all here, let's begin the test. After gathering 5 people, Meng Haoshuan said to Duan Ling Tian and the others. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian and the others did not object to Meng Haoshuan's suggestion. Now that they had gathered 5 people, they did not deliberately keep a distance from each other. After all, the 5 of them had come to an agreement that if one of them dared to make a move first, the other 4 would attack together. Over there, under Meng Haoshuan's lead, Duan Ling Tian and the others soon arrived at the depths of a lake. There, they saw 5 doors floating at the bottom of the lake. These 5 doors require 5 people to open. Previously, I left behind afterimages in front of the doors as fast as I could, but I still couldn't open them. Meng Haoshuan said, This is because a person has to stand in front of one of the doors to release a force that shrouds the person standing in front of the door. As soon as Meng Haoshuan finished speaking, he stood in front of one of the doors. Duan Ling Tian and the others did not remain idle. They stood in front of the other 4 doors. As soon as the 5 of them stood in front of the doors, the water in the lake began to tremble. In the end, it began to boil. At this moment, if someone were to stand on the surface of the lake, they would definitely see the originally calm surface of the lake begin to boil. At the same time, the 5 doors at the bottom of the lake began to release a force that shrouded the people standing in front of the doors. In the next instant, the 5 of them disappeared from the doors at the same time. Duan Lingtian's vision flickered for a moment before he found himself in a completely sealed space. It was like a small sealed room. His surroundings emitted waves of pressure that pressed down on him like water. He tried to use his celestial origin energy and the law of space to resist the pressure. However, it was useless since the pressure could easily crush his strength. This place is very suitable for you to refine the vitality of the pine willow divine tree. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. His eyes brightened immediately. How do I refine it? Duan Lingtian asked. Sit down cross-legged. I'll guide the vitality of the pine willow divine tree that the divine tree of life absorbed into your body. At that time, do as I say and refine the vitality. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. A moment later, Duan Lingtian was completely shrouded in a layer of white light. The pressure continued to press down on him. Every time it attacked, the white light on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body would be compressed and fused into Duanling Tian's body. The cycle repeated endlessly. So the vitality of the pine willow divine tree can be refined in this way. How miraculous! It feels like my body is undergoing some changes. Duanling Tian was intoxicated by the feeling of refining the vitality of the pine willow divine tree. Chapter 3289. Sister Water, what kind of test is this? Duanling Tian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water curiously as he refined the pine willow divine tree's vitality. Just now, as soon as he entered, he appeared in this completely sealed space. Then, waves of pressure attacked him, and this pressure was constantly increasing. However, up until now, the pressure did not seem to have any effect on him. The test must be to withstand the pressure and charge out of the sealed space, the world-cleansing divine water said. However, since you're using the pressure to refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality, there's no need for you to charge out of the sealed space. When you can no longer withstand the pressure, you'll have refined a certain amount of the pine willow divine tree's vitality. It won't be too late for you to leave then. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duanling Tian came to a realization. He would not be able to fully refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality in the sealed space for an entire year. It seems like I've been overthinking things. I thought I could refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality in one go, but I didn't expect I'd only be able to refine a portion of it. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly as he continued to refine the vitality energy from the little world in his body. This was the pine willow divine tree's vitality. As he refined the vitality from the pine willow divine tree, Duanling Tian could clearly feel his body fusing with the vitality from the pine willow divine tree. He was no stranger to the vitality since he had sensed it from Fan Qi, whom he had killed earlier. Fan Qi was the pine willow divine tree whose vitality had been absorbed by the divine tree of life. Fan Qi had taken human form and was currently cultivating in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I can't wait to see the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. Duanling Tian did not know much about the godly image avatar. The world-cleansing divine water did not explain much to him as well. All it said was that he would be able to figure it out after he had condensed it. For this reason, Duanling Tian was very excited to see the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. Sister Water, can I condense the godly image avatar of the divine tree of life? Duanling Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water curiously. He had also suddenly thought of this question. After all, the divine tree of life in his small world had long since acknowledged him as its master. However, he didn't know if he could use it to form the divine tree of life's Dharma body. If you want to form the godly image Dharma body of the divine tree of life, you must refine all of the life force of the divine tree of life in your small world. Even a supreme master would find it difficult to do that. It should be a restriction of some kind of law. The world-cleansing divine water said, "So, you don't have to think about it. Moreover, even if you can refine the life force of the divine tree of life and condense its avatar, would you dare to use it recklessly? No one dares to touch the divine tree of life in the realms of gods due to the presence of a supreme expert. However, if you possess the godly image avatar of the divine tree of life, many people will know that you've refined the divine tree of life's life force. The divine tree of life is different from ordinary celestial trees. If you refine the life force of an ordinary celestial tree, others won't be able to take it away even if they kill you, since the life force of the divine tree of life will dissipate after you die. However, the life force of the divine tree of life won't dissipate even after you die." Duanling Tian fell silent after listening to the world-cleansing divine water's words. He did not continue the topic. What a joke! Putting aside the fact that he could not refine the life force of the divine tree of life, even if he could, he had no interest in refining it. If he refined the life force of the divine tree of life, he would be like Tang Sanzang in Journey to the West, a delicious cake that everyone wanted to eat. I wonder how the other four are doing? As Duanling Tian continued to refine the pine willow divine tree's vitality, he could feel the pressure around him increasing. However, he knew the other four, including Meng Haoshuan, must be enduring the pressure as they tried to break out of this space. If they couldn't get out of this space, they would be killed by the pressure here. In the boundless heaven, in the heavenly pool palace, senior brother Han Yun-jin. Suddenly, an uninvited guest arrived at Han Yun-jin's cultivation ground. Han Yun-jin was currently cultivating in the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's sect. Lei Jun. Han Yun-jin frowned slightly when he saw the guest. The guest was no stranger to him. He was Lei Ying's only son, the second disciple of the merciless Celestial Emperor, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was slightly puzzled by Lei Jun's visit. After all, he did not have any relationship with Lei Jun. In fact, they could not even be considered friends. Not only that, but Lei Jun's third junior sister was also the woman by the side of his mortal enemy, Duan Ling Tian, 3 years later. Because of that, to a certain extent, Lei Jun was an enemy and not a friend. "Is there a reason you're looking for me?" Han Yun-jin asked indifferently as he looked at Lei Jun coldly. "Senior brother Han Yun-jin? Do you think I'm your enemy?" Lei Jun smiled faintly. "Humph." Han Yun-jin scoffed. "Your third junior sister is Duan Ling Tian's enemy. So she's my enemy as well. As her second senior brother, aren't you my enemy as well? Don't tell me you're unaware of the life or death battle I'll be having with Duan Ling Tian in 3 years?" Han Yun-jin stared at Lei Jun intently as he spoke. "Senior brother Han Yun-jin, I'm here because of the life or death battle you'll be having with Duan Ling Tian in 3 years. Lei Jun smiled faintly. Just as Han Yun-jin frowned, Lei Jun continued, "Senior brother Han Yun-jin, I'm sure you don't feel confident about the battle in 3 years, right?" At this point, Lei Jun gave Han Yun-jin a deep look as if he could see through Han Yun-jin's heart. "What a joke!" Han Yun-jin sneered. "I'm one of the 5 strongest prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Do you think I'm afraid of a brat who's not even 300 years old?" "Senior brother Han Yun-jin, there's no need for you to say such things in front of me." Lei Jun shook his head. "If I were you, I'd be unsure as well. It's only human nature. After all, if he dares to promise you a battle at the Heaven's favorite battle stage in 3 years, he is either bluffing or he truly has the capability. However, based on my understanding of Duan Ling Tian, I don't think he's bluffing. For this reason, you're still at risk. Even I don't know what trump card Duan Ling Tian has that'll allow him to kill you in the Prodigy Arena in 3 years' time. However, you have to be careful." Lei Jun paused for a moment before he said meaningfully, "If I'm not mistaken, senior brother Han Yun-jin, when you agreed to the life or death battle with Duan Ling Tian back then, you were forced to do something beyond your ability." When Lei Jun saw Han Yun-jin's expression darkened, he said, "Senior brother Han Yun-jin, don't deny it. Don't worry. I'm here to help you." "Help me?" Han Yun-jin raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What do you mean?" "I'm here because I want to work with you to get rid of Duan Ling Tian." Lei Jun went straight to the point. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Of course, he said this through voice transmission, revealing his cautiousness. "Oh?" Han Yun-jin's interest was piqued when he heard Lei Jun's words. "Why do you want to get rid of him? As far as I know, he just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace not long ago. Moreover, he's your junior sister's man. What did he do to offend you? Why do you want to get rid of him?" "He didn't offend me. I want to get rid of him because I want my third junior sister." As Lei Jun spoke, his eyes were filled with a strong desire. It was a desire to possess. Han Yun-jin and Lei Jun exchanged a look. After a while, they were certain Lei Jun was telling the truth. After all, the eyes were the windows to one's soul. It was difficult to lie. "Speaking of your third junior sister, although she's wearing a veil, I can tell she's a beauty. It'd be wonderful if I could spend a night with her." Han Yun-jin said with a grin, "Moreover, I can see that she's still a virgin. It's hard to imagine how Duan Ling Tian would be able to restrain himself when he has such a beautiful woman by his side." "Senior brother Han Yun-jin, be careful with your words." As soon as Han Yun-jin finished speaking, Lei Jun glared at him coldly and said in a deep voice, "I came to you with sincerity. If you continue to act like this, don't blame me for turning around and leaving." At this moment, Lei Jun had already regarded his third junior sister as his exclusive property. Naturally, He could not stand it when Han Yun-jin insulted his third junior sister. "I'm just joking." Han Yun-jin laughed heartily. At the same time, he confirmed that Lei Jun had taken a liking to Huan Er. "What's surprising is that I've never heard anything about you, Lei Jun. I can't believe you've fallen in love with your junior sister," Han Yun-jin said. Han Yun-jin did not beat around the bush as he asked, "Tell me, how do you plan to get rid of him?" "Ask someone to do it," Lei Jun replied. "Ask someone to do it?" Han Yun-jin frowned. "That brat has a titled celestial emperor by his side. It won't be easy for another titled celestial emperor to kill him. Naturally, one titled celestial emperor won't be able to kill him, but what about two titled celestial emperors?" Lei Jun asked as he looked at Han Yun-jin intently. "Two titled celestial emperors?" Han Yun-jin was taken aback when he heard Lei Jun's words. His eyes widened in shock as he asked, "Lei Jun, are you going to ask them to do it?" In the boundless heavens, boundless territory, there was a pair of famous assassins who did not belong to any assassin organization. However, they were widely acknowledged as the strongest assassins in the boundless heaven. They had never failed a mission. Both of them were titled celestial emperors. Naturally, one would have to pay a hefty price to hire them to do it. Chapter 3290. It seems like you've guessed it. Upon seeing Han Yun-jin's reaction, Lei Jun knew Han Yun-jin had guessed it. "That's right. I plan to hire the two of them. However, as you know, I'll have to pay a hefty price to hire the two of them. For this reason, I'm looking for you to share the cost," Lei Jun explained. After all, the price of hiring two titled celestial emperors was too high. Otherwise, he would not have exposed his intention to hire assassins to kill Duan Ling Tian. "Humph," Han Yun-jin scoffed. "It's your business if you want to hire the two titled celestial emperors to kill Duan Ling Tian. Why should I share the cost of hiring the two titled celestial emperors? Since you're not interested, I'll take my leave." Lei Jun sent a voice transmission to Han Yun-jin before he turned around and left. "After all, I won't be the one fighting Duan Ling Tian in 3 years anyway." "Wait!" Just as Lei Jun was about to leave, Han Yun-jin's expression flickered for a moment before he called out to Lei Jun. Indeed, he was not 100% confident he would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian in 3 years. After all, the Duan Ling Tian was too strange. Whether it was his battle with Lu Jian in the Prodigy Arena or his battle with his fourth junior brother, Fan Qi, no one had thought he would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian. However, he had won in the end. Not only that, but he had also won in a clean and beautiful manner. Who could say for sure that the Duan Ling Tian would not continue to create a legend in their duel 3 years later? If he had a choice, he would not take the risk of becoming Duan Ling Tian's stepping stone. "What's wrong? Have you changed your mind?" Lei Jun turned around and looked at Han Yun-jin meaningfully. "You have to think about it carefully. It's not cheap to hire the two titled celestial emperors to kill Duan Ling Tian. You might not be able to afford it alone. It seems like you really want to kill Duan Ling Tian. You're actually thinking of hiring the two titled celestial emperors to kill Duan Ling Tian," Han Yun-jin said in a deep voice. "Is it worth it for a woman?" Lei Jun faintly said, "As long as he's dead, it's worth it no matter how big the price is." Duan Ling Tian's talent and comprehension ability shocked him, and he even felt a sense of danger. He had comprehended all the profundities of the law of space before he was 300 years old. Even if his cultivation was a little weak now, his strength was still not to be underestimated. Not to mention waiting for Duan Ling Tian to continue growing, even the current Duan Ling Tian did not dare to say that he could definitely defeat him. After all, Duan Ling Tian dared to challenge Han Yunjin to a duel to the death 3 years later. Even he didn't dare to challenge Han Yunjin to a duel of life and death. Because of this, he knew that if he didn't get rid of the Duan Ling Tian now, he wouldn't have the chance to kill the Duan Ling Tian once the Duan Ling Tian grew. At that time, he could only watch helplessly as his third junior sister really became Duan Ling Tian's woman. That was not something he wanted to see. Even if we join forces and pay a high price to hire the two titled celestial kings, they won't be able to kill Duan Ling Tian if he hides in the heavenly pool palace, Han Yun-jin said. Based on his words, It was clear he was willing to work with Lei Jun to hire the two titled Celestial Emperors to kill Duan Lingtian. The Heavenly Pool Palace was a heaven-grade force. It was not a place that could be easily breached. If the two titled Celestial Emperors dared to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace, they would be killed by the joint forces of the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors before they could even see Duan Lingtian. For this reason, if Duan Lingtian did not leave the Heavenly Pool Palace, even the two titled Celestial Emperors would not be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Of course, I've thought of this. Lei Jun smiled faintly. If Duan Lingtian is still holed up in the Heavenly Pool Palace, I wouldn't have come to you about this matter. Based on what I know, he's heading to the Title Temple with Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. It seems like he's planning to obtain a title. Lei Jun's eyes flashed coldly as he continued to say, as long as the two titled Celestial Emperors stop them on their way back, one of them will hold Su Lang back while the other kills Duan Lingtian. Do you think there'll be any suspense? He went to the Title Temple? Han Yunjin was taken aback. He did not expect the young man whom he had agreed to fight 3 years later would go to the Title Temple instead of staying in the Heavenly Pool Palace to cultivate and wait for the battle to come. Lei Jun, how did you contact the two seniors? Han Yunjin asked without any hesitation after learning that Duan Lingtian was not in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Since I've come to you, I naturally have my ways. Lei Jun smiled faintly. I came to you because I want you to share the burden. If you're willing, I can immediately contact the two seniors and ask them to kill Duan Lingtian while he's on his way back. All right, Han Yunjin agreed without any hesitation. Although it pained him slightly, he still gritted his teeth and agreed to Lei Jun's request when he thought about the battle 3 years later. Although the Title Temple had branches in all Devata realms, the trial grounds for titled Celestial Lords and titled Celestial Emperors were not divided into Devata realms. The trial ground was connected to the title temples in the Devata realms. Those who participated in the trial would enter a secret realm that was separate from the Devata realms. That was the trial ground. I've reached my limit. After a month, Duan Lingtian finally reached his limit. He had no choice but to stop refining the pine willow divine tree's vitality. Boom! After stopping, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate as he gathered his strength and launched an attack to shatter the space around him. Violent spatial energy fused with the seven orifices' exquisite sword. When it launched an attack, it easily shattered the surrounding space. After shattering the space around him, Duan Lingtian's field of vision turned dark and bright again. When light returned to his eyes, he discovered that he had appeared on a vast altar. At this very moment, there were already 4 people standing on the altar. Humph, you're finally here. Ji Xian from the Blood Dragon clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said, "It seems like you're just an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. You can't even be considered a prodigious disciple. How dare you enter the Title Temple to participate in the trial of a titled Celestial Lord when you're so weak? You're seeking death. If it weren't for our partnership, you would have died by my hands." Naturally, Ji Xian assumed Duan Lingtian was weak when he saw Duan Lingtian was the last to leave the altar. Otherwise, he would not have taken so long to leave the altar. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ji Xian indifferently before he said unhurriedly, "You can try." It was not difficult for him to guess Ji Xian's thoughts. "Sure, I'll try. I'm not afraid of you." Ji Xian sneered. "Since we're already here, there's no need to keep the number of people here at 5. I only need to kill 2 more people before I can leave this place. After killing you, I only need to kill 1 more person to leave this place and obtain a title." As soon as Ji Xian finished speaking, his blood qi surged out of his body. A violent aura surged out of his body. Bang! Following a loud explosion, the altar beneath Ji Xian's feet completely exploded. Cracks spread out like a spider web, unstoppable. Buzz, 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 buzz. As Ji Xian charged toward Duan Lingtian, blood-red saber auras formed around his body, emitting a bloody aura. At the same time, a chill that seemed capable of freezing thousands of miles spread out from the blood-red saber auras, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by a few degrees. Die! As Ji Xian attacked, a saber flew out from his palm. The blood-red saber aura that emitted a cold aura merged with the saber in his hand. Buzz! An earth-shattering saber cry rang out. Ji Xian's saber moved, carrying with it a destructive aura as it whizzed toward Duan Lingtian. At that moment, it seemed like the only thing left on the altar was this saber. Meng Haoshuan stood to the side, his expression changing slightly. He wanted to stop the battle, but when he opened his mouth to speak, he realized that it was already too late. As for the other two people, they were weaker. When they sensed the power of Ji Xian's saber, their expressions changed slightly, and they retreated far away. At this moment, they realized the gap between their strength and Ji Xian's. Ji Xian was so strong that even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Revert to your true form, Duan Lingtian said indifferently in the face of Ji Xian's saber. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his 99 heavenly veins. The profundities from the law of space merged with his celestial origin energy and surged out in all directions. The mysterious teleportation profundity teleported a small portion of Ji Xian's attack away. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his right hand, and a 7-colored sword ray rose from his palm. It transformed into a 3-foot-long sword that shone with a 7-colored radiance before he swung it out. The 7-colored sword ray that was covered in a layer of gray swept through the air and merged with the 9 cross-dimensional slash profundities that shot out from the spatial rift to meet Ji Xian's saber. Swoosh! 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 A soft sound rang in the air. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's sword ray split the blood-red saber ray into 2. Boom! Rumble! The energy from the blood-red saber ray had completely erupted before it even touched Duan Lingtian. However, it only caused the 7-colored sword ray to dim slightly. Swoosh! After breaking Ji Xian's attack, the 7-colored sword ray continued to charge toward Ji Xian. How powerful! Meng Haoxian, who had thought Duan Lingtian would be at a disadvantage, was stunned when he saw this. Earlier, Duan Lingtian was the last to appear on the altar. Like Ji Xian, Meng Haoxian had thought Duan Lingtian was the weakest among the 5 of them. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's attack, he knew he was wrong. Ji Xian was also wrong. Roar! A hint of fear flashed in Ji Xian's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword ray. Then, he let out an ear-piercing dragon's roar that was filled with exasperation and anger. End of chapter. Chapter 3291. As Ji Xian produced a deafening dragon's roar, his entire body became illusionary. Afterwards, he directly turned into a wriggling dragon that was over 10,000 meters long. This mystical dragon was covered in blood-red scales from head to toe. It was filled with the smell of blood. On each of its claws, there were 9 sharp claws that shone with a piercing cold light as if they could tear everything apart. A 9-clawed blood dragon. Meng Haoxian and the 2 spectators widened their eyes in shock when they saw Ji Xian in his true form. In the Devata realms, a 9-clawed divine dragon was considered a top celestial beast. If there were no accidents, it could become a 10 directions celestial emperor. However, it was extremely difficult for a 9-clawed divine dragon to become a god. Generally speaking, only the legendary 10-clawed divine dragon had a chance of becoming a god. On the other hand, a 10-clawed divine dragon was no longer a celestial beast but a divine beast. The 10-clawed divine dragon was on par with the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. However, unlike the Phantom Fox clan, which was a Grade 1 force in the Devata realms, the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was a rare existence in the Phantom Fox clan. On the other hand, a 10-clawed divine dragon would appear once every 100,000 years among dragons. Brat! I'm going to tear you apart. The 9-clawed blood dragon's blood-red eyes gleamed coldly. Then, the gigantic divine dragon's body trembled before it charged toward Duan Lingtian at high speed. At the same time, the 9-clawed divine dragon's body leaned forward. Its sharp claws glinted coldly as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword ray was dispersed by Ji Xian, who had transformed into his true form. A 9-clawed divine dragon? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw the 9-clawed blood dragon charging toward him. Once a 9-clawed divine dragon became a celestial lord, its claws would be comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Once a 9-clawed divine dragon became a celestial emperor, its defensive scales would be comparable to a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon. The 9-clawed divine dragon was considered a top celestial beast among top celestial beasts. It was said that the 9-clawed divine dragon comprehended the laws very quickly. Swoosh, swoosh, chi, chi, chi. As the 9-clawed blood dragon's body danced, the whole world seemed to be covered in white snow. The void froze, and an ice curtain appeared. Duan Lingtian, who had just teleported to another location, was immediately frozen. It was as if he had turned into an ice sculpture. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 2 extremely cold rays of light shot out from the 9-clawed blood dragon's sharp claws. They turned into 2 icicles in the void and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. Break! Duan Lingtian's mind flickered. Space energy surged on his body. The magnetic storm burst out and broke the ice that had sealed him. However, although the ice was shattered, it continued to condense rapidly, as if it wanted to Duan Lingtian to be trapped here. Your comprehension of the law of ice isn't bad. However, that's all. As Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, he teleported away from the frozen area. He crossed a distance of 10,000 meters and appeared extremely far away. The teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. Meng Haoxuan and the others could see that Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space's teleportation profundity had reached the mastery stage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape from Ji Xian's ice shackles. This was because the ice shackles contained the ice shackles profundity to the mastery stage. After all, the mastery stage of the ice shackles profundity was not something that someone who had comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage could escape from. Is that all you've got? After Ji Xian transformed into his true form, he was indeed very strong. He was comparable to Lu Jian, the disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, this little bit of strength was nothing. After all, even Lu Jian had been killed by him. Boy! Don't be so arrogant. Ji Xian roared and attacked again. His body, which was more than 10,000 meters long, seemed to blot out the sun as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Let's end this. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He no longer held back as the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand flashed. He used all the profundities from the law of space that he could. Swoosh! The rainbow-colored sword light flashed out again with a grayish light. Wang! 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 9-dimensional profundities shot out from the 9 spatial rifts and followed the 7-colored sword ray like a shadow. The power of Duan Lingtian's attack was unprecedentedly terrifying. Ji Xian, who was facing Duan Lingtian's attack head-on, narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, his 10,000-meter-long body began to tremble uncontrollably. However, even though Ji Xian realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian's attack was, he did not sit still. Instead, he used all his strength to fight Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 A series of vibrations rang in the air as Ji Xian's body rotated in a flat surface. Then, a blood-red formation seal appeared in the air and shrouded his body. In the next moment, a blood-red energy shot out from the formation seal. It combined with Ji Xian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of ice to meet Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack. I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a technique up your sleeves. This technique must be unique to you as a 9-clawed blood dragon, right? Duan Lingtian's calm voice rang in the air. Based on Ji Xian's current strength, he was slightly stronger than Lu Jian. But so what? His strength was not just a little bit stronger than Lu Jian's. Boom! Rumble! When Ji Xian's attack collided with Duan Lingtian's attack, it was as though a violent earthquake had occurred in the altar space. A powerful shockwave swept out, forcing Meng Haoxian and the others to erect a celestial origin energy shield to protect themselves. No! Their expressions turned grim as they watched the battle between Duan Lingtian and Ji Xian, when a voice filled with despair rang in their ears. The voice was filled with regret and unwillingness. The owner of the voice was none other than Ji Xian. Swoosh! At the same time, under the watchful eyes of Meng Haoxian and the others. The seven-colored sword ray easily penetrated Ji Xian's head and destroyed his soul. Buzz, 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 buzz. The 9 cross-dimensional slash profundities sliced Ji Xian's body into 10 pieces before they crashed onto the altar, causing it to shake violently. Ji Xian, the prodigious disciple of the Blood Dragon clan, a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts heaven, had died. How powerful! Meng Haoxian only regained his senses after Ji Xian's death. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at the purple figure hovering in the air. Previously, he had never thought that this ordinary-looking purple-clad youth would have such terrifying strength. Earlier, when Ji Xian had attacked with all his might, he had even asked himself if he would be able to escape unscathed if he faced Ji Xian's attack. The answer was no. However, not only had the purple-clad young man defeated Ji Xian's attack, but he had even killed Ji Xian. Swoosh! The seven-colored sword ray returned to Duan Lingtian's hand and merged with Duan Lingtian's body. From the beginning until the end, Meng Haoxian and the others had thought the seven-colored sword ray was Duan Lingtian's emperor-grade celestial weapon. After all, ever since Huang and the Seven Orifices exquisite sword had become one, Huang had been able to disguise it as an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Let alone Meng Haoxian and the others, even if a titled celestial emperor was present, Duan Lingtian would not be able to tell that the Seven Orifices exquisite sword was a god-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, even though your cultivation base isn't high. Meng Haoxian exclaimed as he stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian after Ji Xian collected Ji Xian's spatial ring, celestial weapon, and corpse. Not bad. You're slightly stronger than Ji Xian. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ji Xian's corpse in the spatial ring with satisfaction before he regained his senses, and responded to Meng Haoxian with a smile. The corpse of a celestial lord nine-clawed divine dragon was full of treasures. It could be used to forge offensive emperor-grade celestial weapons. With other materials, it could even be used to forge defensive emperor-grade celestial weapons. In terms of value, all the items in Ji Xian's spatial ring might not be worth as much as the corpse. The corpse of a nine-clawed divine dragon could be used to forge offensive emperor-grade celestial weapons from its claws. Duan Lingtian, there's something strange about this altar. We still haven't found a way to leave this place. Do you have any ideas on how to leave this place? Meng Haoxian's lips twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly changed the topic. Upon hearing Meng Haoxian's words, Duan Lingtian began to scan the altar with his divine consciousness. However, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. Sister Water. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to consult the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. To him, the world-cleansing divine water was like an encyclopedia. After all, the longer one lived, the more knowledgeable one would be. The test here is to break the formation. The world-cleansing divine water said to Duan Lingtian after observing the altar for a while. Break the formation? There's a formation here? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. There is. The world-cleansing divine water said. However, these formations are not offensive formations, defensive formations, or illusory formations. They're just formations that don't have any obvious effect. However, it is precisely these spirit formations that, when combined, are capable of preventing you all from leaving. You can think of these formations as a type of confinement formation. The world-cleansing divine water continued. Is there a way to break the formation? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It's simple. Under the guidance of the world-cleansing divine water, it only took about 15 minutes for Duan Lingtian to break the formation in the altar. Done. After the formation was broken, an open door appeared on the altar. It was dark beyond the door. No one knew where it led to. At this moment, Meng Haoxian and the other two were completely convinced by Duan Lingtian's abilities. Previously, the three of them had been studying the altar together with Ji Xian for a long time, but they were still unable to leave the altar. Now, it only took Duan Lingtian 15 minutes to open the door to the next stop. End of this chapter. Chapter 3292. In the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The Blood Dragon clan was a branch of the dragons and was not recognized by the dragons. However, due to their strength and many titled celestial emperors, they were considered a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts heaven. After so many years of development, the Blood Dragon clan had grown stronger. In fact, they were even more terrifying than the orthodox dragons. The Blood Dragon clan was a mutated dragon. They were also known as the fallen dragons by the dragons. This was because blood dragons usually needed to consume a large amount of blood essence from celestial beasts to grow. They did not reject any blood essence from low-ranked celestial beasts to top-ranked celestial beasts. Until now, there had never been a 10-clawed blood dragon in the Blood Dragon clan. The one with the purest bloodline was a 9-clawed blood dragon. There were less than 59-clawed blood dragons in the Blood Dragon clan. It could be said that every 9-clawed blood dragon was extremely important to the Blood Dragon clan. Every 9-clawed blood dragon would be highly valued. In the Blood Dragon clan, as long as one could transform into a 9-clawed blood dragon, one would be heavily nurtured by the Blood Dragon clan. Today, in the Blood Dragon clan's soul hall, a soul bead placed on top of it suddenly shattered. The shattering of the soul pearl immediately attracted the attention of the Hall of Soul Elder. This soul pearl belongs to the Grand Elder's direct disciple, Ji Xian. The Grand Elder of the Blood Dragon clan was the second strongest person in the Blood Dragon clan. His strength was second only to the Patriarch. It seems like the Blood Dragon clan won't have a peaceful time in the near future. The Hall of Soul's Elder sighed. Then he sent a message to the clan leader of the Blood Dragon clan, informing him of this matter. However, he did not send a message to the Grand Elder. First of all, he would only incur the Grand Elder's wrath if he hastily sent a message to the Grand Elder. It was better for the Patriarch to personally inform the Grand Elder. No matter how angry the Grand Elder was, it was impossible for him to vent his anger on the Patriarch. Secondly, in his opinion, the Grand Elder definitely had Ji Xian's soul orb. Since Ji Xian's soul orb had shattered, the Grand Elder would definitely have discovered that Ji Xian's soul orb had shattered. Perhaps, when he discovered that Ji Xian's soul orb had shattered, that Grand Elder had also discovered it. Ji Xian. Just as this thought appeared in the Hall of Soul's Elder's mind, an extremely furious roar suddenly sounded in his ears. It was like a thunderclap that resounded throughout the entire Blood Dragon clan's encampment. It seems that the Great Elder already knows. The Soul Hall Elder bitterly smiled. He could tell that this was the voice of their Blood Dragon clan's first elder. The Blood Dragon clan's Grand Elder, Ji Hu, was an old man dressed in a long blood-red robe. His curly hair draped over his back like a python. Now he was hovering in the void, and his expression was as ugly as it could be. "My condolences, Grand Elder." Shortly after, a middle-aged man appeared. He was tall and burly, and his face was as fair as jade. His long hair flowed down his back like a waterfall, and he exuded the aura of a superior. This middle-aged man was none other than Jifeng, the current clan leader of the Blood Dragon clan and the strongest person in the clan. "Clan leader, you've heard about it?" Ji Hu looked at Jifeng. "Yes." Jifeng nodded. "I just received a message from the Hall of Soul's Elders." "What happened? How did Ji Xian die?" Ji Xian went to the title temple with the third elder to obtain the title of a celestial lord. "I've just sent a message to the third elder, and he told me that Ji Xian was in the title temple's training ground." Ji Hu's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "In other words, Ji Xian died in the title temple's training ground. Clan leader, come with me to the title temple. I want to know who killed Ji Xian." Ji Hu said in a deep voice, "Grand Elder." Ji Feng frowned slightly. Although the members of the title temple are allowed to know what happened in the training ground, they have a rule that forbids them from divulging what happened in the training ground to anyone. In the history of the Devata realms, very few people have been able to obtain information about the training ground from the members of the title temple. Ji Feng said, "Although it's rare, it's always possible." Ji Hu's eyes flashed coldly. "I'm willing to pay a price to find out who killed Ji Xian. I don't believe the members of the title temple won't be tempted." "Forget it." Ji Feng sighed. "Since you insist on going, I'll go with you, Grand Elder." Based on the conversation between the two of them, It was clear that the people from the title temple were able to see what was happening in the trial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the 9-clawed blood dragon he had killed earlier was so powerful. Even if he knew, he would not have held back and would still kill the dragon. After leaving the altar, Duan Lingtian, Meng Haoxian, and the others arrived at the next stop. They arrived at a space that was also filled with great pressure. However, the pressure in this space was due to gravity. Once again, the 4 of them were separated. I'll continue to refine the vitality of the pine willow divine tree. Duan Lingtian was in no hurry to leave. He sat down cross-legged and refined the vitality of the pine willow divine tree under the guidance of the world-cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian only stopped refining the vitality of the pine willow divine tree when the gravitational force was so great that he could barely breathe. After leaving the space, Duan Lingtian thought he would see Meng Haoxian and the others. However, to his surprise, he found himself standing on a cold stone platform. There was no one around him. The stone platform was cold because it emitted a cold aura that made one feel as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He saw a figure on the other side of the stone platform. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the figure. This was because the figure looked exactly the same as him from top to bottom. Humph! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and charged at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian thought that Duan Lingtian would use the law of space. However, to his surprise, Duan Lingtian did not use the law of space. Instead, he used the law of water that he had never seen before. 2 water tornadoes accompanied Duan Lingtian as they charged at Duan Lingtian. Is that all you've got? Originally, Duan Lingtian thought Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to his own. However, Duan Lingtian discovered that Duan Lingtian's strength was much weaker than Jixin's. Buzz, 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 buzz. Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared behind Duan Lingtian. 9-dimensional slashes whizzed out like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, reaping Duan Lingtian's life. When Duan Lingtian fell to the ground, Duan Lingtian was shocked to see that Duan Lingtian had transformed into another person. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this person. It was one of the 2 people who had entered with him, Meng Haoxian and Jixin. Boom! Boom boom boom! Suddenly, there were 2 loud explosions. Duan Lingtian felt the stone platform beneath his feet tremble. Only then did he realize that another stone platform had been connected to the one he was standing on. There was a person standing on that stone platform. It was Meng Haoxian. At Meng Haoxian's feet was another corpse. It was the corpse of the other person who had entered with them. At this point, of the 5 people who had entered, only Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian were still alive. Duan Lingtian? When he saw Duan Lingtian and the corpse at Duan Lingtian's feet, Meng Haoxian was shocked. He could not help but ask, "Before you killed him, did he transform into your appearance?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Me too." Meng Haoxian smiled bitterly. "What the hell is this place? Why does it feel so strange? Now that the 2 of us have been connected to each other, could it be that you want me to fight to the death with you?" "That's a possibility, but not necessarily." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Let's see if we can find another way out first." "Yes." Meng Haoxian nodded in agreement. At the same time, he sighed in relief. He could see that Duan Lingtian had no intention of attacking him. If it were before, he would not have dared to say that he could defeat Duan Lingtian, but he was confident that he could do so. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian killing Jixin, the 9-clawed blood dragon, he knew that he was no match for Duan Lingtian, even though he was not much weaker than Jixin. If Duan Lingtian attacked him, he would definitely die. Meng Haoxian did not know that Duan Lingtian would not kill him unless he attacked Duan Lingtian. After all, he was Huan Er's father's junior brother. If he killed Meng Haoxian, how would Duan Lingtian face Huan Er's father in the future? Apart from that, Meng Haoxian had also provided Duan Lingtian with important information that allowed him to find out where Huan Er's father was being held. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Huan Er's mother was most likely imprisoned here as well. Sister Water. Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water. He had been wandering the area with Meng Haoshuan for a long time, but he still could not figure out what was going on. Only one person can leave this place, the world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Duan Lingtian had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but smile bitterly when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. In the end, he and Meng Haoshuan would still have to fight to the death. Do I have to kill him to leave this place? Duan Lingtian asked hesitantly. Not necessarily, the world-cleansing divine water said. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, I've checked for you earlier. The condition to leave this place should be that there's only one person left. However, the other person can hide in the small world of the remaining person and leave with that person. However, not everyone is willing to allow others to rashly enter their little world. After all, that is a very dangerous thing. You should enter his little world and leave this place. Although you're not afraid of him destroying your little world, there are too many secrets in it. It's not wise for him to discover them. Chapter 3293. As soon as the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking, Duan Lingtian told Meng Haoshuan about how they could leave this place. Either one of them survived or one of them entered the other's little world. Duan Lingtian, you can enter my little world. Meng Haoshuan invited Duan Lingtian to enter his little world. After all, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to invite Duan Lingtian to enter his little world. In Meng Haoshuan's opinion, with Duan Lingtian's strength, it was entirely possible for Duan Lingtian to leave this place after killing him. Since Duan Lingtian had suggested this, it was only natural for him to invite Duan Lingtian to enter his little world. Apart from the fact that he was the weaker party, he had no other choice. Based on the current situation, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to wreak havoc in his little world, since there was no need for him to do so. After all, Duan Lingtian was strong enough to kill him. Why would he wait until Duan Lingtian entered his little world to wreak havoc? All right. Since Meng Haoshuan knew what was good for him, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and allowed Meng Haoshuan's little world to suck him in. Meng Haoshuan's little world was a barren land. The heaven and earth spirit energy inside was no different from the Devata realms. In fact, the heaven and earth spirit energy was even thinner. This is amazing. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered Meng Haoshuan's little world and concealed his aura, he heard Meng Haoshuan's voice again. What's wrong? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had completely concealed his aura. He did not even dare to release his divine consciousness. Naturally, he was unaware of what was happening outside. After you entered the small world in my body, the surrounding mirror image changed automatically. Now, we seem to have come out. Meng Haoshuan said. We're out. Duan Lingtian asked Meng Haoshuan to send him out of Meng Haoshuan's little world. Although Duan Lingtian could leave the little world by himself, he would have to use a technique that would injure Meng Haoshuan. Duan Lingtian, thank you. After sending Duan Lingtian out of his small world, Meng Haoshuan thanked Duan Lingtian with a serious expression on his face. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had come out, looked around and realized that they had indeed left the testing ground left behind by the utmost powerful beings. Inside, did you find anything? Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Haoshuan curiously. His greatest gain from the trial grounds was successfully refining around 30% of the vitality of the pine willow divine tree. As for the other aspects, even though he had improved, the effects were negligible. Yes. Meng Haoshuan nodded and smiled faintly. My cultivation base has improved a bit, and my comprehension of the laws has also improved greatly. Of course, I can't compare to you. Meng Haoshuan shook his head and sighed. Although the purple-clad young man's cultivation base was inferior to his, he had comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage. Moreover, he had comprehended one of the four supreme laws, the law of space, which was notoriously difficult to comprehend. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled faintly. Let's part ways here. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. All right. Meng Haoshuan nodded. He knew that all good things must come to an end. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely go to the Boundless Heavens Pool Palace to have a drink or two with you. If you have the chance to go to the solitary destructive heaven's solitary destructive territory, you can also come to the heavenly sword mountain to look for me. Here's my soul pearl. Before parting ways, Meng Haoshuan and Duan Lingtian exchanged soul pearls before parting ways. After a few teleportations, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. It seems like I'll have to look for another testing ground. I've only refined 30% of the vitality of the pine willow divine tree. I'll have to look for at least 2 more testing grounds before I can refine it completely. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. Fortunately, he still had time. It was not too late. The boundless heaven. In the boundless territory. In a barren desert, there were ruins scattered everywhere. Broken walls were everywhere, and in the midst of these ruins, there was a perfectly intact palace. The palace was covered with sand and dust. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the ground in front of the palace was spotless. Even the sand and dust would be swept away by an invisible force. Are you sure this is the place? 2 figures appeared in the air above the ruins. One of them asked the other. The 2 young men were dressed in gray robes from head to toe, including their heads. Only their foreheads, eyes, and noses could be seen. There's no mistake. As soon as one of the young men spoke, the other young man quickly replied. If Duan Lingtian were here, it would not be difficult for him to identify the 2 young men. They were Han Yunjin, a disciple of the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, and Lei Jun, a disciple of the Merciless Celestial Emperor, respectively. Han Yunjin was the first to speak. Swoosh! Suddenly, Lei Jun made a move. A burst of celestial origin energy shot out from his hand and landed in front of the palace that was still intact. It hit the clock in front of the palace's entrance. Dong! Around 10 breaths after the bell chimed, a figure slowly walked out from the palace. It was a young man. The young man looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. He flew up into the air and looked at Lei Jun and Han Yunjin from afar before he said indifferently, "Since you're able to find this place, I'm sure you know the rules. Leave behind the information of the target and one of your soul pearls. After that, you may return and wait for further news." The young man said, "You are." Han Yunjin was stunned when he saw the young man. Although the young man looked to be around 13 or 14 years old, he did not have the aura of someone younger than 100 years old. This meant the young man was more than 100 years old. I don't want to repeat myself. As soon as Han Yunjin finished speaking, a terrifying aura surged out of the young man's body and shrouded Han Yunjin and Lei Jun. Upon seeing this, Han Yunjin and Lei Jun trembled involuntarily. "Greetings, Senior Dugu." Han Yunjin and Lei Jun both sucked in a breath of cold air and bowed respectfully to the young man, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. The aura the young man had emitted earlier told them one thing. The young man was a titled Celestial Emperor. Based on this, it was obvious that this person was one of the 2 titled Celestial Emperors they were looking for. Moreover, he was a titled Celestial Emperor. "Senior Dugu, this is the reward." Lei Jun raised his hand and tossed a spatial ring to the young man. Then, he said without beating around the bush, "The person we want you to kill is Duan Lingta. He's a prodigious disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace." The Heavenly Pool Palace? After establishing ownership over the spatial ring, the young man nodded and said indifferently, "There's no problem with the target's identity. However, if he hides in the Heavenly Pool Palace and refuses to leave, we won't be able to kill him. Before you issue the mission, you have to confirm that he'll leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, you have to notify us as soon as he leaves the Heavenly Pool Palace." The young man said, the Heavenly Pool Palace was a heaven-grade force. Its protective formation was so powerful that even titled Celestial Emperors would not be able to break into it. Even if they did, they would be exposed. "Senior, you don't have to worry about that," Lei Jun said with a smile. "The target is currently in the Title Temple, undergoing the test to become a titled Celestial Lord. However, he has a titled Celestial Emperor by his side. That titled Celestial Emperor is Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace." The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor? The young man raised an eyebrow when he heard Lei Jun's words. No wonder the reward is so generous. As it turns out, he has a titled celestial emperor by his side. However, since he has left the heavenly pool palace, we'll accept the mission. The young man continued to say, now you can describe him and his companions. It's best if you have a portrait of him. I've already prepared it. Lei Jun raised his hand and handed a rolled-up portrait to the young man. After that, Lei Jun left behind his soul orb and bade farewell to the young man before leaving. Before Lei Jun left, the young man gave Lei Jun a soul bead. Take this soul bead. If anything happens, keep in touch. As soon as Lei Jun and the young man turned around, the young man seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Lei Jun, there shouldn't be a problem with them, right? Han Yun-jin asked as they made their way back to the heavenly pool palace. Of course, there shouldn't be a problem. Lei Jun smiled confidently. If I'm not mistaken, that young man should be the 100 Transformations Celestial Emperor, Dugu 1. It's said that he's not human. He's 100 Colors Celestial Emperor. That young man just now should only be one of his transformations. Dugu 1 is more famous than the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and my mother in the boundless heaven. He's not inferior to your teacher, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Apart from that, the stronger one is his elder brother, Dugu Wu. It's said that Dugu Wu is a tenacious heavenly bamboo. He's called the Indestructible Celestial Emperor, and people call him the Indestructible Celestial Emperor. I'm sure Dugu 1 is as strong as Su Lang. Dugu Wu is definitely stronger than Su Lang. Lei Jun said, I hope there won't be a problem. After all, we've paid a huge price this time. Han Yun-jin said in a deep voice. Both he and Lei Jun had paid a huge price. It could be said that they had turned from tycoons to paupers overnight. The greater the price, the greater the reward. This is the truth since time immemorial. Lei Jun said indifferently. After Han Yun-jin and Lei Jun left the desert, two figures flew out of the palace in the desert and made their way to the Tidal Temple. Chapter 3294. In the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. The Dragons. The Blood Dragon clan was a branch of the dragons. Apart from the Blood Dragons, the Blood Dragon clan had all the divine dragons. For example, the Golden Dragon, Devil Dragon, White Dragon, Azure Dragon, Red Dragon, and so on. Among them, the Golden Dragon and Devil Dragon's bloodlines were the noblest, followed by the White Dragon, Azure Dragon, Red Dragon, and so on. The Blood Dragon was an anomaly among the dragons. Due to this reason, the other dragons did not bother to associate themselves with them. The dragon's territory was much larger than the Blood Dragon clan's territory. Duan Xiao He, Duan Xiao Bai. At this moment, a figure dressed in a golden robe was standing opposite a black-clad young man and a white-clad young woman in the Prodigy Valley. The golden-clad young man had a determined expression on his face, and his eyes shone brightly like stars. However, at this moment, he was glaring at the man and woman in front of him with hostility in his eyes. The black-clad young man had a handsome and cold appearance. He was tall and burly, and his body emitted a cold aura. The white-clad young woman was dressed in a snow-white robe. She was beautiful, and she looked holy as she stood there. Ji Yen, do you really want to challenge Xiao He and me? The white-clad young woman's long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She looked at the golden-clad young man with a smile and said, I remember Xiao He and I defeated you 30 years ago, right? Humph. The golden-clad young man scoffed. You've said it yourself. That was 30 years ago. It's not certain who's going to be defeated today. It seems like your trip to the Tidal Temple and obtaining the title of a Celestial Lord has boosted your confidence a lot. The white-clad young woman said with a smile. Cut the crap. Let's fight. The golden-clad young man's eyes turned cold as a murderous aura surged out of his body. Then he shot toward the duo at lightning speed. Swoosh! Swoosh! The black-clad young man and the white-clad young woman left a black afterimage and a white afterimage respectively before they disappeared into the void. Boom! Rumble! The short exchange between the three of them caused space to tremble. It was as if waves of deafening thunder resounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. Duan Xiao He and Duan Xiao Bai are always bullies, No matter who they always fight together. One of the dragon's disciples shook his head and said, "They are inseparable siblings, so it's normal for them to attack together." Another disciple of the dragon said, "Besides, think about it. How old are they? They aren't even 300 years old. Even if they join forces to fight Ji Yan, they won't be able to take advantage of him." That is true. Ji Yan is even older than the two of them combined. However, although Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobai are from the mundane realm, they transformed into a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon as soon as they arrived in the ancestral pool. This is rare in the history of the dragons. It's said that they were baptized by the Blood Moon Ridge's ancestral pool in the mundane realm and transformed into an 8-clawed devil dragon and an 8-clawed white dragon. With that foundation, the dragons are able to transform into a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon. After the news of them transforming into a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon spread, the Lord of Blood Moon Ridge personally came to the dragons to ask for benefits. I heard the commotion was quite fierce at that time. The Lord of Blood Moon Ridge looked as if he would take the duo away if the dragons didn't give him any benefits. Although Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobai were from the mundane realm, they had only joined the dragons for 200 years before they became prodigious disciples among the dragons. 200 years ago, when they first joined the dragons, they were baptized by the dragon's ancestral pool and transformed into a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon. Now that 200 years had passed, their strength was comparable to that of a titled celestial lord. Even then, when the duo joined forces, no one below the celestial emperor realm was a match for them among the dragons. Duan Xiaohe, Duan Xiaobai, revert to your true forms. Suddenly, Ji Yan's bell-like voice was clearly transmitted into the ears of the spectating Dragon Clan disciples like a thunderclap. Roar! In the next moment, an earth-shattering dragon's roar rang in the ears of the spectating disciples of the dragons. At the same time, Ji Yan, who was dressed in a golden robe, reverted to his true form. He was a 9-clawed divine dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long. This 5-clawed divine dragon was covered in golden dragon scales that shone with a golden light. The golden light emitted from the dragon scales was extremely cold. Roar! Roar! As soon as Ji Yan reverted to his true form, 2 dragons' roars rang in the air. The black-clad young man and the white-clad woman suddenly became illusory. Then, 2 9-clawed divine dragons that were more than 10,000 meters long appeared one after another. These 2 9-clawed divine dragons were different from Ji Yan's true form. Instead, they were a 9-clawed devil dragon and a 9-clawed white dragon. The 9-clawed devil dragon's scales shone as black as ink. The cold aura it emitted was even colder than the golden scales of the 9-clawed golden dragon. The surface of the 9-clawed white dragon's body was covered with white dragon scales that emitted a holy white light. It gave off a sense of beauty, and many of the dragon's disciples' eyes lit up when they saw it. Currently, among us dragons, there are only 2 9-clawed white dragons, right? Other than Duan Xiaobai, only the 4th elder is a 9-clawed white dragon. A disciple of the dragons murmured. Otherwise, why would the 4th elder treat little Bai as his own lifeblood? Didn't you see that the 4th elder was already here? Where? Over there. Many of the dragon's disciples were looking at a figure in white robes standing in the distance. He was calmly looking at the 3 9-clawed dragons in the Genius Valley. This was a beautiful woman in white. She was graceful and elegant. When her gaze fell on the 9-clawed white dragon in the sky above Sky's Pride Valley, her gaze became incomparably gentle. Elder Jixiang is also here. A woman stood next to the beautiful woman. She was none other than the youngest elder in the dragons, Jixiang. Mother, little Bai seems to be even more outstanding than you were when you were young. Jixiang smiled at the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was none other than the 4th elder of the dragons in the Wanshou heaven, Ji Ningyun. Duan Xiaobai was a 9-clawed white dragon from the mundane realm. He was her only disciple, and his position in her heart made Jixiang, her daughter, jealous. That's right. I didn't expect a 9-clawed white dragon to have such achievements at her age. Ji Ningyun nodded. It's all thanks to you that you brought her and Little Black back to the Blood Moon Ridge. If they had gone to the Blood Moon Ridge, the old man there wouldn't have allowed them to return to the dragons after discovering their innate talents. Ji Yen returned a month ago. He went to the Title Temple to obtain a title. It's said that he had a fortuitous encounter in the Title Temple's training ground, and his strength has increased significantly. With his current strength, apart from Little Bai and Little Black, no one below the Celestial Emperor realm in the dragons is a match for him. Ji Xiang nodded. He's not a match for Little Black and Little White. Ji Ningyun shook her head. Little Black and Little White are proficient in the joint attack techniques of the dragons. When they become titled Celestial Emperors in the future, I'm afraid no one among the dragons will be a match for them, Ji Ningyun said with a sigh. In the Devata realms, there are many people who are proficient in joint attack techniques. Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Thousand Tribulations sword sect, are siblings. Their strength is close to that of a titled Celestial Emperor, and they can kill ordinary titled Celestial Emperors when they join forces. Little Black and Little White are twins as well. Most importantly, they're 9-clawed divine dragons as well. They won't be inferior to them in the future. Based on Ji Xiang's words, it was clear she was confident in the 9-clawed devil dragon and 9-clawed white dragon. I don't doubt that. Ji Ningyun's eyes narrowed as she said indifferently, what I'm concerned about is whether they'll be able to evolve into 10-clawed divine dragons. It's been almost 100,000 years since a 10-clawed divine dragon has appeared among the dragons. If a 10-clawed divine dragon appears, it'll most likely be them. Ji Ningyun said, a 10-clawed divine dragon? Ji Xiang looked at the 9-clawed devil dragon and the 9-clawed white dragon in shock. After a few rounds, the 9-clawed devil dragon and the 9-clawed white dragon had gained the upper hand. After a while, Ji Xiang finally regained her senses. I've spoken to your father and the patriarch. There's a high chance they'll succeed, Ji Ningyun said. Ji Xiang nodded. My father and the patriarch think so as well? Ji Xiang inhaled sharply upon hearing Ji Ningyun's words. Ji Ningyun's father was the Grand Elder of the Dragon's Clan. Together with the patriarch of the Dragon's Clan, their strength was ranked in the top 3 among the dragons. There were 16 titled Celestial Emperors among the Dragon's Clan. One could easily imagine how powerful Ji Ningyun's father was to be ranked in the top 3 among the 16 titled Celestial Emperors. Duan Xiaohe, Duan Xiaobai, if you're capable, fight me one-on-one. Meanwhile, the battle in the Prodigy Valley had finally come to an end. After more than 10 rounds, Ji Yen was defeated by Duan Xiaohe and Duan Xiaobai. Ji Yen, you're getting more and more shameless. A woman dressed in a white robe looked at Ji Yen with a smile on her face. How old are you and how old are Xiaohe and I? How dare you say you're going to fight us one-on-one? Ask yourself this. When you were our age, were you a match for any of us? Ji Yan's expression turned unsightly when he heard the woman's words. However, he was at a loss for words. After all, he was much weaker than the two of them when he was their age. Chapter 32:95. In the Title Temple. In the training ground for titled Celestial Lords. I still need 20% more. At this moment, it had been a year since Duan Lingtian entered the training ground for titled Celestial Lords. During this 1 year, apart from entering the test site with Meng Haoxian, Duan Lingtian discovered another 3 test sites. After leaving the 3 training grounds, Duan Lingtian managed to refine 80% of the Pine Willow Divine Tree's vitality. He was only 20% away from fully refining the Pine Willow Divine Tree's vitality. At that time, he would be able to condense the godly image phenomenon of the Pine Willow Divine Tree and improve his strength. Sister Water, I think you've been teaching the 2 Ning dragons something. Why do I feel like they're becoming more and more alike? Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. During this time, he would occasionally pay attention to the world-cleansing divine water in his little world and discovered that the world-cleansing divine water had been teaching the 2 Ning dragons. In the beginning, the 2 Ning dragons only looked identical. However, after looking at them for a while, their slightly different auras became extremely similar. I'm teaching them how to cooperate with each other through formations and the connection between their bloodlines. The world-cleansing divine water said. The world-cleansing divine water said, "Fortunately, their comprehension abilities are not low. During this period of time, their combined strength has risen to a whole new level compared to when they were working together." "I see." Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. At the same time, he knew that if two Ning dragons had a close connection with each other, the increase in their strength would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Thousand Tribulations sword sect were twins. If they joined forces, they would be able to easily kill ordinary titled celestial emperors. "It's been a year. I wonder how Huan is doing? She should have left by now, right?" Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In his opinion, with Huan's strength, it would not be difficult for her to kill 9 people in the training ground. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, among the group of titled celestial lords who had entered the title temple, he was the only one who had yet to leave. Apart from Huan Hu Mei and Wen Wan, even Nan Lufeng, the disciple of Zhang Yui, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, had left as well. All 4 of them were titled celestial lords from the title temple. She had given herself the title of Heavenly Fantasy. The word Tian was taken from Duan Ling Tian's name, and the word Huan was taken from her own name. Huan, the Heaven Celestial Lord. Little junior brother is still not out yet. Outside the title temple, Hu Mei frowned after the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor and his disciple left. Confusion filled her face. In her opinion, based on her little junior brother's strength, he should have come out a long time ago. However, he was still not out yet. Could something have happened to him? Naturally, Hu Mei had Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl in her hand, so she could confirm if he was still alive. Due to this reason, she was not worried that Duan Ling Tian was in danger. She merely thought Duan Ling Tian must have encountered something in there that caused him to be delayed for so long. Little junior brother is still alive. Let's wait a little longer. When Wanner said patiently, "Perhaps, little junior brother encountered a fortuitous encounter in there. With little junior brother's strength, it won't be difficult for him to pass the test." Su Lang remained silent as he stood at the side with his eyes closed. A moment later, Su Lang opened his eyes and looked at the veiled Huaner standing at the side. When he saw the calm expression in her eyes, he fell into deep thought. It seems like this girl isn't worried about that brat at all. She's confident in him, but she's not worried about him at all. Otherwise, she knows why Duan Ling Tian is taking so long to come out. After waiting for another 3 months, the 4 of them finally received a message from Duan Ling Tian. "I'm out. Follow the elders of the title temple to the titled celestial lord's palace and leave my title there." Hu Mei and Wan sighed in relief when they received Duan Ling Tian's message. They could use celestial weapons in the titled celestial lord's trial, but they could not use celestial talismans, including communication celestial talismans. Not to mention the fact that outsiders couldn't communicate with those inside the trial grounds. Even those inside the trial grounds couldn't communicate with each other. In the title temple, after Duan Lingtian left the trial grounds, he followed an elder of the title temple to the titled celestial lord's palace. The elder of the title temple, who was leading the way for Zhang Xian, was dressed in a black robe. Even his head was covered, so Zhang Xian could not see his face clearly. "Think about your title first. When we arrive at the titled celestial lord's palace, I'll write it down for you." The elder's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. His voice was old and hoarse, but it was filled with energy. "I've already thought about it," Duan Lingtian replied. When the elder brought Duan Lingtian to the titled celestial lord's palace, Duan Lingtian told the elder about his title, Misty Rain. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, a titled celestial lord, had his own title, the Misty Rain Celestial Lord. When they entered the titled celestial lord's palace, Duan Lingtian glanced around and saw many names engraved on the pillars, walls, and ceiling. After each name, there was a title. With just a glance, one could tell the titled celestial lord's palace had a long history. "Elder, are these the names of celestial lords who obtained their titles in the Boundless Heavens title temple?" Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the elders of the title temple when he saw the names in the titled celestial lords' palaces. At this moment, The elder of the title temple was going to carve his name and title on the ceiling. He also saw Huan Er's name next to the old man's carving. Huan Er's title was Heavenly Fantasy. This girl, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Naturally, Duan Lingtian figured out the origin of Huan Er's title. Yes, the elder replied indifferently. Then, he led Duan Lingtian back to where they came from. Along the way, he led Duan Lingtian out of the title temple through another path. Along the way, Duan Lingtian's mind was elsewhere. I should find out where the Thousand Chains prison is when I return to the Heavenly Pool Palace. According to Meng Haoshuan, Huan Er's father is imprisoned there. As for Huan Er's mother, if she's really imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace, she should be in the Thousand Chains prison as well. Duan Lingtian did not forget that he had joined the Heavenly Pool Palace to rescue Huan Er's parents. Swoosh! It did not take long before Duan Lingtian left the title temple and appeared in front of Huan Er and the others. Little junior brother, you're finally out. What happened in there? Why did you take so long? Hu Mei asked curiously. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Duan Lingtian. He encountered a few trials and passed them all. Only then did he start looking for immortal emperors to fight. He only came out after he killed 9 immortal emperors. Duan Lingtian told Hu Mei the story that he had prepared beforehand. Naturally, his story was not entirely false. In fact, most of it was true. However, he did not mention the reason he was so eager to participate in the tests in the trial of titled celestial lords. How many tests did you pass? Aren't you a little too lucky? Hu Mei was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. I've killed 9 celestial lords, and I only encountered 1 test. Little junior brother, why did you encounter so many tests? Hu Mei asked curiously. It's only natural for me to encounter more tests after staying in the trial of titled celestial lords for a long time. Duan Lingtian smiled. Hu Mei was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. She thought about it for a moment and agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. Did you gain anything? Hu Mei asked. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since Old Seventh is out, let's return, Su Lang said. Then, he led Duan Lingtian and the others out of the title temple. Huan Er, did you gain anything in the trial of titled celestial lords? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission on their way back. Duan Lingtian and the others saw 2 figures standing in front of them, blocking their path. Duan Lingtian and the others' path was blocked by 2 figures. Of the 2 people, one was a young man who looked to be in his teens, and the other was an old man. Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. The teenager stepped forward and greeted Su Lang indifferently. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and asked, You must be Duan Lingtian, right? As soon as the teenager finished speaking, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he sensed the killing intent in the teenager's eyes. His expression turned solemn immediately. It was obvious these 2 people did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the teenager seemed to know that his master was a titled celestial emperor. Yet, he still dared to come here even though he knew there was a titled celestial emperor here. This meant they were not afraid of titled celestial emperors. At the very least, they were not afraid of Su Lang, a titled celestial emperor. You are. Su Lang frowned as he looked at the teenager. Although the teenager seemed to be in his teens, he did not have the aura of someone younger than 100 years old. Dugu Wen. The teenager smiled. Dugu Wen? As soon as the young man finished speaking, Su Lang's expression changed drastically. He looked at the young man with fear in his eyes. Then, he looked at the old man behind the young man and his heart trembled. He is Dugu Wen, then he is Dugu Wu? Now, not only did Su Lang's face change, but even Hu Mei and Wan Er's faces turned ugly in an instant. They had all heard of Dugu Wen and knew of his existence. Dugu Wen was a titled celestial emperor with the title of 100 transformations. He was 100 colors flower that had transformed into a human. Dugu Wu. Hu Mei and Wan Er instinctively turned to look at the old man standing behind the teenager. Chapter 3296. Dugu Wen, the 100 Transformations Celestial Emperor. Dugu Wu, the indestructible celestial emperor. Both of them were famous in the boundless heavens' boundless territory. In fact, they were even more famous than many titled celestial emperors who were stronger than them. They were famous not because of their strength, but because both of them were titled celestial emperors. Moreover, both of them were assassins. Moreover, both of them worked together. Many titled celestial emperors in the boundless heaven had died in their hands. Due to this, they had become even more famous. Now that both of them had appeared in the boundless heavens, boundless heavens, boundless heavens, boundless heaven, Hu Mei and Wen Wan'er knew what this meant. Based on Duan Lingtian's actions, it was obvious the target of the two assassins was none other than Duan Lingtian. Two titled celestial emperors? Through Hu Mei and Wen Wan'er's voice transmissions, Duan Lingtian learned who the two people in front of him were. At the same time, he also learned that they were targeting him. The assassins are here to kill me? I don't think I've offended many people in the boundless heaven, right? At this moment, many thoughts flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. One could easily imagine the price he would have to pay to bribe two titled celestial emperors. Did you offend someone? Hu Mei asked through voice transmission. Third senior sister. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. In fact, before we came to the heavenly pool palace, we weren't from the boundless heaven. In other words, apart from the people in the heavenly pool palace, I haven't come into contact with anyone else. The only people I've offended are the prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. If someone wants to kill me, it should be them. However, I don't think it's that easy to bribe two titled celestial emperors to kill me, right? Perhaps Han Yunjin is the only one who's capable of bribing them to kill me. Duan Lingtian speculated. Han Yunjin. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Hu Mei did not reply. Little junior brother, you think too highly of Han Yunjin. Or should I say, you think too little of the price Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu have to pay. Even if Han Yunjin were to go bankrupt, he'd only be able to pay half of what the two of them are willing to kill you. Two Han Yunjin might be able to pay the price, but one Han Yunjin isn't capable of that. It was clear Hu Mei had a good understanding of the two assassins. In the heavenly pool palace, apart from the 9 titled celestial emperors, there are only a handful of people in the heavenly pool palace who are capable of bribing 2 assassins to kill you. Furthermore, none of those people have anything to do with you. Hu Mei continued to say, as for the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace, even the martial dragon celestial emperor and the profound heaven celestial emperor whose disciples you killed won't be able to bribe them to kill you. With their strength, it won't be difficult for them to kill you. At most, they'll be forced to leave the heavenly pool palace because of the conflict between them and their teacher. With their strength, they can easily join other heaven-grade forces even if they leave the heavenly pool palace and enjoy the resources of the heaven-grade forces. Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Who else could it be if it was not Han Yunjin? In the end, Duan Lingtian felt it was most likely Han Yunjin was the culprit. At this moment, the young man in his early teens, the 100 variants celestial emperor, glanced at Su Lang indifferently and said, Su Lang, our target this time is your 7th disciple, Duan Lingtian. If you hand him over to us, we'll be fine. However, if you're unwilling to hand him over, we'll have no choice but to see how strong the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor is. As Dugu Wen reached the end of his sentence, the cold light in his eyes grew even colder. At the same time, there was a strong sense of threat in his eyes. Swoosh! As soon as Dugu Wen's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and seemed to have vanished into thin air. Dugu Wen's eyes flashed coldly as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he was standing and chased after Duan Lingtian. When Dugu Wen confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity, he had already used his divine consciousness to lock on to Duan Lingtian. As for Dugu Wu, he remained where he was, glaring at Su Lang fiercely. It was as though he would attack if Su Lang dared to chase after Duan Lingtian. Let's return. Su Lang glanced at Dugu Wu indifferently before he led the trio back to the heavenly pool palace. From the beginning until the end, he did not seem to have any intention of helping Duan Lingtian. It was not that he did not want to help Duan Lingtian, but he had no other choice. Based on the rumors, Duan Lingtian was not any weaker than him. Although he could send a message to the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled celestial emperors before Duan Lingtian gained the upper hand, it was highly likely that Duan Lingtian would have died by then. Dugu Wu followed Su Lang and the others for about half a day before he finally decided to leave. Since Su Lang did not chase after Duan Lingtian, he did not plan to make a move as well. After all, if he made a move, he would be in a stalemate with Su Lang for some time. Now that half a day had passed, he was no longer worried that Su Lang would interfere with Duan Lingtian's matter. For this reason, he decided to leave. Trying to leave? However, just as Dugu Wu was about to leave, Su Lang made his move. A resplendent sword light whistled through the air, following Dugu Wu like a shadow. Su Lang, how dare you attack me? Dugu Wu sneered. It'll take at least a day for the other titled celestial emperors of the Heavenly Pool Palace to arrive. Do you think you'll be able to withstand my attacks for a while? Dugu Wu was an old man with white hair that draped over his shoulders. His clothes were slightly sloppy, but he emitted a murderous aura. I've long heard of the indestructible celestial emperor's name. Since I've met you today, I'd like to see how strong you are. A cold light flashed in Su Lang's eyes. He raised his hand and a 3-foot-long green sword whizzed out. He and the sword merged into one and charged towards Dugu Wu with unparalleled sharpness. Humph! Dugu Wu snorted coldly as he charged forward. Meanwhile, Huan Hu Mei, and when Huan watched the battle from afar. Dugu Wu might be slightly stronger than Su Lang, but it was impossible for him to gain the upper hand in such a short time. After all, both of them were titled celestial emperors. Moreover, Su Lang was not the weakest among titled celestial emperors. For this reason, they were not worried that Dugu Wu would attack them. After all, Dugu Wu was too busy to make a move. If Dugu Wu attacked them, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in the battle against Su Lang. About 2 hours later, buzz! The ear-piercing sound of a saber rang in the air. A sharp saber light descended from the clouds, charging at Dugu Wu with a ferocious momentum. Dugu Wu was caught off guard by the sudden saber ray. Since he was fighting Su Lang, he felt slightly powerless even though he had noticed the saber ray. Su Lang, you tricked me. Dugu Wu let out a furious roar. Then his body suddenly swayed. Just at that moment, the blade ray that descended from the sky chopped off one of his arms. However, Dugu Wu quickly caught the severed arm with his other hand. After that, he circulated his celestial origin energy to heal the wound on his severed arm. What Dugu Wu comprehended was the law of wood, which was full of vitality. His body was also a tenacious sky bamboo that had taken human form. Losing an arm was just a minor injury to him. In just a blink of an eye, the wound on Dugu Wu's severed arm had healed. Swoosh! Behind the blade glow, a figure stepped down from the clouds and appeared beside Su Lang. It was none other than Zhang Yue, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, who had left earlier. Who are you? Dugu Wu looked at Zhang Yue with a dark expression. He did not expect Su Lang would have a helper who was also a titled Celestial Emperor in just half a day. Where's Duan Lingtian? At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky and walked toward Huan Hu Mei, and when Huan it was none other than Zhang Yuyi's disciple, Nan Lufeng. Little junior brother has lured Dugu Wu away, Hu Mei said in a deep voice. Although Duan Lingtian had informed them before he left, she could not help but feel worried when she thought about how Dugu Wu was a titled celestial emperor, while her little junior brother was only a titled celestial lord. At this moment, a hint of worry could be seen in Huan eyes. Usually, Huan would not worry about Duan Lingtian, since she was very confident in Duan Lingtian's strength. However, things were different today. Dugu Wu was a titled celestial emperor. He was not someone her brother Lingtian's opponents could compare to. Dugu Wu? The 100 Transformations Celestial Emperor? Does this mean the old man is Dugu Wu, the indestructible celestial emperor? Nan Lufeng looked at the old man standing opposite his teacher and Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, in shock when he heard Hu Mei's words. Nan Lufeng was brought here by his teacher. He only said he would help Su Lang, but he did not mention who his opponent was. Now that Hu Mei had spoken, Nan Lufeng finally knew who his teacher and Su Lang were facing. Who did Duan Lingtian offend? He actually hired these two murderous gods to kill him. Nan Lufeng could not help but click his tongue. Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu were so famous that even he had heard about them. Apart from that, he also knew that the price they charged was extremely high. Moreover, celestial crystals were not enough to tempt them. If one wanted them to help, they would have to offer something that could move them. Celestial crystals would only take up a portion of the price, but most of it had to be other precious items that were priceless. Zhang Yue. On the other side, Zhang Yue answered Dugu Wu's question calmly. Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor? Dugu Wu frowned before he asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" Zhang Yue, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, and Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, were close. As an assassin, he was very familiar with the relationships between titled celestial emperors in the boundless heaven. Chapter 3297. As titled celestial emperor assassins in the boundless heaven, Dugu Wu and Dugu Wen would not blindly accept anyone's orders. They would not hesitate to kill titled celestial emperors who did not have a powerful background or connections. However, they would not dare to kill titled celestial emperors like Su Lang, who had the support of a heaven-grade force like the Heavenly Pool Palace, for fear of angering the Heavenly Pool Palace. If they killed ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace, even if they were the most outstanding prodigious disciples, it would only anger the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled celestial emperor. However, if they killed a titled celestial emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace, it would be akin to challenging the authority of the Heavenly Pool Palace. If the Heavenly Pool Palace sent out all of its titled celestial emperors, it would be a disaster for them. Naturally, there were also some titled celestial emperors who did not dare to act recklessly. For example, Zhang Yue, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, was currently standing in front of Dugu Wu. Although Zhang Yue did not belong to any heaven-grade force, his elder brother was one of the top 3 titled celestial emperors in a heaven-grade force. Killing Zhang Yue would be akin to offending the titled celestial emperor. For this reason, Dugu Wu felt a headache coming on when he saw Zhang Yue. He was not in the mood to continue fighting. All he wanted to do was to retreat. However, Su Lang and Zhang Yue had no intention of letting him go. "Since you're here, stay," Su Lang said coldly. Then he joined forces with Zhang Yue to attack Dugu Wu. In the end, Dugu Wu was forced to reveal his true form. A tenacious heavenly bamboo that looked like a pillar that could support the heavens descended from the sky and met Su Lang and Zhang Yue head-on. Su Lang, "Zhang Yue, don't blame me for being rude if you continue to fight." In the end, the sullen Dugu Wu also became angry. He completely displayed his strength and turned the tables around. However, when he had turned the tables around, he didn't launch another attack. Instead, he took the opportunity to retreat, not daring to continue fighting. With his strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to fight Su Lang and Zhang Yue together. If he dragged the battle on, Su Lang might bring a titled celestial emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace to help him. At that time, even he would have to die. For this reason, he took the opportunity to flee. "Su Lang, that 7th disciple of yours is really a troublemaker. Even assassins like Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu are involved. Who exactly did he offend?" Zhang Yue looked at Su Lang and asked. "I don't know." As Su Lang shook his head, his expression turned slightly gloomy. Before his 7th disciple left, Duan Lingtian had communicated with him through voice transmission. For this reason, he knew his 7th disciple would not offend anyone in the boundless heaven apart from those from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The most suspicious person was the disciple of the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, Han Yunjin. However, as the saying goes, dirty linen should not be aired in public. Even though he suspected Han Yunjin, he did not tell Zhang Yue. "In that case, Dugu Wen went to chase after your 7th disciple?" Zhang Yue asked again. "Yes." Su Lang nodded. His eyes were filled with worry. Although his 7th disciple had said that he was confident before he left, he could not help but feel worried. After all, although his 7th disciple was strong, he was only comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor at most. However, Dugu Wen was not an ordinary celestial emperor. He was a titled celestial emperor. "Thank you for your help," It's time for us to return. Su Lang bade farewell to Zhang Yui before he led the three girls back to the heavenly pool palace. At this moment, he could not chase after Duan Lingtian even if he wanted to. Let's wait for little junior brother's message. He said he'll send us a message as soon as he's safe. When Wan'er said. Before Duan Lingtian left, he had told Su Lang and the others through voice transmission that he would send them a message as soon as he was safe. Although they wanted to ask about Duan Lingtian's situation, they were worried that Duan Lingtian would be distracted. If a titled celestial emperor were to chase after him, even a slight distraction could put him in a perilous situation. For this reason, even Huaner did not dare to rashly send a message to Duan Lingtian. She could only pray that her brother Lingtian was fine. In the boundless territory. Somewhere in the boundless territory. Brat, even if you've comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage, you still won't be able to escape from me. A young man moved as fast as a ghost. Although the person in front of him had traveled 2,000 miles in just a blink of an eye, he was still able to catch up to him. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between them continued to decrease. As expected of a titled celestial emperor. He's really fast. The young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian teleported again and again in order to avoid the young man's pursuit. His expression turned slightly solemn as he did so. It's about time. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. If you continue to flee, it'll take a long time for Duan Lingtian to catch up to you. If you ask your teacher, Su Lang, to stop Duan Lingtian for a while, the world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it was clear that Su Lang had been instructed by Duan Lingtian to stop Duan Lingtian. However, even Duan Lingtian would not expect Su Lang to ask Zhang Yui to help him stop Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Then, he stopped teleporting and turned around to look at the young man who had appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. You should have done this earlier. The youthful Duguwen looked at Duan Lingtian as a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. However, since you didn't cooperate, I won't leave your corpse intact. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was clear he had already treated Duan Lingtian as a dead man. You're just a flower in human form. How boastful of you. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently as a mocking smile appeared on his face. You're seeking death. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he moved. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body before it turned green. Vines shot out of his body and shot toward Duan Lingtian like angry dragons. As a titled celestial emperor, Duguwen was a 7 stars celestial emperor. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of wood was extremely domineering. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt an intense pressure weighing down on him. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel suffocated. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up, and with a thought, a silhouette condensed into form around him. Shockingly, it was a small tree. In the blink of an eye, that small tree grew rapidly and became a towering tree. At first glance, the tree resembled a pine tree. However, the branches and leaves on the tree were completely different. They looked more like willows grafted onto the tree. The pine willow divine tree? Duguwen narrowed his eyes when he saw the silhouette that appeared on Duan Lingtian. You're not human? That's not right. You're not the pine willow divine tree. It's the godly image avatar. In just a blink of an eye, Duguwen discovered Duan Lingtian's technique was the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree. In terms of grade, the pine willow divine tree was on par with the 100 colors flower. It was comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. Brat, so what if you have the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree? You're just a celestial lord. Even if you have a title, do you think you can fight a titled celestial emperor like me? Duguwen laughed in disdain, his tone filled with disdain. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At the same time, Duguwen's technique, the vines that were like raging dragons, swept across the sky and charged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to kill him immediately. Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm in the face of Dugu Wen's ferocious attack. After a while, a gray energy rose from his body and merged with the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. At the same time, a rainbow-colored sword ray swept out from his body and merged with the pine willow divine tree's godly image celestial body, causing the branches and leaves of the pine willow divine tree to turn colorful. Clear heaven's divine wood. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent out a surge of energy from the clear heaven's divine wood that merged with the godly image avatar of the pine willow divine tree. In an instant, the pine willow divine tree's godly image celestial body trembled and gradually solidified. In the end, it seemed to have turned into a real pine willow divine tree. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The branches and leaves of the pine willow divine tree shook violently, bringing with them a seven-colored light. The seven-colored light contained a sharp killing intent as it met the vines that were whizzing towards them. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as the branches of the pine willow divine tree collided with the vines formed by Dugu Wen's energy. Waves of shockwaves spread out, and small mushroom clouds bloomed one after another, looking incomparably resplendent. When the mushroom clouds collided with the shockwaves, a series of deafening explosions rang in the air as though Mars had collided with Earth. Boom! 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 A frightening energy ripple raged in the sky and spread down, causing the surrounding land to shake. It was as though an intense earthquake had occurred. At the same time, countless cracks appeared on the towering mountain between Duan Lingtian and Dugu Wen. After a while, the towering giant mountain shook for a while and directly collapsed. Like a high-rise building on Earth that was demolished by blasting, it fell to the ground one by one, raising a cloud of dust into the sky. I didn't expect you to be able to block my casual attack. Your attack is so powerful that it's comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary celestial emperor. When the huge mountain fell, Dugu Wen's exclamation resounded at the right time. Chapter 3298. Dugu Wen's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian's pine willow divine tree. Although he was impressed by Duan Lingtian's strength, it was not enough to threaten him. After all, he was a 7 stars celestial emperor and a titled celestial emperor. His strength was not something an ordinary celestial emperor could compare to. In fact, if he unleashed his full strength, even an ordinary celestial emperor would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that your strength is truly shocking. You should be proud of your strength as a mere celestial lord, Dugu Wen said as he looked at the pine willow divine tree. Dugu Wen looked at the pine willow divine tree in front of him and said to Duan Lingtian, who was controlling the pine willow divine tree, to fight him. Dugu Wen could not see Duan Lingtian at this moment since the pine willow divine tree looked more like a real pine willow divine tree instead of a godly image avatar. However, your little bit of strength is nothing in front of me, Dugu Wen. As soon as Dugu Wen's voice fell, he raised his hands, and a 7-feet-long spear appeared in his hands. It didn't match his appearance of a 10-years-old boy at all. Dugu Wen's spear had come out of his body. It was obvious he had kept it in his body before this. Dugu Wen's spear had to be an emperor-grade celestial weapon at the very least. You talk too much. Duan Lingtian's voice rang from the pine willow divine tree as soon as Dugu Wen took out his celestial weapon. He seemed to be provoking Dugu Wen. Dugu Wen narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of cold light as he emitted waves of coldness. You're seeking death, Dugu Wen said coldly. Then he shook the long spear in his hand. Waves of green energy surged out of the long spear and formed tens of thousands of green spear rays in the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The spear lights that filled the sky descended. Halfway through, it was as if water had condensed into ice. The jade-green spear lights that filled the sky actually transformed into a substantial jade-green bamboo spear. After turning into a green bamboo spear, the spear moved even faster. It was as though it could pierce through anything. Humph! Along with Dugu Wen's cold snort, apart from a portion of the bamboo spears that filled the sky that charged toward Duan Lingtian, The rest of the bamboo spears circled around and attacked Duanling Tian. The green bamboo spear, which had gone the furthest, circled to a place far behind Duanling Tian. Then it turned around and charged at Duanling Tian. To be more precise, they were charging towards the pine willow divine tree that Duanling Tian had conjured. Once his godly image Dharma body was destroyed, Duanling Tian would have to face the onslaught of bamboo spears. Rip, rip, rip. The sky was filled with green bamboo spears, and each of them carried a fierce power that seemed to be able to pierce through space. They came with a menacing momentum, as if they were going to pierce through Duanling Tian's heart with 10,000 spears. Brat, I'd like to see how you're going to block my attack. Dugu Wen sneered. I've used all the profundities from the law of wood that I've comprehended. Although I didn't use the combination profundity, no one below the level of a titled Celestial Emperor will be able to block my attack. Not only did Dugu Wen's attack contain all the profundities from the law of wood to the mastery stage, but he had also used his Emperor-grade celestial weapon, the spear in his hand. Duanling Tian's expression turned grim when he heard Dugu Wen's words. At the same time, he summoned the other 4 divine elements in his little world. Previously, he had borrowed the energy of the clear heavens divine wood from the 5 divine elements. It was also the reason why his pine willow divine tree's godly image Dharma body was so strong. Even so, it was still difficult for him to block Dugu Wen's attack earlier. At that moment, Dugu Wen's attack was incomparable to his previous attacks. Even he felt as if he could smell the scent of death at that moment. Come out! As soon as Duanling Tian asked the 4 divine elements for help, the world-cleansing divine water was the first to step forward and lend its energy to Duanling Tian. Swoosh! 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 After the world-cleansing divine water, the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth did not hesitate to lend their energy to Duanling Tian as well. In terms of time spent with Duanling Tian, the world-cleansing divine water and the clear heavens divine wood could not compare to them. Now that Duanling Tian needed their help, it was only natural that they did not hesitate to lend their strength to him. Brat, kill him! The chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in the air. Now that it was residing in Duanling Tian's body, it had already tasted the sweetness of its transformation. In the long history of heaven and earth, not many chaos divine earths were able to transform from the 3rd form to the 6th form in just a month. However, the chaos divine earth had done it. This was all thanks to Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian's fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, if it was another host, he would be considered lucky to be able to transform into the 4th form. So what if he's a titled Celestial Emperor? How can a mere titled Celestial Emperor stand in the way of someone who has been acknowledged by the 5 divine elements? The profound divine metal scoffed. One has to step on the corpses of gods to become a supreme powerhouse. Similarly, one has to step on the corpses of titled Celestial Emperors in the Devata realms to become a god. The chaos divine flame chimed in. In just a blink of an eye, the energy of the 4 divine elements merged with the 7-colored pine willow divine tree and merged with the energy of the clear heavens divine wood. However, since the pine willow divine tree had merged with the 7-colored 7 orifices exquisite sword, the 5 divine elements' energy could not be seen with the naked eye. The energy of the 5 divine elements was shrouded by the energy of the pine willow divine tree. The godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree was formed by Duanling Tian by refining the vitality of a real pine willow divine tree. After the clear heavens divine wood merged with the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree, it was no different from the real pine willow divine tree. Swoosh! 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 The emerald bamboo spears that covered the sky tore through the sky towards Duanling Tian, and they were like numerous green threads that flashed past as if they wanted to penetrate Duanling Tian's body and leave behind a corpse that was riddled with holes. You said no one below the level of a titled Celestial Emperor would be able to withstand your attack? Duanling Tian sneered disdainfully from the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree. Shameless boasting! Today, I, the Celestial Emperor, will show you that even I can easily withstand your boastful attack. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the branches of the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree began to dance again. Swoosh! At this moment, Huang the sword soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword, appeared next to Duan Lingtian. Her seven-colored celestial robe flashed, and she transformed into a seven-colored ray of light that merged with the pine willow divine tree. In just a blink of an eye, the seven orifices exquisite sword that had merged with the pine willow divine tree became much more powerful. A divine artifact with and without an artifact soul were two completely different concepts. Dugu Wen narrowed his eyes when he saw Huang transforming into a seven-colored ray of light that merged with the pine willow divine tree and the seven orifices exquisite sword. An artifact soul? No, it's not an artifact soul. If it's not an artifact soul, then it's an artifact soul? This brat's weapon is a divine artifact. Dugu Wen was certain Duan Lingtian's weapon was not an emperor-grade celestial weapon, but a divine artifact with an artifact soul. I didn't expect I'd be so lucky to obtain a divine artifact. Dugu Wen laughed heartily. It was as though Duan Lingtian's divine artifact was already in his possession. However, the smile on his face quickly froze. This was because his attacks had all landed on the pine willow divine tree. They clashed with the dancing branches of the pine willow divine tree. It was like an army of thousands of men and horses clashing. The smile on Dugu Wen's face froze for no reason other than the fact that the pine willow godly tree was able to shatter a bamboo spear with every swing of its branches. Bang! 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 Although the bamboo spears in the sky were ferocious, they were shattered by the willow branches when they reached the vicinity of the pine willow divine tree. Not a single one was spared. In just a blink of an eye, more than half of the bamboo spears were destroyed. How's this possible? Dugu Wen was shocked when he saw this. At the same time, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. His divine artifact. It's definitely not an ordinary divine artifact. Dugu Wen attributed Duan Lingtian's strength to the divine artifact that Duan Lingtian was using. He could not figure out what other tricks Duan Lingtian had up his sleeves. Duan Lingtian's strength had been fully displayed to Dugu Wen. He had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, his godly image celestial body, and his divine artifact. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful divine artifact. However, it's an insult for you to use such a powerful divine artifact. Dugu Wen sneered. It won't be long before this divine artifact will belong to me. I have to admit that the strength you've displayed with this divine artifact is truly shocking. However, it all ends here now. As Dugu Wen spoke, his eyes flashed coldly. The emperor-grade celestial weapon in his hand shook violently as it emitted a terrifying aura. Beams of green light shot out from Dugu Wen's body. Thousands of them looked like green ribbons. A powerful aura surged out of Dugu Wen's body. Now, I'll show you the profundity of combining profundities from the law of space. Although you've comprehended one of the four supreme laws, the law of space, and all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, you're still far from comprehending the profundity of combining profundities from the law of space. However, now that you've met me, you're destined to never comprehend the profundity of combining profundities from the law of space. Dugu Wen's voice was filled with indifference. It was as though he was talking to a dead person. Dugu Wen was gathering his strength to make a move. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's godly image celestial body from the pine willow divine tree destroyed the bamboo spears that were attacking him. Chapter 3300. Comprehending all profundities to the mastery stage was not the end of one's comprehension of profundities. In fact, when a person comprehended all the profundities of a law to the profound realm, it was only the beginning to a certain extent. When a person comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage, they would still have to work together like 1 + 1 = 2. However, if one grasped the mysteries of the combination of laws and profundities, the combination of two laws and profundities would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. At the very least, it would be equivalent to 1 + 1 = 3, and the increase in power would be even greater. For example, the 100-variant celestial emperor, Dugu Wen, had not comprehended all the profundities from the law of wood to the mastery stage before he became a celestial emperor. However, not long after he became a celestial emperor, he managed to comprehend all the profundities from the law of wood to the mastery stage. After that, he began to study the combination profundities from the law of wood. For example, his greatest achievement in the law of wood was to perfectly fuse the vine profundities, the twining profundities, and the regenerative profundities. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, the streaks of green light that resembled ribbons that whistled out of Dugu Zhangwen's body quickly condensed into long vines. They were like gigantic pythons that whistled out toward Duanling Tian. Brat, have a taste of my combination of 3 profundities from the law of wood. Dugu Wen sneered as he looked at the pine willow divine tree in the distance, which had just shattered his attack. Naturally, his words were not directed at the pine willow divine tree. The pine willow divine tree was only a godly image phenomenon. Dugu Wen's words were directed at Duanling Tian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Vines that resembled giant pythons shot out from Dugu Wen's body continuously as though they would never stop. The vines tore through the air and swept over in all directions. They seemed to cover the sky and the sun, causing the surrounding area to fall into darkness. Fused profundities? Duanling Tian, who was inside the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree, turned solemn when he heard Dugu Wen's words and saw Dugu Wen's technique. Previously, when Huang Xiaolong had comprehended all the profundities of space law to major completion, he had used his Supreme Master's Godhead to continue evolving the space law profundities. He had confirmed that reaching major completion in space law profundities was not the end. Later on, Duanling Tian communicated with the world-cleansing divine water and learned that after comprehending all the profundities of the law of space to the mastery stage, there would be a higher level of comprehension. It was the combination of different powers Upanishads. It was called the fused power Upanishad. Of course, fused profundities referred to the fusion of profundities from a certain law. It could be the fusion of 2 profundities, 3 profundities, or even 4 profundities. The most powerful aspect of comprehending the profundities of a law was to fuse the 8 profundities of a law together. In the Devata realms, nobody was able to do that. Let alone in the Devata realms, even in the realms of gods, it was rare for someone to be able to do that. Those who were able to do that were the cream of the crop in the realms of gods. Those who were able to comprehend the 4 supreme laws to such a level were able to fuse 8 profundities of a law together and become a supreme powerhouse. The further one cultivates, the harder it is to fuse profundities of a law together. In the Devata realms, it's extremely rare for someone to be able to fuse 4 profundities of a law together. Even the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms are not able to fuse 4 profundities of a law together. Even so, the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms would usually be able to fuse 3 profundities of a law together. For this reason, they're much stronger than ordinary titled celestial emperors. For an ordinary titled celestial emperor like Dugu Wen, he's considered quite strong if he's able to fuse 3 profundities of a law together. If he's able to fuse 2 profundities of the law of wood together and become a 10 directions celestial emperor, he'll definitely be one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the boundless heaven. Duanling Tian was aware of this as well. As Duanling Tian's thoughts raced through his mind, the python-like vines that had fused 3 profundities of the law of wood together had already reached Duanling Tian's pine willow divine tree. Humph! Duanling Tian's eyes turned cold as he scoffed inwardly. At the same time, the pine willow divine tree's branches began to sway again. Bang! 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 Another series of explosions rang in the air as the 7 colored branches of the pine willow divine tree collided with the python-like vines. In the beginning, the vines were all broken apart. However, in the blink of an eye, they were completely healed. At the same time, they began to coil around the willow branches and tie them together. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian's godly image phenomenon from the pine willow divine tree did not only fail to destroy the vines, but they were also bound by the vines, rendering them immobile. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. However, at this moment, The green ribbons in Dugu Zheng's body continued to sweep out and transformed into numerous python-like vines that whistled towards Duanling Tian. So this is the power of fused profundities? It's just the fusion of 3 profundities, but it's much more powerful than the 7 chaotic profundities from the Law of Wood that Dugu Wen had cast earlier. Moreover, this isn't Dugu Wen's full strength. He hasn't used the other 5 profundities from the Law of Wood yet. Even if those 5 powers Upanishads haven't fused and are in a mess, when they are used together with the 3 powers Upanishads, they are enough to kill me easily. Duanling Tian, who was standing in the Pine Willow Divine Image's Pine Willow Divine Image, had a solemn expression on his face. In the past, he had only heard about how terrifying fused profundities were. Although he had seen titled celestial emperors in action, he had witnessed how his teacher, Su Lang, and Laying, the merciless celestial emperor, fought against Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, in the prodigy arena. However, he was only a bystander at that time. Moreover, the 2 titled celestial emperors were so fast that he did not realize how terrifying their techniques were. Now that Duanling Tian had personally witnessed the might of a titled celestial emperor, he finally understood how terrifying a titled celestial emperor was. Not only were titled celestial emperors powerful, but their comprehension of the profundities from the law was also superior to ordinary celestial emperors. Brat, you're just a mere celestial lord, but you're able to force me, a 7 stars celestial emperor, to use the fusion of 3 profundities. Dugu Wen's voice was indifferent. Dugu Wen was still shocked by Duanling Tian's strength, even though he thought Duanling Tian had relied on his Devata artifact. After you die, I will let the divine artifact in your hands shine with its true glory. Based on Dugu Wen's words, it was clear that not only did he think Duanling Tian would die, but he also thought Duanling Tian's Devata artifact was already his. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The vines whistled out one after another as they pounced at Duanling Tian like numerous frenzied pythons. Caused Duanling Tian to feel the pressure increase greatly. Swoosh, swoosh. Along with a series of soft sounds, bursts of vigorous vitality suddenly extended from the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly aspect spell body. Now that the life force was present, its life force rose, causing many willow branches to extend from the Pine Willow Divine Tree. They attacked with all their might, blocking the python-like vines that were whizzing towards them. Let's see how many more willow branches you can stretch out. Seeing that Duanling Tian was still stubbornly resisting, Duanling Tian smiled coldly. After a wave of vines entangled the wave of willow branches, green ribbons once again shot out from his body, turning into vines and attacking Duanling Tian. It was like there was no end to it. Little Tian, the divine tree of life will only be able to help you grow more than 100 willow branches at most. However, I don't see him using any profundities from the Law of Wood. I'm sure he's planning to kill you with just the 3 profundities from the Law of Wood. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. This is your chance. If he's using any other profundities from the Law of Wood, you won't have much confidence in killing him. However, I dare not say I'm confident, but I'm sure you'll be able to kill him. The world-cleansing divine water said. Now I'm ready. Based on the world-cleansing divine water's words, it was clear she had been preparing for something. Good. Inside the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar, Duanling Tian's eyes flashed before his expression turned cold. In that case, let's begin. With just a thought, Duanling Tian's space energy surged before he cast the transportation profundity. Then, he sent the 2 behemoths in his small world behind Dugu Wen. Roar! Roar! Duanling Tian was looking at the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar with a cold expression on his face. He was certain he would be able to kill Duanling Tian when 2 loud roars rang in the air. Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically. In fact, he had already noticed something was amiss when he heard the 2 loud roars. Before he could react, 2 deafening roars rang in the air. Although he was a titled celestial emperor and had seen many things in his life, he could not help but tremble in fear. Boom! Rumble! Just as the green ribbons that shot out from Dugu Wen's body trembled, and he was about to leave his original spot, the two forces that had fused together landed on his body like a cannonball that could destroy the world. Although Duanling Tian's purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon rose up in time, it still dimmed under the force of the attack. Chapter 3301. At this moment, the two behemoths behind Dugu 1 were none other than the two Ning dragons. Previously, in the genius secret realm in the Jade Emperor Heavens, Nan Do territory, Huaner had made a pact with the two Ning dragons to bring them out of the genius secret realm. For this reason, the Ning dragons had allowed Duanling Tian and the others to enter God's secret treasure in advance. In the end, with the help of the world-cleansing divine water, the two Ning dragons were willing to follow Duanling Tian for the time being. When the time came, Duanling Tian would have to return the favor to them. If they join forces and unleash their full strength, their attack is comparable to the full-strength attack of an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. However, they can only unleash such an attack 3 times at most. The world-cleansing divine water's words rang in Duanling Tian's ears. For this reason, after the two Ning dragons injured Duanling Tian did not hesitate. He leaped into the air with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of swords whistling could be heard as beams of rainbow-colored sword radiance fell like a rain of swords, cutting off the willow branches and vines that were wrapped around the pine willow divine tree. Under normal circumstances, with Dugu Wen's fused profundity, the vines would be able to heal themselves and continue to bind the willow branches. However, the current situation was not normal at all. Dugu Wen was injured. Moreover, he was severely injured. Barf! Duanling Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. When he regained his senses, he saw Duanling Tian had already severed the vines. Duanling Tian's expression darkened as he glared at Duanling Tian coldly. Brat, you tricked me. Now, if he still couldn't react, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. Swoosh! At the same time, Dugu Wen's figure flashed, and he dodged the attacks of the two Ning dragons. However, just as he moved, the willow branches of the pine willow divine tree broke free from the restraints and followed him like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a cage and trapped Dugu Wen within. Withdraw! Duanling Tian's gaze turned cold. The willow branches of the pine willow divine tree wrapped around Dugu Wen and pulled him back. In the end, Dugu Wen stood motionless in the air. The pine willow divine tree's avatar was pulled to its limit, and it flew towards Dugu Wen. Attack! The world-cleansing divine water's voice entered Duanling Tian and the Ning dragon's ears almost simultaneously, causing them to tremble slightly. Following that, the two Ning dragons flew out as fast as they could. Once again, they joined forces and launched an all-out attack. A terrifying power swept out and swept towards Dugu Wen, who was trapped in the willow branches of the pine tree. No! Dugu Wen stood on the spot and gathered his strength. Just as he was about to break through the pine willow divine tree's encirclement, he was met with the full force of the two Ning dragons. Boom! Rumble! With a series of explosions, Dugu Wen, who had not been able to break free in time, received another attack from the two Ning dragons while he was heavily injured. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was covered in blood, making him look quite ferocious. Damn it! A mere celestial lord actually forced me, Dugu Wen, to such a state. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Dugu Wen was completely enraged. In just a blink of an eye, Dugu Wen's body swayed before he transformed into a thread and easily broke free from the pine willow divine tree's encirclement. This was one of the 100 transformations Dugu Wen could perform as 100 colors flower. You're finally out? Dugu Wen thought he had successfully escaped from the pine willow divine tree's encirclement, but he saw Duanling Tian waiting outside. Brat, without the pine willow divine tree, you won't be a match for me even if I'm severely injured. In just a blink of an eye, the thread transformed into a young man who stared at Duanling Tian coldly. At the same time, he brandished his emperor-grade celestial weapon and charged toward Duanling Tian. He knew he had to kill Duanling Tian as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the pine willow divine tree's willow branches and the Ning dragons arrived, he would definitely die with his severely injured body. Dugu Wen felt extremely humiliated. He was a titled celestial emperor, and yet, he was forced into such a state by a mere celestial lord. Needless to say, he knew the celestial lord before him was not an ordinary celestial lord. Putting aside the pine willow divine tree godly image phenomenon, just the two Ning dragons alone were comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian's injuries were caused by the two Ning dragons. Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see how you're going to fight me without the two Ning dragons and the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon, Dugu Wen said as he stepped forward. His celestial origin energy swirled around his spear as he unleashed all the profundities he had comprehended from the Law of Wood. The three profundities from the Law of Wood were the first to charge at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they had transformed into pythons as they charged at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Dugu Wen was also able to unleash the other profundities from the Law of Wood. With your injuries, your celestial origin energy is only comparable to an ordinary celestial lord at most. It's not enough to kill me. Faced with Dugu Wen who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian did not dodge at all. There was a sneer on the corner of his mouth as he charged forward. The seven orifices exquisite sword in his hand moved and merged with his body. In the next moment, when the seven orifices exquisite sword appeared again, he opened his mouth and spat out a seven-colored sword ray that carried 5 extremely powerful forces towards Dugu Wen. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attack was so close that Dugu Wen could clearly sense the energy of the 5 elemental laws contained in the attack. Boom! Rumble! However, before Dugu Wen could even react, Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword ray had already destroyed his 2 waves of attacks, as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. There was no doubt that Dugu Wen's comprehension of the Law of Wood was powerful. However, no matter how powerful the profundities were, they still required celestial origin energy to activate. Currently, Dugu Wen's celestial origin energy was extremely weak. His celestial origin energy was, at most, comparable to Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Under such circumstances, even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, he was still no match for Dugu Wen. Their celestial origin energies were similar, and their comprehension of the profundities from the law of space was similar. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was much stronger than Dugu Wen. Under such circumstances, one could easily imagine who was stronger and who was weaker. Dugu Wen thought this was the reason he had tried his best to kill Duan Lingtian even though he was severely injured. In his opinion, as long as he killed Duan Lingtian, he would have a chance to live. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength was not as simple as someone who had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. He has 5 divine elements. This was the only thought in Dugu Wen's mind before he died. As soon as Duan Lingtian's attack destroyed Dugu Wen's attack, Dugu Wen was certain Duan Lingtian's sword contained the energy of the 5 divine elements. Furthermore, it was the power of the 5 divine elements. Furthermore, those 5 divine elements were all in very different forms. Phew! After killing Dugu Wen, Duan Lingtian heaved a long sigh of relief. I only revealed the 5 divine elements at the very last moment. It's impossible for him to have spread the news in such a short time. Duan Lingtian had indeed guessed correctly. Dugu Wen had only discovered Duan Lingtian had the 5 divine elements before he died. However, while Dugu Wen was escaping from the pine willow divine tree's willow branches, he sent several voice transmissions to Dugu Wu. Brother Wu, I might die in this brat's hands. I was too careless. I didn't expect him to possess a powerful Devata artifact that contains an artifact soul and 2 Ning dragons whose combined strength is comparable to a titled celestial emperor. I'm heavily injured by the Ning dragons. I only have a chance of survival if I kill him. If I don't kill him, I'll definitely die. If I kill him, I might be killed by the Ning dragons as well. Come here as soon as possible. Before Dugu Wen made his move against Duan Lingtian, he sent a few more messages to Dugu Wu. Let's go! After killing Dugu Wen, Duan Lingtian took Dugu Wen's spatial ring. Then, He summoned the two Ning dragons back to his little world before he teleported away. Although he was certain Dugu Wan would not have spread the news about him possessing the 5 divine elements, Dugu Wu must have known Dugu Wen's whereabouts. However, Dugu Wu definitely knew that Dugu Wen had made a move against him here, and he was most likely on his way here right now. Even if his teacher, Su Lang, wanted to stall for time, he wouldn't be able to do so for long. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's first thought after killing Dugu Wan was to flee as far as he could. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not forget to send a few messages to Huan Su Lang, and the others to let them know he was safe. I'm fine now. You all should return to the Heavenly Pool Palace first. I'll go back first, Duan Lingtian said to Huan and the others. When Huan and the others received Duan Lingtian's message on their way back to the Heavenly Pool Palace, they heaved a sigh of relief. Prior to this, they had remained silent throughout the journey. Their hearts had been heavy. However, now that they knew Duan Lingtian had escaped, they felt as though a huge rock had been lifted from their chests. Little junior brother, how did you escape? Hu Mei asked curiously. I killed him. Naturally, I was free. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not only responding to Hu Mei's question, but he was also responding to Su Lang and Huan who had asked the same question. Huan was the only one who did not ask. Hu Mei, Su Lang, and Huan were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian said he had killed Dugu Wan? Was that possible? Meanwhile, Dugu Wu, who was rushing towards the location where Dugu Wan and Duan Lingtian were fighting, suddenly seemed to have noticed something. He abruptly stopped moving and looked at the soul pearl fragment that appeared out of thin air in his hand. His expression abruptly changed. Little Brother One. Chapter 3302. Not many people knew that Dugu Wu's true form, the tenacious heavenly bamboo, and Dugu Wen's true form, the 100-color flower, had grown together. They had supported each other for so long that they were even closer to each other than brothers. However, Dugu Wan was dead. Ah! Dugu Wu's celestial origin energy surged out of his body as profundities surged out of his body. He did not hold back at all as he charged toward the location Dugu Wan had told him about. However, when Dugu Wu arrived at the location, he could not see anyone at all. It was a complete mess. Dugu Wu extended his divine consciousness to search the area, but he did not find anything. Duan Lingtian. Dugu Wu's wizened face was particularly ferocious at this moment. His grayish-white hair fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. Little Brother One, don't worry. I'll avenge you. A hint of hatred flashed in Dugu Wu's eyes. Although he hated Duan Lingtian, he was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. He did not expect a mere celestial lord to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Was Duan Lingtian still human? If Little Brother One is not mistaken, his Devata artifact would be a top-tier Devata artifact even in the realms of gods. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to grant him such strength. Greed surged in Dugu Wu's eyes, and he couldn't stop himself. Little did he know that when he was fighting Duan Lingtian, he had forgotten about the Devata artifact in Duan Lingtian's possession. When he saw the power of the 5 divine elements, he realized he had overestimated the power of Duan Lingtian's Devata artifact. At that moment, Dugu Wan finally realized something. The reason Duan Lingtian's Pine Willow Divine Tree was so powerful was not because of the Devata artifact in Duan Lingtian's possession, but because of the 5 divine elements' power. Naturally, Dugu Wan only found out about this before he died. He did not even have time to send a message to Dugu Wu. For this reason, Dugu Wu was unaware of this. Humph! It was highly likely that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace. I'll go to the Heavenly Pool Palace and see if I can find him. Although Dugu Wan had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, he was confident in his own strength. His strength was not something that Dugu Wan could compare to. In fact, if Duan Lingtian fought with him, as long as he didn't hold back, Dugu Wan would die much faster than fighting with Duan Lingtian. After leaving the place where Duan Lingtian had killed Dugu Wan, he took a huge detour and returned from the other side of the Heavenly Pool Palace. He didn't dare to walk in a straight line. Because of this, he successfully avoided Dugu Wan. Although the Supreme Godhead has the fusion profundity to evolve the law of space, I can't figure it out at all. It seems like it has something to do with my cultivation. Duan Lingtian guessed. He still remembered that when he was still a celestial duke, he could not advance any further after comprehending all the profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Even the Supreme Godhead did not help him advance any further. It was only when he became a celestial lord that he managed to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage with the help of the Supreme Godhead. Based on my previous experience, perhaps I'll be able to comprehend the fusion profundity from the law of space with the help of the Supreme Godhead after I become a celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian asked for the world-cleansing divine water's opinion as he speculated. That should be the case. The world-cleansing divine water's answer was simple. At the very least, I haven't seen anyone below the celestial emperor realm being able to comprehend the fusion profundity from the law of space. Perhaps it's limited by the laws of heaven and earth. The world-cleansing divine water's answer was similar to Duan Lingtian's speculation. Don't focus on comprehending the law of space. Focus on your cultivation and raise your cultivation base as soon as possible. The world-cleansing divine water suggested. Duan Lingtian nodded. Compared to when he was still in the Jade Emperor heaven, he had only become a 5-element celestial lord. There was still a long way to go for a 5-element celestial lord to become a celestial emperor. After returning to the heavenly pool palace, I'll think of a way to raise my cultivation base as soon as possible so that I can comprehend the fusion profundity from the law of space as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian had witnessed the might of the fusion profundity during his battle with Dugu I. Moreover, that's only the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wood. The might of the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wood is much stronger than when he unleashes all his profundities without the fusion profundities. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had an inexplicable obsession with fusing the profundities from the law of space. After all, Duan Lingtian had been chased by Dugu I for a long time and had taken a long detour to return to the heavenly pool palace. For this reason, it took Duan Lingtian 3 months to return to the heavenly pool palace. When they arrived near the heavenly pool palace, Duan Lingtian even asked Su Lang to personally welcome them. However, Su Lang did not come out. Instead, he asked Lei Ying to accompany him. Under normal circumstances, Duan Lingtian would not have asked Lei Ying to help him. However, with Duan Lingtian's relationship with Huan even if Lei Ying did not give Su Lang face, she would still have to give Huan face. Huan position in Lei Ying's heart was not inferior to her son. Lei Jun Huan was a divine beast, the 1,000 Phantoms ice fox. As long as she did not die prematurely, she would have a bright future ahead of her. Lei Ying, naturally, knew the benefits of having a good relationship with someone like Huan. Thank you, Pavilion Master Lei Ying. After returning to the heavenly pool palace with Su Lang and Lei Ying, Duan Lingtian thanked Lei Ying profusely before they parted ways. There's no need to thank me. Lei Ying smiled faintly. If you're free, you should come to my place to cultivate. The environment there isn't any worse than Su Lang's place. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. After Lei Ying left, Duan Lingtian followed Su Lang back to the cultivation place under Su Lang's tutelage. Soon after, Su Lang brought him to his own cultivation place. When Duan Lingtian entered the main hall of Su Lang's cultivation place, he discovered Huan and his senior brothers and sisters were present as well. Even his second senior brother, Lu Ji, was present. Brother Lingtian. Although Huan had mentally prepared herself for this, she could not help but run up to Duan Lingtian and throw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms when she saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian hugged Huan tightly as well. He could clearly feel Huan rapid heartbeat. Silly girl, I'm fine now. Duan Lingtian patted Huan back comfortingly. After a while, he finally pushed Huan away. At this moment, he discovered that the gazes of everyone in the hall were on him, causing him to feel slightly embarrassed. Before you returned, I've asked them to investigate this matter, Su Lang said. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, some time ago, someone saw Han Yunjin walking together with Lei Ying's son, Lei Jun. If the two of them joined forces, they might be able to offer something that would tempt Dugu I and Dugu Wu. Before Duan Ling Tian returned, not only did Su Lang not stay idle, but he also sent a few of his disciples to investigate and found some suspicious things. Lei Jun. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly as he looked at Huan Er. Lei Jun was Lei Ying's only son and second disciple. He was ranked ahead of Huan Er in terms of seniority and was considered her senior brother. Yes, Su Lang nodded. At this moment, Hu Mei said, "Little junior brother, there's something you don't know. Lei Jun and Han Yun Jin aren't close. No one has seen them walking together before. However, when we went to the title temple, several people saw them walking together. Of course, they didn't do it in public. If we hadn't investigated this matter, we wouldn't have found out about this." Hu Mei said, "Why would two people who weren't close to each other suddenly walk together?" Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was naturally able to discern that this was a very suspicious point. However, in his impression, he didn't seem to have any enmity with Lei Jun, right? "I don't think Lei Jun and I have no enmity with each other. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't join forces with Han Yun Jin to kill me, right?" Duan Ling Tian said. "That's true." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, opened his mouth. The pair of beady eyes on his fat face narrowed. "Little junior brother, sometimes it's not because you have a conflict with him that he wants to kill you. There can be many reasons to hate a person. For example, just like me, I can kill you because I'm jealous that you're better looking than me. Of course, this kind of situation happens more often to women." Hong Fei said. "Sixth senior brother, what are you trying to say?" Duan Ling Tian asked bluntly. "Before you returned, fourth senior sister and Huan Er had returned to the merciless Celestial Emperor's residence a few times. Twice, they met Lei Jun," Hong Fei said as he looked at his fourth senior sister, when Huan Er, before he continued. "According to fourth senior sister, although Lei Jun tries to suppress his emotions in front of her, she can tell that he likes Huan Er from the way he looks at her. Now, you should know what I'm trying to say, right?" A hint of coldness flashed in Hong Fei's eyes when he finished speaking. Naturally, Hong Fei's gaze was not directed at Duan Ling Tian, but at Lei Jun. "Is that so?" Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Hong Fei's words. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Hong Fei in disdain. If Lei Jun really liked Huan Er, he did have a motive to kill Duan Ling Tian. After all, Huan Er had always acted like they were glued to each other. If Lei Jun really liked Huan Er, he would not allow Duan Ling Tian to be by her side. Although Duan Ling Tian was not that kind of man, he could understand what kind of man Lei Jun was. End of chapter. Chapter 3303. During this time, second senior brother, third senior sister, sixth junior brother, and I have also been asking around. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's fifth senior brother, Ouyang Chi Fei, added, "A few days before Dugu Wan and Dugu Wu intercepted you, Lei Jun had gone to Han Yun Jin's cultivation place to look for her. During that time, someone saw them leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate together. We suspect that they went to find Dugu Wan and Dugu Wu at that time. Not long after they returned, Dugu Wan and Dugu Wu made their move. How can there be such a coincidence?" Ouyang Chi Fei said. "Unfortunately, we don't have any evidence. Even if we're 100% certain they're behind this, we can't use the Heavenly Pool Palace's punishment to deal with them." Hong Fei usually had a smile on his chubby face, but at this moment, his expression was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. Second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally found out that his senior brothers and senior sisters had been racking their brains to investigate this matter for him during this period of time. His heart trembled when he heard this, and he felt a warmth in his heart. Teacher hasn't been idle as well. During this time, he tried to sound out Pavilion Master Lei Ying. He even went to look for her to pick you up today. Hu Mei looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Based on teacher's observation, it seems like Pavilion Master Lei Ying doesn't know about this." "Of course she doesn't," Su Lang said. "If Lei Ying knew about this and supported Lei Jun's actions, he wouldn't have gone to Han Yun Jin to ask Dugu Wan and Dugu Wu for help." "That's right." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He agreed with Su Lang's words. If Lei Ying knew about this, She would have stopped Lei Jun otherwise. She would have helped Lei Jun. With Lei Ying's help, Lei Jun would not have exposed his intention to kill Han Yunjin. Lei Jun went to Han Yunjin because he didn't have enough money to ask Dugu Wan and Dugu Wu for help. Therefore, he went to Han Yunjin to ask for help from Dugu Wan and Dugu Wu. Lei Jun, Han Yunjin. A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Big brother Lingtian. I'm going to ask Lei Ying for an explanation. At this moment, Huan said in a deep voice. She finally understood why when Huan wanted to follow her to the cultivation place under Lei Ying's tutelage. However, after listening to their explanation, she finally understood why when Huan wanted to follow her to the cultivation place under Lei Ying's tutelage. When she learned that Lei Jun was the one who hired the assassins, her eyes flashed with fury. Her celestial origin energy surged out of her body. If Lei Jun was here, she probably wouldn't be able to control herself. Huan don't be rash. Duan Lingtian grabbed her hand to stop her. Big brother Lingtian, he wants to kill you. Even so, her voice was so gloomy that it felt like it could drip water from it at any moment. Huan was usually very gentle in front of Duan Lingtian. This was the first time she had lost her composure like this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not blame her for losing her composure. After all, he knew she had done this for him. Huan we don't have any evidence. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Moreover, we don't have any evidence. Even if we did, we'd still need to discuss how to deal with this matter. Rashly showing up here will only alert them. It's useless. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Huan again. Huan I know where your father is imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Your mother is most likely imprisoned there as well. Now is the time for you to fall out with Lei Ying and her son. Your identity as Lei Ying's disciple will be very useful in rescuing your parents. Duan Lingtian persuaded Huan Big brother Lingtian, although I really want to save my parents, I can't ignore the harm Lei Jun has caused you. Huan said in a low voice. Don't worry, I'll think of a way to deal with Lei Jun and Han Yunjin. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Little junior brother. Hume looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in her eyes. How did you manage to break free earlier? You didn't really kill Dugu Wen, did you? As she finished asking, the gaze Hume looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with dense bewilderment. What? Third senior sister? Don't you believe me? Duan Lingtian asked helplessly. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that this is too unbelievable. Hume smiled bitterly. At the same time, Su Lang and Duan Lingtian's 3 senior brothers and senior sister turned to look at Duan Lingtian. He's strong, but he's also careless. I'll summon the 2 celestial Emperor Ning dragons from my little world and send them to his back. Then, with the help of the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image phenomenon in the training ground for titled celestial lords in the Title Temple, I killed him. Duan Lingtian shrugged as he recounted the story he had prepared beforehand. Naturally, this was the only story he could come up with. First of all, even if some people were jealous of the 2 Ning dragons, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, it was difficult to snatch the 2 Ning dragons. Secondly, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image phenomenon was not something they could snatch. Celestial Emperor Ning dragons? The Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image phenomenon. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, everyone, including Su Lang, felt as though they were listening to a heavenly book. Finally, Duan Lingtian said, It seems like teacher, senior brothers, and senior sisters want to see it as well. In that case, I'll go out and show it to them. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he walked out of the room. Huan naturally, followed Duan Lingtian out of the hall. She hugged Duan Lingtian's arm as they left Su Lang's cultivation ground. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian brought Huan to a distant place. With just a thought, he summoned the 2 Ning dragons from his little world. Teacher. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Su Lang and asked, Why don't you give it a try? Su Lang narrowed his eyes when he saw the 2 Ning dragons. Then he said, Old Seventh, I know a thing or two about Ning dragons, Based on your Ning dragons, they're at most 3 talents or 4 phenomenon celestial emperors, right? Are these 2 Ning dragons strong enough to kill Dugu 1? Su Lang was skeptical. Teacher, why don't you give it a try? Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Teacher, why don't you give it a try? I'd like to see the strength of little junior brother's Ning dragons as well, Hong Fei urged. Hong Fei urged, as if he was watching a good show and didn't mind blowing things up. Swoosh! Su Lang did not hesitate. In just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a sword. The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Teacher, I'm ready. Hong Fei reminded Su Lang. Then, Duan Lingtian ordered the 2 Ning dragons to attack Su Lang. Roar! Roar! 2 deafening roars reverberated in the air as Duan Lingtian teleported the 2 Ning dragons behind Su Lang. Then they joined forces to attack. Su Lang immediately regained his senses and retreated in a fluster. However, the 2 Ning dragons' attacks had already reached him. In the end, he had no choice but to defend himself with all his might. However, Su Lang had been too hasty in his attack. Even though he had used his full strength to neutralize the attacks of the 2 Ning dragons, he was still sent flying into the distance. He cut a sorry figure. Naturally, this was also why he had been careless despite Duan Lingtian's warning. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. How powerful! When the 2 Ning dragons collided with Su Lang, a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Although the onlookers had formed a protective barrier with their celestial origin energies, they could still feel the shockwave from the shockwave. Teacher, you're too careless. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and put away the 2 Ning dragons. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he condensed the godly image celestial body of the Pine Willow Divine Tree and enveloped his entire body. Pine Willow Divine Tree. I remember that Fan Chi, who was killed by little junior brother, was Han Yun Jin's junior brother. He was a Pine Willow Divine Tree, right? Hu Mei, Wan, and Hong Fei looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At that time, I felt that little junior brother's method of dealing with Fan Chi's main body was too simple and too direct. Now that I look at it, there is a deeper meaning behind it. When Hu Mei saw the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image Dharma body, she couldn't help but ask Duan Lingtian, Little junior brother, your Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image Dharma body was condensed after you killed Fan Chi, right? Yes. As Duan Lingtian nodded his head, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar gradually faded away until it completely disappeared. Hu Mei said with a sigh, So, Fan Chi's death actually helped you achieve your goal. However, I'm afraid he didn't expect you to be able to defeat him. Not only that, but you were also able to use his main body to condense the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image Dharma body. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have dared to challenge you to a deathmatch even if someone held a knife to his neck. Hu Mei's eyes shone brightly as she continued to say, I really didn't expect there would be another person who's capable of killing a titled celestial emperor after eldest senior sister. Eldest senior sister? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hu Mei mention the great senior sister again. He was shocked by Hu Mei's words. He had not even met eldest senior sister, but she was capable of killing a titled celestial emperor. Chapter 3304. In the past, Duan Lingtian only knew that his eldest senior sister was Su Lang's daughter and was very mysterious. He also knew that his eldest senior sister was stronger than his second senior brother, Lu Ji. However, he did not expect her to be so strong. He did not expect his eldest senior sister to be able to kill a titled celestial emperor. What did this mean? Even if his eldest senior sister was not as strong as a titled celestial emperor, she must have other means to kill titled celestial emperors. Just like him. Hu Mei chuckled and said, Little junior brother, don't think that you're the strongest among us just because you were able to kill Dugu one by luck. Hu Mei chuckled and said, Although eldest senior sister didn't obtain a title, she killed a titled celestial emperor a long time ago. Right now, eldest senior sister's strength is comparable to teacher's. Hu Mei glanced at Su Lang after she finished speaking. Now, When Su Lang heard Hu Mei mention her eldest senior sister, his eyes involuntarily filled with nostalgia and gentleness. After all, she was his daughter. Hong Fei laughed and said, "Little junior brother, eldest senior sister has always said that we're useless. Even second senior brother was scolded by her." Hong Fei laughed and said, "Now you've made us proud. If senior sister knows that one of us killed Dugu One, she definitely won't scold us anymore." Sixth junior brother, you've figured it out. Ouyang Chi Fei shook his head and smiled wryly. Even if eldest senior sister finds out about this, at most, she won't scold us. However, she'll still exclude little junior brother and continue to scold us. As soon as Ouyang Chi Fei finished speaking, Lu Ji, who had remained silent all this while, nodded and said with a faint smile on his face, "Little junior brother, I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave first." After saying his goodbyes, Lu Ji left. He was heading in the direction of his own cultivation area. "Look at how both of you managed to persuade second senior brother to leave," Hu Mei said as she glared at Ouyang Chi Fei and Hong Fei. Eldest senior sister's strength has already given second senior brother a lot of pressure. Now that little junior brother is here, second senior brother must be feeling even more pressure. When Wanner said leisurely, "Now, second senior brother must be busy going back to cultivate." Hong Fei shook his head, the fat on his face jiggling. Second senior brother's expectations for himself are too high. If it were me, I wouldn't even think about comparing myself with eldest senior sister and youngest junior brother when I think about how freakish they are. Sixth junior brother, it is precisely because you have such thoughts that you cannot even compare to little junior brother. Ouyang Chi Fei smiled. Fifth senior brother, don't just talk about me. I can't compare to little junior brother. But can you? Hong Fei grumbled. Ouyang Chi Fei was stunned at first, but he quickly concealed his awkwardness and said with a smile, "I'm not as good as little junior brother, but I'm still stronger than you, right?" "You?" Hong Fei was furious, but he had nothing to say, because he was indeed the weakest disciple under Su Lang. Duan Ling Tian stood at the side as he watched his fifth senior brother and sixth senior brother fooling around. A smile could not help but appear on his face. At this moment, he had already treated these people as his family. Before he returned, he did not expect his senior brothers, senior sisters, and his teacher, Su Lang, would do so many things for him. He had asked Huan about this earlier through voice transmission, but even she was unaware of this. Ever since Duan Ling Tian had ascended to the Devata realms and joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, there were only a handful of people whom he cared about. However, he cared about Su Lang's disciples from the bottom of his heart. "Oh, right!" All of a sudden, Hu Mei seemed to have thought of something. She let out a cry of surprise, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. "Little junior brother." Hu Mei looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "I'm sure Dugu Wu will inform Han Yunjin and Lei Jun about you killing Dugu One. If that's the case, will Han Yunjin still dare to challenge you to a life-or-death battle in the Prodigy Arena a year later?" Hu Mei thought of this problem. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. If Dugu Wu had informed Han Yunjin and Lei Jun, Han Yunjin might not challenge him to a life-or-death battle in the Prodigy Arena. After all, Han Yunjin was someone who could kill Dugu One. In order to preserve his life, Han Yunjin would rather sacrifice his reputation. "Old Seventh, did you take Dugu Wen's spatial ring?" Su Lang asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Based on what I know, Dugu One and Dugu Wu are usually the ones in charge of contacting the people who issued the missions. Usually, the soul pearls Han Yunjin and Lei Jun left for them are in Dugu Wen's spatial ring." Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Duan Ling Tian retrieved Dugu Wen's spatial ring and took out 3 soul pearls. "I've checked his spatial ring before this. These are the soul pearls in it." As soon as Duan Ling Tian took out the 3 soul pearls, when Wanner narrowed her eyes, she pointed at one of the soul pearls and said, "That's Han Yunjin's soul pearl." When Wanner had a deep impression of Han Yunjin's soul aura. "Huan Duan Ling Tian looked at Huan and asked, "I remember you exchanged soul pearls with Lei Jun, right?" "Yes." Huan nodded as she took out a soul pearl from her spatial ring. As soon as the soul pearl was taken out, Duan Lingtian and the others discovered the soul aura in the soul pearl was identical to the other soul pearl in Duan Lingtian's possession. Seems like we were right, Hong Fei said in a deep voice. At this moment, even Su Lang's eyes flickered with an icy chill. A chilling aura emanated from her body, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. Her eyes were also emitting a cold light, as if she was about to devour someone. She had only suspected Lei Jun to be the mastermind earlier, but now, she was certain Lei Jun was the mastermind. Under such circumstances, how could she hold back her anger? Although this is evidence, it's not enough to prove that Lei Jun and Han Yunjin hired someone to kill me. After all, they can say I placed these soul pearls into the soul pearl myself. Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand. Although it seemed like he was talking to Su Lang and the others, he was, in fact, trying to calm Huan down. Naturally, he could sense Huan Er's anger. That Han Yunjin and Lei Jun are too much, Hong Fei said with a dark expression on his face. Even Hu Mei, Huan Er, and Ouyang Chi Fei's expressions were unsightly at this moment. It seems like teacher is right. If Dugu Wu doesn't have Han Yunjin and Lei Jun's soul pearls, Han Yunjin and Lei Jun shouldn't have known Dugu Wan was killed, Ouyang Chi Fei said. Han Yunjin nodded. Under such circumstances, Han Yunjin shouldn't be afraid to enter the prodigy arena and fight little junior brother in a year's time. After Ouyang Chi Fei finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Since Dugu Wan has their soul pearls, there's a high chance Han Yunjin and Lei Jun have Dugu Wan's soul pearls as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly as he said, they must have discovered Dugu Wan's death by now. However, it's impossible for them to think I killed him. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Lang and asked, Teacher, you didn't tell Pavilion Master Leiying that we were ambushed by Dugu Wan and Dugu Wu, right? No. Su Lang shook his head. Initially, I planned to inform the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace about this. However, I thought it would be impossible to quench the immediate thirst. For this reason, I only brought Zhang Yui here. Zhang Yui? The Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He finally learned that Su Lang had asked Zhang Yui, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, to help him deal with Dugu Wu. If that's the case, I'm sure they don't know that Dugu Wan and Dugu Wu have ambushed me. Based on the fact that Dugu Wan's soul pearl has shattered, they probably think someone else killed him. As long as they don't look for Dugu Wu and ask him about the mission, I don't think they'll find out I killed Dugu Wan. Duan Lingtian speculated. It seems like we'll have to spread the news that we were ambushed by Dugu Wan and Dugu Wu. Fortunately, the other two titled celestial emperors intervened at the critical moment and killed Dugu Wan. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Su Lang. You think Han Yunjin and Lei Jun won't dare to look for Dugu Wu if they find out you were ambushed? Su Lang asked. He could guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. If they don't know I was ambushed by Dugu Wan and Dugu Wu, they'll definitely look for Dugu Wu to ask about Dugu Wan's death and whether the mission to kill me will continue. Once they find out I was ambushed, they won't dare to look for Dugu Wu even if they want to. At the very least, Han Yunjin won't dare to act recklessly. After all, he's the most likely person to hire assassins to kill me. As long as Lei Jun isn't stupid, he won't dare to act recklessly as well. This way, it won't affect my battle with Han Yunjin in a year's time. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted coldly when he finished speaking. Let's do that. Su Lang nodded. At the same time, he sent a message to Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. Lei Ying, I didn't tell you who ambushed us earlier. However, there's no harm in telling you now. It's Dugu Wan and Dugu Wu who ambushed us. We didn't tell you earlier because we wanted to find out who they are. Su Lang replied. Have you found out who they are? Lei Ying quickly sent a message to him. Her tone was filled with curiosity. Yes. Su Lang replied. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's disciple, Han Yunjin, has the most motive. Chapter 3305. Han Yunjin. Lei Ying was taken aback by Su Lang's words. Are you sure? Do you think I would dare to say anything if I wasn't sure? We've known each other for many years, you should know me very well. Su Lang said. Isn't Han Yunjin going to have a life-or-death duel with your seventh disciple in a year? Lei Ying asked. I think he's not confident that he'll win. Su Lang replied. After conversing with Su Lang for a while, Lei Ying's eyes flickered as she shook her head. Mother, what's wrong? Lei Jun, who happened to be beside Lei Ying, couldn't help but ask when he saw Lei Ying's expression. In fact, Lei Jun was not in a good mood since he had discovered Dugu Wen's death a while ago. As for why he knew, it was because the soul pearl that Dugu Wen had placed in his possession had shattered. I just sent a voice transmission to Su Lang. He told me that Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu, the 100-variant Celestial Emperor, had attacked them. Someone is targeting Duan Ling Tian. Su Lang suspects Han Yunjin is the one who hired Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu. Lei Jun was Lei Ying's only son. Hence, Lei Ying had nothing to hide from Lei Jun. Lei Ying did not notice that Lei Jun's eyes had narrowed slightly when she mentioned Su Lang's suspicions about Han Yunjin. Then how did they get out of danger? Lei Jun asked curiously. Initially, he thought Dugu Wen had been killed before he attacked Duan Lingtian and the others. He did not expect Dugu Wen to be killed after he attacked Duan Lingtian. Lei Jun's heart sank when he heard this. Coincidentally, Zhang Yui, the Copper Mountain Celestial Emperor, had brought his disciples to the Tidal Temple as well. Lei Ying said, It seems like a titled Celestial Emperor who brought his granddaughter to the Tidal Temple knows Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu. Moreover, it seems like they have a grudge against each other. Initially, Su Lang and Zhang Yui were no match for Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu even if they joined forces. However, the titled Celestial Emperor was very strong. He managed to kill Dugu Wen not long after he joined the battle. Unfortunately, Dugu Wu managed to escape. Lei Ying finished speaking in one breath. If that's the case, that Duan Lingtian is pretty lucky. While Lei Jun was speaking, a cold glint flashed across the depths of his eyes at an opportune moment. Not bad indeed. Lei Ying nodded. Otherwise, even two titled Celestial Emperors wouldn't have been able to save his life. Although they suspect Han Yunjin is the culprit, they don't have any evidence. However, Su Lang said that he'll look for evidence in the future. I didn't expect Han Yunjin to be so unconfident that he would hire an assassin to kill Duan Lingtian. As she spoke, Lei Ying could not help but shake her head. In the depths of her eyes, there was a hint of disdain. Mother, it's not necessarily Han Yunjin's doing. It's just their suspicion. Lei Jun said, It's not a suspicion. Su Lang said that the titled Celestial Emperor who killed Dugu Wen obtained his spatial ring. Lei Ying shook her head. At that time, Su Lang asked him to check if there were any soul pearls in Dugu Wen's spatial ring. There were 3 soul pearls in Dugu Wen's spatial ring. Su Lang's 4th disciple recognized one of the soul pearls and confirmed it was Han Yunjin's soul pearl. As you know, Su Lang's 4th disciple, Wan used to be Han Yunjin's lover. Although they didn't consummate their marriage, it's normal for her to recognize Han Yunjin's soul aura after spending so much time together. Lei Ying said, Soul pearls? Lei Jun's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that one of the 3 soul beads was definitely his. Previously, he had given Dugu Wen his soul pearl. Later on, Han Yunjin wanted to keep in touch with Dugu Wen, so he called Dugu Wen over and exchanged soul pearls with him before the 2 of them left. What's wrong? Lei Ying asked curiously when she noticed her son's strange behavior. It's nothing. Lei Jun shook his head. After taking a deep breath, he said to Lei Ying, Mother, I just remembered that I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. As soon as Lei Jun finished speaking, he left without waiting for Lei Ying's reply. As soon as he left, he sent a message to Han Yunjin. Han Yunjin, Dugu Wen appeared in front of Duan Lingtian to kill him. However, he died in front of Duan Lingtian. We've guessed wrongly. Dugu Wen didn't die before looking for Duan Lingtian. Han Yunjin was confused when he heard Lei Jun's message. What's going on? If Dugu Wen appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, why did he fail and die? Because, then, Lei Jun told Han Yunjin everything he had learned from his mother, Lei Ying. Han Yunjin fell silent for a moment before he said, Even if they know Dugu Wen has my soul pearl, and that I'm the one who contacted Dugu Wen and Dugu Wu, There's no way they can use that as evidence against me. I know that. I'm just worried that my soul pearl might have fallen into their hands. Lei Jun said, they recognized your soul pearl because when Wan is familiar with your soul aura, they won't be able to recognize my soul pearl in such a short time. It's fine if they don't have my soul pearl, but if they do, I'm worried it'll be exposed one day. Lei Jun continued to say, so what? Even if they do, they won't be able to use that as evidence against you. Han Yunjin said nonchalantly. It was as though he was a dead pig that was unafraid of boiling water. Han Yunjin, I'm different from you. Lei Jun said, if junior sister Huaner finds out about this, with how much she cares about Duan Lingtian, she might not accept me even if Duan Lingtian is gone. Even if Duan Lingtian has to die, we can't let her know it's related to me. Do you understand? Lei Jun voiced out his concerns. Alright, I understand. It's just a woman, right? I'll help you kill Duan Lingtian in the Prodigy Arena a year from now, Han Yunjin said. Han Yunjin said, however, if we give up on this mission, can we ask the surviving Dugu Wu to pay us back for what we've done? Are you dreaming? Lei Jun said mockingly. Do you think that's possible? Let's not talk about the fact that Dugu Wu might have taken the items away from him. Even if they weren't taken away, if Dugu Wen died and you went to Dugu Wu to ask for those things, do you think Dugu Wu would kill you in a fit of rage? Han Yunjin's expression darkened when he heard Lei Jun's words. If that's the case, we won't retreat. However, we still have to ask him if he wants to continue with the mission. It's best to wait for a while. Su Lang has his eyes on you now. Lei Jun reminded him. If we wait a little longer, my battle with Duan Lingtian will begin soon. Han Yunjin said in a deep voice, there's nothing we can do about it, unless you want to die as soon as possible. If you go to Dugu Wu and Su Lang finds out about it, you'll be dead before the battle even begins. Colluding with outsiders and killing fellow disciples is a serious crime in the Heavenly Pool Palace. If you're convicted, even your master, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, won't be able to save you. Lei Jun's voice turned cold as he spoke. If Han Yunjin acted recklessly, he would be a burden to Lei Jun. At the very least, he was only worried about his soul pearl being discovered. However, if Han Yunjin was convicted, he might expose him to the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Upon hearing Lei Jun's words, Han Yunjin fell silent for a long time before he said, I know what I'm doing. I won't leave the Heavenly Pool Palace if I'm not confident I won't be discovered. As soon as Han Yunjin opened his mouth, he realized that his words were like a curse for the next year. Every time he wanted to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace, Su Lang or one of Su Lang's disciples would be nearby. Apart from when Wan and Su Lang's first disciple, all of Su Lang's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, took turns to keep an eye on him. Naturally, Han Yunjin did not dare to leave recklessly. In the end, he decided to give up. After all, there were only slightly more than 2 months left before the battle between him and Duan Lingtian in the Prodigy Arena. However, while Han Yunjin had given up, Su Lang's disciples did not. They continued to keep an eye on Han Yunjin. They continued to monitor him until the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin on the Prodigy Arena. Naturally, during the next 2 months, Hu Mei, Ouyang Qifei, and Hong Fei were in charge of monitoring him. Duan Lingtian did not show up. Although they were confident in Duan Lingtian's strength, they could not rely on the Ning Dragon's strength in the Prodigy Arena. For this reason, they hoped Duan Lingtian would be able to train his godly image phenomenon body with the Pine Willow Divine Tree so he could fight Han Yunjin in his best condition. On the day of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin, the Prodigy Arena was filled with people early in the morning. They were all disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who had come early to reserve seats. The day has finally come. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's first disciple, Han Yunjin, is going to fight against Duan Lingtian, Su Lang's 7th disciple, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian is a rising star in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Rumor has it that he's not even 300 years old, but he's already very strong. Since he dares to challenge Han Yunjin to a life-or-death battle, he must be strong. That's not necessarily true. Previously, I was there when they made the life-or-death battle. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian was just trying to scare Han Yunjin. He didn't expect Han Yunjin to agree to the life-or-death battle. In the end, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. It doesn't matter who's stronger or weaker. We'll find out in today's battle. Let's go and bet on it. Although Han Yunjin's odds are low, I'll still bet on him. I'll bet on him as well. Early in the morning, the Prodigy Arena was bustling with activity even though the main characters had not arrived yet. Chapter 3306. 3 years ago, when Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin had made a life-or-death duel, the entire Heavenly Pool Palace was in an uproar. In fact, many people were looking forward to the arrival of this day. 3 years passed in just a blink of an eye for Celestials in the Devata realms. It was as if they were in closed-door cultivation. The duel between Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin was much more eye-catching than the duel between Duan Lingtian and Fan Qi 3 years ago. After all, Han Yunjin was one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was widely acknowledged as one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, his opponent was a new disciple who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace a few years ago. For this reason, this battle was exceptionally eye-catching in the Heavenly Pool Palace. A new disciple who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace a few years ago was challenging Han Yunjin. Moreover, the new disciple was not even half of Han Yunjin's age. 6th junior brother. How many bets have you received? Ouyang Chi Fei asked as he stood at the side and looked at Hong Fei, who was still receiving bets from the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. Not bad. So far, I've only received about 500,000 royal-grade celestial crystals. Hong Fei grinned. His smile was very bright. He was glad he and his 5th senior brother had arrived early in the morning. Otherwise, he would not have received so many bets from the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. He was not the only one who was a dealer today. However, unlike other dealers, he only accepted bets on Han Yunjin. He refused to accept any bets on his little junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, if Han Yunjin won, he would receive a higher amount of bets. For this reason, he managed to snatch many bets from others. 1 million royal-grade celestial crystals. Soon after, Hong Fei sent a voice transmission to Ouyang Chi Fei. I want 20%. Ouyang Chi Fei replied through voice transmission. 5th senior brother, aren't you being too shameless? You didn't do anything and you want 20%? That's not fair at all. Hong Fei said angrily. Who said I didn't do anything? Am I not standing by your side to protect you and the immortal crystals in your hands? Ouyang Chi Fei said matter-of-factly. Hearing Ouyang Chi Fei's words, Hong Fei was speechless. 5th senior brother, why didn't I realize you were so shameless before? Let me tell you, I plan to give half of these immortal crystals to junior brother. If you want 20%, you can discuss it with junior brother. It's rare for a stingy fatty like you to be so generous. Since you're giving junior brother 50%, then I'll take 10%. That 10% will be taken from your share. Ouyang Chi Fei said. As for little junior brother, all of it belongs to him. Hong Fei was completely convinced by Duan Lingtian's strength. However, he continued to accept bets from the people around him. Soon enough, the number of bets he received had exceeded 2 million royal-grade celestial crystals and was still climbing toward 3 million royal-grade celestial crystals. Heaven-grade forces owned many royal-grade celestial crystal mines. For this reason, they would distribute royal-grade celestial crystals to their disciples every once in a while. Naturally, the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were happy to receive royal-grade celestial crystals from the Heavenly Pool Palace. If they wanted more royal-grade celestial crystals, they would have to think of other ways to obtain them. For example, they could accept missions, hunt celestial beasts, exchange the materials from the celestial beasts for celestial crystals, or make secret deals with fellow disciples. That's Hong Fei, Su Lang's 6th disciple? He seems to be the senior brother of Duan Lingtian, one of the 2 main characters in today's death duel, right? What's he trying to do? He's not accepting any bets on Duan Lingtian, and he's only accepting bets on Han Yunjin? Moreover, he's offering higher odds than the other bets. How confident is he in Duan Lingtian? Does he think Duan Lingtian will definitely win? Is he trying to pull some dirty tricks? If he's trying to pull some dirty tricks, why are there so many people betting on him? I don't think many people think Han Yunjin will lose, right? However, as Duan Lingtian's senior brother, he must know Duan Lingtian better than I do. Do you think Duan Lingtian has a chance of winning? I'll try to bet on Duan Lingtian. I'll give it a try as well. When Hong Fei received the bet of 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals, he had attracted a lot of attention. Sixth junior brother. That's enough. What if Han Yunjin doesn't dare to enter the prodigy arena? Ouyang Chi-Fei said through voice transmission as he glared at Hong Fei. Hong Fei chuckled and immediately stopped betting. He said to the people around him, "Junior brothers, I won't accept any more bets. There's a limit to what I can afford. If I accept any more bets, I won't be able to afford so many celestial crystals if Han Yunjin wins." Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, many people who had placed bets on Duan Lingtian nearly vomited blood in anger. Is Hong Fei betting on Duan Lingtian because he's confident in Duan Lingtian? Why do I feel like he's using this method to support Duan Lingtian? Isn't he being too willful? He's accepting bets worth at least 5 million royal-grade celestial crystals. Although the odds aren't high, he'll still have to fork out 1 million royal-grade celestial crystals if Han Yunjin wins, right? I've long heard that Su Lang's sixth disciple is from the Hong clan, a supreme grade 1 force. He's the only grandson of the clan leader of the Hong clan. As expected, he's rich and powerful. It's said that Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, only accepted him because of his grandfather. Otherwise, with his innate talent, Lord Su Lang wouldn't have taken him in. Comparisons are odious. For today's life and death battle, what happened here was just a small interlude. Nobody thought that Duan Lingtian, who had only joined the Heavenly Pool Palace for a few years, would be a match for Han Yunjin. After all, Han Yunjin had made a name for himself for many years. However, Han Yunjin, who had yet to arrive at the prodigy arena, still heard about it. Eldest senior brother, Hong Fei, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, Su Lang's sixth disciple, is betting on Duan Lingtian because he thinks you're not a match for Duan Lingtian? There were a few other disciples under the profound heaven celestial emperor. Among them, the profound heaven celestial emperor's third disciple was the most intelligent. Even Han Yunjin was willing to listen to his advice. At this moment, Wu Quan, the third disciple of the profound heaven celestial emperor, said to Han Yunjin with a solemn expression on his face, "Eldest senior brother, it's possible that Hong Fei purposely used this as a smokescreen so you wouldn't dare to enter the prodigy arena. However, I have a feeling that something is amiss," Wu Quan said. Naturally, Wu Quan knew more than that. Han Yunjin had told him that Han Yunjin had hired 2 titled celestial emperors to assassinate Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, Han Yunjin had also told him that Su Lang's disciples had been keeping an eye on him, preventing him from leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace to look for Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Wu Quan speculated that Su Lang's disciples might not be looking for evidence of Han Yunjin colluding with Dugu Wu. Perhaps, Su Lang's disciples did not want Han Yunjin to meet Dugu Wu. Perhaps they were worried that Han Yunjin might know something. Of course, all of this was only his guess, and he didn't dare to be certain. "Why? Third junior brother, do you have no confidence in me?" Han Yunjin asked with a smile on his face. "It's not that I don't have confidence in you, eldest senior brother. It's just that something is amiss. It seems like Su Lang's disciples are looking for evidence of you colluding with Dugu Wu. However, it seems like they don't want you to meet Dugu Wu." Wu Quan voiced his concern. "Otherwise, why would you be able to detect their presence so easily? Third junior brother, you're being too paranoid." Han Yunjin's second junior brother, Wu Quan's second senior brother, shook his head and said, "You're always paranoid. How many times have you made a mistake in your judgment in the past? This time, I think you must have made a mistake in your judgment. It's a well-known fact that Duan Lingtian isn't even 300 years old. It's also a well-known fact that he's human. Do you really think he's a match for eldest senior brother? Moreover, one can't rely on external forces in the prodigy arena. Even celestial weapons can't be used. Are you worried he might have some tricks up his sleeve? The scholarly young man shook his head again and again when he finished speaking. The scholarly young man was called Zhao Jiali. He was the second strongest disciple under the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. He was second only to Han Yunjin. Even so, I think it's best to be careful. Wu Quan frowned slightly. Indeed, he had made many mistakes in his judgment in the past. However, this time his eldest senior brother's life was at stake. He felt it was better to be cautious. Third junior brother. Han Yunjin said with a smile, I understand your concerns. However, you should know that if I don't enter the prodigy arena today, I won't be able to hold my head up high in the Heavenly Pool Palace anymore. Unless you're certain you'll win, I won't risk my reputation for the sake of a small chance. If I lose my reputation in the Heavenly Pool Palace, nobody will think highly of me even if I leave the Heavenly Pool Palace and join another heaven-grade force. Although I don't think my reputation is more important than my life, I'd still like to enter the prodigy arena to see how strong Duan Lingtian is if it's not too risky. A hint of coldness flashed in Han Yunjin's eyes when he finished speaking. Eldest senior brother. Wu Quan sighed. You can decide for yourself. This is indeed a difficult decision to make. I don't dare to say I'm certain I'll win. It's just my personal judgment. Let's go. Let's go to the prodigy arena. Han Yunjin's eyes flashed coldly as he smiled faintly. Then, he led the way to the prodigy arena. Chapter 3307. At this moment, a large group of people could be seen hovering in the air around the prodigy arena. From afar, it looked as though a dark cloud had shrouded the earth. Elder Qin from the Sword Trial Pavilion was resting in front of the stone tablet in the prodigy arena. At this moment, more and more people were rushing over from the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. It was as if they would never stop coming. That's Sima Yu, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor's first disciple. He's second only to the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I didn't expect him to come as well. A plainly clad young man carrying a zither on his back flew into the prodigy arena. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace shifted their attention to him. Sima Yu was the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor's first disciple. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a 10 Directions Celestial Lord. Moreover, he had comprehended all the profundities from the law to the mastery stage. Rumor has it that he only lost after exchanging 100 moves with Han Yunjin. Most importantly, he's still a Celestial Lord. Many people say he'll be able to defeat Han Yunjin once he becomes a Celestial Emperor. That's right. I wonder when he'll break through. I'm looking forward to it. It seems like he's interested in the battle between Han Yunjin and Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. The plainly clad young man's arrival attracted many people's attention. After all, he was Sima Yu. Among the prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, his strength was only second to the top 5 prodigious disciples. In fact, some people even called him one of the top 6 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Of course, in the Heavenly Pool Palace, there were only 5 outstanding young geniuses. Outsiders only knew that the Heavenly Pool Palace had 5 outstanding young geniuses, and they were the most outstanding young geniuses in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Unless Sima Yu defeated Han Yunjin and replaced him, no one would pay attention to him. At most, he would only become famous in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lu Baifeng is here. Another person's voice rang in the air, attracting everyone's attention, following which, under the gazes of the crowd, a woman wearing a bamboo hat and a loose black robe that completely covered her impressive figure flew over from afar. Her appearance caused the crowd to become even more excited. After all, Lu Baifeng was one of the 5 young geniuses of the Heavenly Pool Palace. She was the only female among the 5 young geniuses of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even though she was a female disciple, her strength was enough to rank in the top 3 among the 5 chosen disciples. She had once defeated Han Yunjin. Although she was a woman, her talent and comprehension ability made countless men blush with shame. I didn't expect that even Lu Baifeng would come. Not only is Lu Baifeng strong, but she's also the first disciple of the Yuan Celestial Emperor. However, she rarely appears in public. I didn't expect her to be interested in watching the battle today. It seems like the life or death duel is going to attract a lot of people. I wonder if any titled Celestial Emperors will show up. It's said that titled Celestial Emperors came to watch the battle between Duan Lingtian and Fan Qi 3 years ago. Previously, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor was the one who brought the titled Celestial Emperors here. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor came because he was worried about Duan Lingtian's death. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor and the Mist Wave Celestial Emperor came to stop the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor from interfering. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor also came to watch the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lu Jian. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor came as well. Both times, there were unexpected circumstances. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any titled Celestial Emperors here. Lu Baifeng was the Yuan Celestial Emperor's disciple. The Yuan Celestial Emperor was also one of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Sima Yu was the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor's disciple. The Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor was also one of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Yuan Celestial Emperor was one of the top 3 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The 3 strongest Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace were the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, the Yuan Celestial Emperor, and the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, and the Merciless Celestial Emperor, Lei Ying, were ranked at the bottom. The Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, and the other titled Celestial Emperor were ranked at the bottom. The Mist Wave Celestial Emperor was ranked at the bottom. After Sima Yu and Lu Baifeng arrived, many people arrived one after another. Among them, there were many disciples of titled Celestial Emperors. However, their arrival did not cause as much of a commotion as Sima Yu and Lu Baifeng. At this moment, a young man appeared. The young man was dressed in a gray robe with a gourd hanging from his waist. His messy hair was draped over his shoulders, and he had a long rod hanging from his waist. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw him. It's Sun Xing. I didn't expect Sun Xing to come as well. Sun Xing is the eldest disciple of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. He's also the only disciple of the Little Heaven Celestial Emperor. Rumor has it that he was once taught by Yang Jian, the three-eyed Celestial Emperor from the Jade Emperor Heaven. He's also the strongest among the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even Lu Baifeng and Lu Ji are slightly inferior to him. I heard that the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor used to be Yang Jian's Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. I wonder if it's true? However, there's no doubt that the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor is a celestial beast. I've heard this from many people. The Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor was one of the titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His strength was on par with the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor and the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Naturally, this was the ranking that many people had given him. Ever since the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor joined the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was said that he had taught the Mist Wave Celestial Emperor a lesson. The Mist Wave Celestial Emperor had no choice but to suffer in silence. For this reason, the people in the Heavenly Pool Palace only ranked him above the Mist Wave Celestial Emperor, putting him on par with the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor and the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor. Even Sun Xing is here. When Han Yunjin arrives, 3 of the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace will be here. Duan Lingtian's second senior brother is Lu Ji. Lu Ji will most likely come as well. At that time, 4 of the 5 prodigious disciples will be here. While the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were discussing among themselves, a group of 5 figures appeared in the distance. A purple-clad young man stood in the middle while a white-clad woman held his hand tightly. Although she was wearing a veil, it could not hide her peerless beauty. On the other side of the purple-clad young man was a seductive woman dressed in tight clothes. On the other side of her was a young man with a cold face. As for the other side, it was a woman who was as gentle as jade. Her face seemed to always have a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. It's the 4 disciples of the verdant prairie celestial emperor, Su Lang, and the 3rd disciple of the merciless celestial emperor, Lei Ying. The appearance of the 5 prodigious disciples caused a huge commotion. Is that person in the middle Duan Lingtian, Lord Su Lang's 7th disciple? Is he going to have a life-or-death battle with Han Yunjin today? That's him. The cold young man on the left is Lu Ji, one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He's as famous as Lu Baifeng. His strength is only second to Sun Xing. That woman is Hu Mei. The other woman is Wan Er. Both of them are Lord Su Lang's disciples. After the appearance of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 prodigious disciples, Duan Lingtian received the most attention despite Lu Ji's reputation. After all, Duan Lingtian was the main character today. Little junior brother. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the Prodigy Arena, he was shocked by the number of people gathered around the Prodigy Arena. At the same time, a familiar voice rang in his ears. 6th senior brother, 5th senior brother. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction of the voice and saw Hong Fei and Ouyang Chi Fei standing next to him. He did not expect both of them to arrive so early. It was no wonder his 3rd senior sister could not find them when she went to look for them. Little junior brother, I'll give you a surprise after you kill Han Yunjin, Hong Fei said with a grin. A surprise? Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Hong Fei's words. Then, he chuckled and asked, 6th senior brother, are you going to give me a gift? You'll know when the time comes. Hong Fei did not reveal the truth. Why isn't Han Yunjin here yet? Hu Mei looked around but did not see Han Yunjin anywhere. She sneered and said, Don't tell me that fellow doesn't dare to show up? If he doesn't show up, he won't be able to stay in the Heavenly Pool Palace in the future. He'll be drowned in the saliva of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. Hong Fei said with a chuckle. At the same time, Hong Fei looked at Wan Er and said with a smile, 4th senior sister, I'll avenge you today. All right. Wan Er smiled faintly. A hint of hatred could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Wan Er, I'll go first. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to his senior brothers and sisters before he flew up to one of the Prodigy arenas. Elder. After entering the Prodigy arena, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly at the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder. He had a good impression of the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder. All right. The Sword Trial Pavilion Elder nodded with a smile on his face. Then, he asked through voice transmission, Are you confident? Although he did not have much interaction with Han Yunjin, he still despised Han Yunjin's actions in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Therefore, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would emerge victorious today. Elder, just watch and see. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Although the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder could not figure out where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from, the Sword Trial Pavilion Elder could see his confidence. Duan Lingtian has only been in the Heavenly Pool Palace for a few years, and yet, he's already made such a big commotion. I don't think anyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace's history is as outstanding as him, right? That seems to be the case for now. He's not even 300 years old. It'll be difficult for him to emerge victorious today. I wonder how long he'll be able to last. Many of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples shook their heads when they looked at Duan Lingtian. They felt that Duan Lingtian was here to die. If I were him, I wouldn't come here today even if I don't care about my reputation. It's already shocking that he managed to kill Fan Chi at such a young age. Even if he comes here today, no one will look down on him. At the very least, Han Yunjin wasn't as strong as him at his age. Chapter 3308. In the eyes of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples, Han Yunjin would be the one to fight. Naturally, Han Yunjin would be the first to arrive on the stage. However, to their surprise, Duan Lingtian, a prodigious disciple who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace a few years ago, was the first to arrive on the stage. Duan Lingtian was a prodigious disciple who was not even 300 years old. After Duan Lingtian greeted the elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion, he stood in the Prodigy arena with his eyes closed. His expression was expressionless, as though there were no emotions at all. It was as though he did not feel pressured at all. It seems like Duan Lingtian is very confident. I think he doesn't know how powerful Han Yunjin is. Han Yunjin is a celestial emperor who has comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Rumor has it that he has already begun to fuse profundities. When Duan Lingtian made his move earlier, his aura was clearly that of a 5-elements celestial lord. A 5-elements celestial lord who's not even 300 years old. Moreover, he has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying. Even among the prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace, no one is comparable to him. Unfortunately, he's too foolish to challenge Han Yunjin to a death duel. Perhaps he's too arrogant after killing Fan Chi 3 years ago. While the disciples of the heavenly pool palace were whispering among themselves, 3 figures flew over from afar. They quickly silenced the disciples of the heavenly pool palace. Their attention was completely focused on the 3 figures. Han Yunjin is here. He's early, as expected of one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. He's very confident. Although he's early, he's not as early as Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian is here to die. Let's not talk about him. The 3 figures were none other than Han Yunjin, his 2nd junior brother Zhao Jiali, and his 3rd junior brother, Wu Quan. Whenever Zhao Jiali and Wu Quan appeared in other places, they would attract the attention of many heavenly pool palace disciples. However, in today's occasion, the 2 of them seemed to be somewhat overshadowed. Arrived earlier than me? With a single glance, Han Yunjin spotted the purple figure standing on the prodigy's arena. His eyes narrowed as a cold smile appeared on his face. A cold, killing intent rose from the depths of his eyes. Han Yunjin. At that moment, a voice transmission entered Han Yunjin's ears. Han Yunjin wasn't unfamiliar with this voice. It was the voice of Lei Jun, the son of Lei Ying. Don't be careless. If possible, go all out from the start and try to kill him in one strike. I have a feeling that since this Duan Lingtian dared to challenge you to a life-and-death battle, he must have some trump cards up his sleeve. Lei Jun had been hiding behind a group of Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples for a long time. He only warned Han Yunjin when he saw Han Yunjin. Lei Jun, you don't have to remind me. Han Yunjin said indifferently. As the saying goes, when a lion hunts a rabbit, it will use its full strength. I won't give him any chance to take advantage of me. I'll make him despair and send him on his way. That's good. Lei Jun's expression turned unsightly as he looked at the purple figure standing on the prodigy's arena. In the past, he thought he could easily defeat this young man who was not even 300 years old. However, he did not expect the young man's strength to be on par with him. If this continued, how could he compete with the young man? Junior sister Huan Er. Lei Jun's gaze quickly fell on the woman who was standing with the other disciples of Su Lang's faction. The woman was dressed in snow-white clothes and her face was covered by a thin veil, but it could not hide her peerless beauty. An infatuated expression appeared on Lei Jun's face as he said, "You're mine. I'm the only one who deserves you." When Lei Jun's attention was on Huan Er swoosh, in just a blink of an eye, Han Yunjin appeared on the prodigy's arena and faced Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to actually show up. At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and stretched lazily. He looked at Han Yunjin and yawned. You're finally here. I thought you wouldn't dare to show up. HM? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Yunjin's expression darkened immediately. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he sneered. I should be the one saying that to you. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Huan Er is waiting for me to return and cultivate with her. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian glanced at Lei Jun who was hiding among the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples. He discovered a hint of killing intent flashed in Lei Jun's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It won't be easy for me to kill Lei Jun. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he were to kill Han Yunjin today, Lei Jun would know how powerful he was and that he would not be able to face him head-on. At most, he would use some underhanded tricks behind his back. However, it would not be easy for him to kill Lei Jun. If he killed Lei Jun in the Heavenly Pool Palace, not only would he infuriate Lei Jun's mother, but the merciless Celestial Emperor would also infuriate the Heavenly Pool Palace. At that time, even his teacher, Su Lang, would not be able to protect him. Today's battle is a life-or-death duel between Duan Lingtian and Han Yun Jin 3 years ago. It won't end until one of them is dead. At the same time, Elder Qin from the Sword Trial Pavilion announced the outcome of the duel. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace stared at the duo in the Prodigy Arena intently. Although they were only spectators, they could sense the tension between the duo. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Yunjin was thoroughly enraged. His body flashed, and flames surged out of his body. It was as though he was on fire. Swoosh! In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, Han Yunjin transformed into a ball of flames and charged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though he had transformed into a flaming beast that bared its fangs and claws as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn when he saw Han Yunjin charging toward him. With just a thought, he summoned the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. As soon as the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar was formed, Duan Lingtian borrowed the energy of the Clear Heavens Divine Tree. The energy of the sixth form of the Clear Heavens Divine Tree merged with the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. In just a blink of an eye, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar seemed to have transformed into a real Pine Willow Divine Tree. Before Han Yunjin could get close to Duan Lingtian, the silhouette of a towering tree shrouded Duan Lingtian. When Han Yunjin got close to Duan Lingtian was completely shrouded by the tree. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar swung its willow branches at Han Yunjin, who had transformed into a flaming beast. The willow branches swept out like a gust of wind and met Han Yunjin's attack. Boom! Rumble! A series of loud noises reverberated in the air as the first clash began. However, in the end, no one had the upper hand. Han Yunjin, who had turned into a ball of flame, suddenly retreated after a short confrontation. Swoosh! Swoosh! The shockwaves from the clash swept out in all directions, causing the robes of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples to flutter noisily. When Han Yunjin appeared, cracks began to appear on the Prodigy Arena beneath his feet. The cracks spread out like a spider web. After all, the Heavenly Pool Palace had spent a lot of effort to construct the Prodigy Arena using special materials. It was extremely tough. Those who could leave such marks on the Prodigy Arena were all extremely strong. The Pine Willow Divine Tree? After Han Yunjin retreated, his expression changed drastically when he saw the Pine Willow Divine Tree. You used my junior brother's body to form the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. Speaking of which, I have to thank your junior brother, Fan Qi. Duan Lingtian's mocking voice rang from the Pine Willow Divine Tree. If he didn't help me, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you today. When Duan Lingtian spoke, the branches on the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar swayed, as though it was provoking Han Yunjin. At this moment, the onlookers finally regained their senses. Duan Lingtian actually has the ability to form the legendary godly image avatar? Isn't he a little too lucky? How did he obtain such an ability? Previously, I was puzzled when he fought Fan Qi. Before Fan Qi reverted to his true form, he was able to fight Duan Lingtian for a while. However, after he reverted to his true form, he was instantly defeated. Shouldn't his true form be stronger than his human form? It seems like Duan Lingtian has the ability to restrain Fan Qi's true form. It seems like the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar came from Fan Qi. In other words, Fan Qi's death is a blessing to Duan Lingtian. The onlookers from the Heavenly Pool Palace sighed when they saw this. Even Sima Yu, Lu Baifeng, and Sun Xing's eyes lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian's ability. Duan Lingtian is really not simple. Sima Yu muttered under his breath. Sima Yu muttered to himself. Lu Baifeng remained silent. However, Based on the light in her eyes, it was clear she was feeling emotional at this moment. Interesting. Sun Xing, who was originally indolent, seemed to have regained his vigor at this moment. Duan Lingtian, do you think you can defeat me just because you can form the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar? Han Yun-jin's expression turned cold as he scoffed. I'll show you the difference between a mere 5 elements celestial lord and a celestial emperor isn't something you can overcome with the law of space and the godly image avatar of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. End of explanation. Chapter 3309. I'll wait and see. Upon hearing Han Yun-jin's words, Duan Lingtian's voice was as calm as ever. He was not afraid at all. When Han Yun-jin heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could no longer hold himself back. His body flashed as he transformed into a ball of flames that shot toward Duan Lingtian's Pine Willow Divine Tree. At this moment, the flames that Han Yun-jin had transformed into split into 10 balls that shot toward Duan Lingtian's godly image phenomenon from different directions. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Balls of flames fell from the sky like meteors and flew toward the Pine Willow Divine Tree. At this moment, the Pine Willow Divine Tree also swept out its willow branches to meet the balls of flames. However, it was clear that Han Yun-jin's technique was not simple. Every willow branch that came into contact with the balls of flames instantly caught on fire. The balls of flames seemed to possess a terrifying corrosive power as they traveled along the willow branches toward the Pine Willow Divine Tree. Amazing! Upon seeing this, the eyes of many Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples lit up. I've long heard that senior brother Han Yun-jin has begun to fuse the law of fire's explosion profundity and corrosion profundity. Based on his technique, it seems like he has mastered the essence of fusing the profundities. That's right. Although he hasn't completely fused the 2 profundities, his strength is not as simple as 1 + 1. Amazing! Truly amazing! While many Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were in awe of Han Yun-jin's technique, Sima Yu, the plain-clad young man with a zither on his back, shook his head and sighed. I thought I'd be able to fight Han Yun-jin to a draw with my current strength. Who knew he's about to fuse the law of fire's corrosion profundity and explosion profundity? It seems like I won't be able to contend with him after I become a celestial emperor. Sima Yu sighed inwardly. However, he was not discouraged by this. His eyes shone with determination as though he had gained an unlimited amount of motivation. Han Yun-jin is about to fuse 2 profundities? Lu Baifeng was slightly taken aback. As the top 3 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the reason Lu Baifeng, Lu Ji, and the other person were stronger than Han Yun-jin and the other person was because they had comprehended the fused profundity. Based on Han Yun-jin's performance, it was not difficult for her to see that Han Yun-jin would be able to fuse the law of fire's corrosion profundity and explosion profundity soon. Han Yun-jin has improved so much. At this moment, even Su Lang's second disciple, Duan Lingtian's second senior brother, Lu Ji, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he muttered to himself. So what if you've improved a lot? No matter what, he hasn't fused the 2 power Upanishads completely. Junior brother, I'm sure you aren't afraid of him. Hearing Lu Ji's words, Hong Fei was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian. While the elders of the Sword Trial Pavilion were frowning, the willow branches were almost completely burned to ashes. A victorious smile appeared on Han Yun-jin's face. Swoosh! A soft sound rang in the air as a gentle, watery energy suddenly appeared on the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar. In just a blink of an eye, the Pine Willow Divine Tree had become even more vibrant. As this power fused with the willow branches, not only did the willow branches resist the corrosive power of the flames, they even launched a counterattack, annihilating the power of the flames. Upon seeing this, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were dumbfounded. Fire restrains wood. What's going on now? How can the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar be so powerful? It's as if the Pine Willow Divine Tree's water is being supplied to the willow branches to extinguish the flames. The scene in front of them caused everyone present to be shocked. However, none of them could see the arrogance in Han Yun-jin's eyes. Earlier, Duan Lingtian discovered that even with the help of the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar, it would be difficult for him to defeat Han Yunjin. In fact, he might even lose the battle. For this reason, he decided to rely on the world-cleansing divine water. After all, water was the bane of fire. Although the world-cleansing divine water could not unleash its full power like the clear heaven's divine tree since it had to conceal its aura, it still managed to turn the tables around. How's this possible? Han Yunjin was stunned by the scene before him. In his opinion, this was impossible. How did Duan Lingtian do it? Take this opportunity to kill him. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's little world. Following that, its energy entered the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar through Duan Lingtian's little world. The Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image avatar seemed to have been nourished by the Chaos Divine Tree's godly image avatar. In just a blink of an eye, it had grown from a small hill to a towering mountain. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The willow branches, which had become thicker and stronger, flashed through the air like chains around Han Yunjin, interweaving into a net that enveloped Han Yunjin. Seal. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not forget to use the law of space's restraining profundity to seal Han Yunjin. Although Duan Lingtian had not held back earlier, he had only used the godly image avatar of the Pine Willow Divine Tree to attack Han Yunjin. Now that the Chaos Divine Earth had joined the battle, Duan Lingtian knew that the battle was coming to an end. At a time like this, there was no need to hide any of his tricks. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Han Yunjin's eyes turned cold when he regained his senses. The flames on his body surged, turning him into a flaming man. At the same time, his body continued to expand. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's spatial restraining profundity was shattered by the flaming man's body. Naturally, the flaming man's body had also shrunk. In the end, the flaming man continued to grow until he was trapped by the Pine Willow Divine Tree's willow branches. Do you think you can trap me? The gigantic flaming man reached out with both hands to grab a bunch of willow branches, trying to tear them apart. However, he soon discovered that even though the willow branches cracked, they healed quickly. It was as though they had never been torn apart. It was obvious that this was the law of wood's regeneration technique. How is this possible? How can your godly image avatar possess the law of wood's regeneration technique? Han Yunjin's voice rang from within the flaming man. His voice was filled with disbelief. No matter how Han Yunjin tried to control the flaming man to pull at the willow branches, he discovered that the willow branches could not be torn apart. Instead, the willow branches were shrinking and pulling at him. The flaming man shrunk under the willow branches' restraint. This scene caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. At this moment, the willow branches from Duan Lingtian's Pine Willow Divine Tree seemed to be extremely tenacious as they bound Han Yunjin. No matter how hard Han Yunjin tried, he could not break free from the Pine Willow Divine Tree's restraint. Soon after, the flaming man disappeared, and Han Yunjin's body was revealed. However, he was still bound by the willow branches. Even the flames on his body were being suppressed by the willow branches. At this moment, Han Yunjin's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his aura was weak. It was obvious he was an arrow at the end of its flight. The onlookers were shocked when they saw this. At this moment, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Duan Lingtian had defeated Han Yunjin. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian had won the battle. Now all that was left was to kill Han Yunjin. This was a battle to the death. It would only end when one of them was killed. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong, Han Yunjin said bitterly. He looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled bitterly. I, Han Yunjin, am going to die at the hands of a person who's not even 300 years old. How laughable! How laughable! I'm a celestial emperor, and yet, I'm going to be killed by a celestial lord. In the history of the Heavenly Pool Palace, I should be the first celestial emperor to be killed by a celestial lord, right? The smile on Han Yunjin's face grew even more ferocious. Humph! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. His pine willow divine tree trembled as he prepared to kill Han Yunjin. However, just as he was about to make his move, he discovered a powerful aura had locked onto him. It was as though he would be killed if he made a move. "Young man, enough is enough." An aged voice resounded across the prodigy's arena. The voice belonged to an old man dressed in a Taoist robe. The old man had white hair, white eyebrows, and a youthful complexion. He looked like an immortal. "Teacher." Han Yunjin smiled sheepishly when he saw the old man. "I'm Han Yunjin. I've embarrassed you, teacher." "Teacher." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Han Yunjin's greeting. He could guess the old man's identity. The old man was the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, one of the top 3 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. In the past, Duan Lingtian had only heard of the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is here? The arrival of the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor caused an uproar in the crowd. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is here. Seems like Han Yunjin won't die. Many people said, "Isn't this against the rules? It's supposed to be a battle to the death." But a senior intervened. "What would the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace feel about this? It's not against the rules. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, titled Celestial Emperors are the rules. Most importantly, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is not an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. He's one of the 3 strongest titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace." Although many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace felt that the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's intervention was against the rules, most of them felt that even if the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor intervened, no one would dare to say anything. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he looked at the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor from afar. He said in a deep voice, "Senior, this is a battle to the death between me and Han Yunjin, and the Sword Trial Pavilion witnessed it. I'm afraid it's against the rules for you to intervene, right?" Chapter 33:10. Senior Xian Tian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian's eldest senior brother, stepped forward and looked at the old man solemnly. "Everyone in the Heavenly Pool Palace knows about today's battle. Senior, if you don't want Han Yunjin to participate in this battle, you can stop him before he enters the Prodigy Arena. Now that he's about to die in the Prodigy Arena, don't you think it's inappropriate for you to intervene?" As he spoke, Lu Ji's expression darkened slightly. Although the others remained silent, all of them, including the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace, looked at the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor indignantly. The old man glanced at Duan Lingtian and Lu Ji indifferently before he raised his hand to save Han Yunjin. "Lord Xian Tian." At this moment, the elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion cupped his hands together at the old man and said in a deep voice, "The Sword Trial Pavilion is the judge of today's battle. If Duan Lingtian is the one who's defeated today, Lord Xian Tian, I don't think you'd interfere, right?" Elder Qin from the Sword Trial Pavilion looked at the old man solemnly. Although his eyes were filled with fear, he still stepped forward. "Do you think you have the right to speak in front of me?" The old man glanced at the Sword Trial Pavilion elder indifferently. He did not seem to do anything, but a powerful, invisible force streaked across the sky and landed on the Sword Trial Pavilion elder. The Sword Trial Pavilion elder's body suddenly trembled, and he staggered a few steps back in the air. Barf! After taking a few steps back, the elder from the Sword Trial Pavilion spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura seemed to have weakened at this moment. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace could not help but gasp. Based on the current situation, it seems like the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor is determined to save his disciple. Han Yunjin has been following the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor for a long time, right? Moreover, he's the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's favorite disciple. How can the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor watch Han Yunjin die? Profound Heaven Immortal Emperor is too overbearing. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor had the right to be domineering, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. The disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace whispered among themselves. Although they disliked the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's actions, None of them dared to voice their displeasure. Who knew if the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor would attack them out of anger? Just when everyone thought that Han Yunjin would be saved by the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, a voice suddenly rang out. When the profound Heaven Immortal Emperor was about to attack again. Xian Tian, since this is a battle of life and death, don't interfere. An ethereal voice came from afar. It was hard to tell if it was a man's voice or a woman's voice, but the voice was getting closer and closer. Hearing that voice, the expression of the old man, who had originally been incomparably domineering and indifferent, changed slightly. Then he bowed slightly to the void in the distance. Greetings, Palace Master. As soon as the old man finished speaking, 3 figures appeared in the distant void. The 2 figures behind them were none other than Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, and Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor. As for the person in front, he was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe. His face was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples, but between his brows, there seemed to be a majesty that looked down disdainfully on the world. He was none other than Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Mengchong Celestial Emperor. He was also the strongest among the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Rumor had it that even the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor and the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor were no match for him even if they joined forces. Naturally, this was only a rumor. Nevertheless, based on the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's respectful attitude toward Yu Fengyu, it was not as simple as it seemed. Teacher, Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he saw Su Lang. However, he quickly regained his senses. Su Lang must have asked Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the Sword Trial Pavilion, to summon the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was clear Su Lang had expected the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor to show up. Greetings, Lord Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master. When the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor bowed to the newcomer, the disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace did the same. Many of them were excited as though they had just seen a god. I didn't think I'd have the chance to meet the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. I've been in the Heavenly Pool Palace for more than 1,000 years, but this is my first time meeting the Palace Master. I've been in the Heavenly Pool Palace for more than 4,000 years, but this is my first time meeting the Palace Master. Doesn't this mean we should thank Duan Lingtian and Han Yunjin? No, you should thank the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. If it weren't for the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, the Palace Master might not have shown himself even if he was here. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace whispered excitedly among themselves. This was their first time meeting the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Xian Tian, do you have any objections to my words? Yu Fengyu asked calmly as he looked at the old man indifferently under everyone's watchful eyes. Although his tone was calm, when it entered the ears of those present, it gave off an irresistible majesty, causing them to involuntarily feel fearful. The old man took a deep breath before he said in a deep voice, "Since the Palace Master has said so, I have no objections." As soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his fists at Yu Fengyu and said, "Palace Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "All right." Yu Fengyu nodded slightly before the old man's figure flashed and disappeared into the distance in just a blink of an eye. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Yu Fengyu looked at the despairing Han Yunjin before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. He smiled faintly as he said, "Su Lang is lucky to have recruited a good disciple. Palace Master." Duan Lingtian nodded slightly at Yu Fengyu as a form of greeting. "Since it's a battle to the death, let's leave the prodigy arena after we're done with it." Yu Fengyu's body became illusory after he finished speaking. Finally, he turned into a shadow under everyone's watchful eyes and disappeared. After Yu Fengyu left, Su Lang and Lei Ying did not linger and left as well. The Palace Master is so powerful. He managed to get the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor to leave with just a few words. Of course. He's the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, the leader of a heaven-grade force, and the overlord of the boundless heaven's boundless territory. It's said that the Palace Master has not only fused 3 profundities of the law he's proficient in, but he has also fused 2 other profundities as well. He's so strong that he's one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the boundless heaven. Although the profound heaven celestial emperor is strong, he's still a far cry from the palace master. After Yu Fengyu left, the heavenly pool palace's disciples were still in a daze. They were still in a daze after witnessing Yu Fengyu's majestic aura. It was only when a scream rang in the air that they regained their senses. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at Han Yunjin, who was bound by the pine willow divine tree's branches. With just a thought, the pine willow divine tree's branches tightened, killing Han Yunjin. Eldest senior brother, Zhao Jiali and Wu Quan's expressions changed drastically when they saw Han Yunjin. Earlier, when they saw their first senior brother had arrived, they were willing to help their first senior brother escape. However, they did not expect the verdant prairie celestial emperor and the merciless celestial emperor to bring the palace master of the heavenly pool palace over. Now that their palace master had intervened, their eldest senior brother would not be able to interfere even if he wanted to. Although they had already expected their eldest senior brother's fate, they were still unable to accept it. They could not accept the fact that their eldest senior brother, Han Yunjin, had died just like that. Han Yunjin was harsh to outsiders. Although some of his actions were unpleasant, he was still very caring toward his own people. For this reason, there were still a few people who were sad for his death. It's over. The disciples of the heavenly pool palace were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian killing Han Yunjin. However, when they regained their senses, they looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Is Duan Lingtian really just a 5-elements celestial lord? A 5-elements celestial lord killed a celestial lord who had comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage and was about to fuse the explosion profundity and the corrosion profundity? I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. That's right. Who would have thought that the weaker one would be able to kill the stronger one despite the fact that they were both human beings with such a huge difference in cultivation? After today's battle, Duan Lingtian will replace Han Yunjin as one of the 5 prodigious disciples in the heavenly pool palace. From now on, there will be 2 disciples under the verdant prairie celestial emperor who will be ranked among the 5 prodigious disciples. The verdant prairie celestial emperor is really a winner in life. Not only does he have a heaven-defying daughter, but he also has 2 monstrous disciples. Many disciples of the heavenly pool palace whispered among themselves that the verdant prairie celestial emperor was indeed a winner in life. Duan Lingtian overheard some of the discussions among the disciples of the heavenly pool palace. It made him even more eager to meet his first senior sister. What kind of person is first senior sister? So far, he had only learned about his eldest senior sister's existence from his senior brothers and sisters. He knew his eldest senior sister was very protective of her juniors, and he knew his eldest senior sister was a titled celestial emperor at the very least. However, he had never seen her before. Humph! After the disciples of the heavenly pool palace watched as Duan Lingtian returned to Su Lang's disciples and saw the white-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian and holding Duan Lingtian's arm. Upon seeing this, Lei Jun scoffed coldly as his eyes turned colder. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. It seems like it'll be difficult to get rid of him. Let's keep quiet for now. If the matter with Dugu 1 and Dugu Wu is over, I'll think of a way to get rid of him. Chapter 33:11. Brother Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian left the prodigy arena, it was not difficult for him to notice Huaner's odd behavior. Huaner, don't worry. After this matter is settled, I'll find a way to locate the Thousand Chains prison in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huan. Naturally, he knew what was on Huan-Er's mind. Earlier, when Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, appeared, he could not help but think of Huan-Er's biological father who was imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace. After all, Huan-Er's biological father had failed to fulfill the marriage agreement with the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's daughter. That was why the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven, handed him over to the Heavenly Pool Palace. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan-Er's expression eased. Little junior brother, I knew Han Yunjin wouldn't be a match for you. Hong Fei laughed before he took out a spatial ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. What's this? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He did not know why Hong Fei was giving him the spatial ring. Little junior brother, there are 5 million royal grade celestial crystals in there. Hong Fei chuckled. 5 million royal grade celestial crystals? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the number of celestial crystals Hong Fei had just mentioned. He had just arrived in the heavenly pool palace, and he did not have any dealings with anyone. He did not need celestial crystals for his cultivation, so he did not know much about celestial crystals. However, he knew very well what 5 million royal grade celestial crystals could be exchanged for. 5 million royal grade celestial crystals could be exchanged for celestial fruits that could increase a celestial lord's cultivation base. Sixth senior brother, why are you giving me so many celestial crystals? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. However, he did not take the spatial ring. He did not know why his sixth senior brother was keeping him in suspense. Little junior brother, take it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's fifth senior brother, Ouyang Chi Fei, said, that fatty collected 5 million royal grade celestial crystals before your battle with Han Yunjin. He's only accepting bets on Han Yunjin's victory. In other words, not only does he not have to pay any immortal crystals, but all the immortal crystals in his hands will also become his. Ouyang Chifei said, the immortal crystals he gave you are only half of what he obtained today. You deserve it. Sixth junior brother, I won't participate in the distribution of youngest junior brother's share. After all, it took him a lot of effort to kill Han Yunjin. I don't want much from your share. 500,000 royal grade celestial crystals will do. Hu Mei rolled her eyes and said to Hong Fei with a smile, third senior sister, you're trying to get something for nothing. Hong Fei said indignantly, what, unwilling? If you're unwilling, I'll spar with you a few more times. I remember before eldest senior sister left, she asked us to spar with you to help you improve your strength. Hu Mei said with a charming smile. However, Hong Fei was not in the mood to appreciate Hu Mei's charming smile. With a bitter smile on his face, he said, third senior sister, this is extortion. Nevertheless, Hong Fei still obediently handed over 500,000 royal grade celestial crystals to Hu Mei. Since Hu Mei had given the royal grade celestial crystals to his third senior sister, it was only natural that he would give it to his second senior brother, Lu Ji, and his fourth senior sister, Wan Er. As for his fifth senior brother, Ouyang Chifei, he had already agreed to it. I didn't expect to only earn 500,000 royal grade celestial crystals in the end. Hong Fei smiled wryly. Sixth senior brother, you're the one who earned these celestial crystals. You should keep them. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile when he saw Hong Fei's bitter smile, little junior brother, don't be fooled by him. Ouyang Chifei said with a smile, this fellow doesn't lack celestial crystals. He's just casually nagging now. You have a conscience, little junior brother. Hong Fei glared at Ouyang Chifei. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, little junior brother, just as fifth senior brother said, I don't lack celestial crystals. Take it. Hong Fei handed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Sixth senior brother, I'll leave these celestial crystals with you. See if you can help me exchange them for celestial fruits that can improve my cultivation base. Due to my current cultivation base, it's difficult for me to improve my law of space. I want to break through and become a celestial emperor as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian did not intend to accept the spatial ring. Alright, I'll think of a way to exchange these celestial crystals for celestial fruits and celestial pills. Hong Fei nodded and put the spatial ring away. Lu Ji. Just as Duan Lingtian and the others were about to leave, two figures walked toward Duan Lingtian from different directions. One of them greeted Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian's second senior brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was also attracted by the two figures. The two figures were a man and a woman. The one who took the initiative to greet his second senior brother Lu Ji was the woman. The woman wore a bamboo hat and a loose black robe that completely covered her impressive figure. When she walked through the air, she walked with lotus steps, but her speed was not slow at all. As for the other person, he was a young man dressed in gray robes. A gourd hung from his waist, and his messy hair draped over his shoulders. He gave off an unruly and unrestrained aura. Apart from that, there was a long rod hanging from his waist, making him look unkempt. It's Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing. When Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the two of them, Hong Fei's voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Little junior brother, this woman is called Lu Baifeng. As for the gray-clad young man, he's Sun Xing. Lu Baifeng? Sun Xing? Duan Ling Tian was no longer the hothead who had just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. He had long heard of these two names. Lu Baifeng was as famous as his second senior brother, Lu Ji. She was one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Sun Xing, on the other hand, was the strongest among the top 5 prodigious disciples. He was even stronger than Lu Ji and Lu Baifeng. Lu Baifeng is a disciple of the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, and Sun Xing is the only disciple of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Hong Fei continued. Hong Fei continued to explain. The Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor was one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He was as famous as the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. His strength was second only to the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. As for the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, I heard that the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace used to be the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog of Yangjian, the three-eyed Celestial Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. I wonder if the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor is really the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog of Yangjian, the Erlang deity. Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with curiosity. For this reason, he felt a sense of familiarity with Sun Xing, the only disciple of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Little junior brother. When Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing arrived, Lu Ji introduced them to Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er. As for the other disciples, they were already familiar with Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing. Following that, Lu Ji introduced Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er to Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing, junior brother Duan, junior sister Huan Er. Lu Baifeng and Sun Xing greeted Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er one after another. It was unknown if it was because of Lu Ji or Duan Ling Tian's performance, but both of them were very enthusiastic. Senior sister Baifeng, senior brother Sunday, Duan Ling Tian greeted the two of them in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian, your name has resounded like thunder in my ears since 3 years ago, especially after you and Han Yunjin agreed to a life-and-death duel. For a time, I thought you were seeking death. However, you've opened my eyes today. Lu Baifeng said with a sigh, I'm not the only one. Even the others didn't expect Han Yunjin would die in your hands. Most people think that Han Yunjin won't be the one to die today. Instead, it's... At this point, Lu Baifeng didn't continue. Duan Ling Tian continued with a smile on his face. It can't be Han Yunjin, right? Can only be me, right? Duan Ling Tian, it's fortunate that you're a disciple of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, I would have poached you to be my master's disciple. Sun Xing said with a smile. In the past, I thought Han Yunjin would be replaced by Sima Yu, a disciple of the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor. Who knew someone would appear out of nowhere? Sun Xing? Lu Baifeng paused for a moment before she looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked Sun Xing. That's right. Sun Xing nodded. A rare nostalgic smile appeared on his face as he said, A Cheng Yaojin appeared out of nowhere. That's what my hometown would say. A Cheng Yaojin appeared out of nowhere? His hometown? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Sun Xing's words. He looked at Sun Xing and asked, Senior brother Sun Yu, are you from Yanhuang planet in the Yanhuang realm? HM? Sun Xing was slightly taken aback when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. You know about Yanhuang planet in the Yanhuang realm? You're from Yanhuang planet as well, right? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Really? Sun Xing's eyes lit up as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Junior brother Duan, which era are you from? 200 years ago, I went back to Yanhuang realm and planet Yanhuang. Only then did I realize that everything there had changed. I was born in 2000 AD in Yanhuang continent, Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Sun Xing and asked, Senior brother Sun, how old are you now? More than 800 years old. Sun Xing replied, More than 800 years old? That's 500 years older than me. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Senior brother Sun, does that mean you were born around 1500 AD? You're from the Ming dynasty? Although Duan Lingtian did not study history in depth when he was on Earth in his previous life, he knew that 1500 AD was the Ming dynasty. That's right. Sun Xing nodded. He could not help but sigh. I didn't expect you to be from the same hometown as my teacher. Senior brother Sun, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Is he really the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog by the side of the three-eyed Celestial Emperor Yang Jian? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes. Sun Xing nodded. My teacher was originally in the Jade Emperor Heaven with senior uncle Yang Jian. However, they had a falling out due to some minor conflicts. Therefore, my teacher came to the Boundless Heaven and settled down in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Many years ago, I obtained the legacy that my teacher left behind in the mundane realm. He personally brought me to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. Chapter 33:12. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian when he heard Sun Xing's words. Initially, he was puzzled by the relationship between the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog. If it was really the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog, shouldn't it be in the Heavenly Emperor's faction in the Jade Emperor Heaven? Why would it be in a Heaven-grade faction in the Boundless Heaven? After listening to Sun Xing's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood that the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog had a falling out with Yang Jian. Duan Lingtian did not comment on the minor conflict Sun Xing had mentioned. What kind of minor conflict would cause the Howling Heaven Celestial Dog to leave the Jade Emperor Heaven and settle down in the Heavenly Pool Palace? Perhaps even Sun Xing doesn't know the truth. After all, when he left Yanhuang Realm and came to the Devata Realms, he came to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, both of you are from the same hometown? Lu Baifeng, who was standing at the side, was stunned when she heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Sun Xing, junior brother Duan. Not only are we from the same hometown, but our teacher is also from the same hometown. Sun Xing smiled before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Junior brother Duan, let's exchange soul pearls. When I'm free, I'll look for you for a drink. If you're free, I'll bring you to see our teacher. I'm sure our teacher will be happy to see you from the same hometown. The emotions that Sun Xing was displaying now were completely different from how he was at the beginning. At first, Sun Xing was polite and courteous. However, at this moment, he was behaving like a friend who had known Duan Lingtian for many years. All right, Duan Lingtian felt close to Sun Xing since they were from the same hometown in the Devata realm. Therefore, he immediately took out his soul pearls and exchanged them with Sun Xing, junior brother Duan. I'll take my leave first. Sun Xing bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he nodded at the others and left. As for Lu Baifeng, after chatting with Lu Ji for a while, she also left. On the way back, Hong Fei said to Duan Lingtian, Little junior brother, that's Sun Xing, although he's from the same hometown as you, don't trust him too much. Otherwise, he might betray you without even knowing it. I've never seen him treat anyone so warmly before. From Hong Fei's point of view, there must be a reason behind this abnormality. That Sun Xing was usually the same to everyone, but today he was so enthusiastic to his junior brother that it was a little scary. Fatty, senior brother Sun Xing might not have any ill intentions. Moreover, with his current strength, there seems to be no need for him to do anything to little junior brother, right? Hu Mei shook her head. Third senior sister, who said that little junior brother has nothing to gain. As far as I know, there are many beautiful female disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace who are interested in Sun Xing, but he doesn't pay any attention to them. Hong Fei said matter-of-factly, Isn't this strange? Who knows, maybe he likes men. Little junior brother is so handsome. If he likes men, wouldn't it be normal for him to like little junior brother? The more Hong Fei spoke, the more matter-of-factly he sounded. At this moment, when Wan who was standing at the side, could not help but burst out laughing. Sixth junior brother, are you still brooding over the fact that junior sister Xiaofeng, whom you pursued, said she likes men like senior brother Sunxing? Fourth senior sister. Hong Fei was slightly infuriated when Wan exposed his thoughts. All right. I won't talk about it anymore. When Wan shook her head and stopped talking. However, she still had a smile on her face. Fatty, I didn't expect you'd still hold a grudge against senior brother Sunxing over this matter. In the end, didn't he reject junior sister Xiaofeng as well? Humei clicked her tongue and laughed. Little junior brother. However, Hong Fei ignored Humei and looked at Duan Tian as he said, I'm telling you, it's not because I have a grudge against Sunxing. It's because he's really a strange person. Sixth senior brother, you're not an ascender, right? Duan Tian asked with a smile. Hong Fei was stunned for a moment before he nodded. That's right. I'm not an ascender. What's wrong? Not only was Hong Fei not an ascender, but he was also a lineal disciple of the Hong clan, a supreme grade 1 force. His grandfather was the current clan leader of the Hong clan. It's difficult for those who haven't ascended to understand our feelings when we meet in the Devata realms. Duan Tian said with a smile. The Devata realms are too big. Moreover, there are 81 Devata realms. As for the mundane realms, there are countless of them. What's the chances of meeting someone from the same mundane realm and planet in the Devata realms? It's not an exaggeration to say the chances are 1 in a million. After learning Sunxing was from Earth, Duan Tian had a special feeling for him even though Sunxing was not from the same era as him. However, it did not stop him from treating Sunxing as an old friend. Little junior brother is right. At this moment, Lu Ji, Duan Tian's second senior brother, chimed in. I'm also an ascender, so I understand your feelings. If I can meet someone from the same mundane realm as me in the Devata realms, I'll also feel a special feeling for them, let alone someone from the same mundane realm and planet. Hong Fei fell silent when he heard Lu Ji's words. He could refute his fellow disciples, but he did not dare to refute his second senior brother and first senior sister. Third senior sister. Duan Tian looked at Humei and asked with a smile. I heard someone mention the Thousand Chains prison a few days ago. Is there such a place in the Heavenly Pool Palace? The Thousand Chains prison. Her eyes brightened when she heard Duan Tian mention the Thousand Chains prison. She knew her father was imprisoned there. Her body tensed up slightly, and her eyes widened in shock. At the same time, she instinctively looked at Humei. The Thousand Chains prison? Humei was taken aback by Duan Tian's words. Then, she asked curiously, Why do you ask, little junior brother? It's nothing. I'm just curious. Duan Tian smiled. Little junior brother. Before Humei could say anything, Hong Fei said, I know about the Thousand Chains prison. It's a prison set up by the Heavenly Pool Palace for disciples who have committed grave sins. It's said that there are all kinds of punishments in there, be it physical or spiritual. Many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace who were sent to the Thousand Chains prison died because they couldn't withstand the torture. Huan Er's face turned pale when she heard Hong Fei's explanation. She tightened her grip on Duan Tian's arm as she listened to Hong Fei's explanation. Duan Tian patted the back of Huan Er's hand. His eyes flashed as he asked, Where's the Thousand Chains prison? It's behind the Prodigy Arena. You'll reach it after walking for a while, Hong Fei said. However, the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison is guarded by powerful elders of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Under normal circumstances, those who haven't committed any crimes won't be able to enter the prison. The Heavenly Pool Palace doesn't allow anyone who hasn't committed any crimes to enter the prison. The only way to enter the Thousand Chains prison without committing any crimes is to be a disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace who volunteered to become a guard. Upon hearing Hong Fei's words, Duan Tian's eyes glinted. Become a guard of the Thousand Chains prison? Are there any requirements for a Heavenly Pool Palace disciple to become a guard of the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Tian asked curiously. That's what I'm going to say next. I don't know when the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace set the rule, but to become a guard of the Thousand Chains prison, one must be a prodigious disciple. I really don't know what he's thinking, who's so free as to become a guard of the Thousand Chains prison. Hong Fei shook his head. At this moment, Lu Ji glanced at Hong Fei indifferently and said, "The Thousand Chains prison is very important. Not only are there disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace imprisoned there, but there are also many outsiders. Rumor has it that some titled celestial emperors are also imprisoned there. These titled celestial emperors are the personal enemies of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The reason they're imprisoned is because they've comprehended the law of Earth. Their defenses are too strong for us to kill. Therefore, we're only able to imprison them. The descendants of the titled celestial emperors dream of rescuing them. However, once the titled celestial emperors are released, they'll definitely become the Heavenly Pool Palace's archenemies. A similar incident happened in the past. A titled celestial emperor was released by his descendant, and he killed many disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. After that, he was imprisoned by the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The reason why only prodigious disciples are allowed to become guards is to prevent spies from infiltrating the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, even if the descendants of the titled celestial emperors become prodigious disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace, with their talents, their seniors won't allow them to risk their lives. For this reason, ever since the Thousand Chains prison established the rule that only prodigious disciples are allowed to become guards, no titled celestial emperors have escaped or nearly escaped. Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Thousand Chains prison after listening to Lu Ji's explanation. Moreover, you'll only be on duty for a short period of time. Moreover, you'll be rewarded handsomely with royal-grade celestial crystals. Lu Ji continued to say. Second senior brother. Hu Mei looked at Lu Ji and asked, I remember you and eldest senior sister used to be guards in the Thousand Chains prison, right? That's right. Lu Ji nodded. Actually, there's something you're unaware of. Eldest senior sister switched to cultivating the law of death because of the Thousand Chains prison. The Thousand Chains prison is filled with death chi. It's a good place to comprehend the law of death. Before eldest senior sister left the Heavenly Pool Palace, she was still the warden of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Lu Ji's words. His eldest senior sister, whom he had never met, was the warden of the Thousand Chains prison? Regardless of the prison, the warden was usually the head, right? Chapter 33:13. Eldest senior sister didn't comprehend the law of death in the past? Hu Mei, Wanwaner, Ouyang Chi Fei, and Hong Fei were stunned when they heard Lu Ji's words. They instinctively turned to look at Lu Ji. It was clear they had just learned about this as well. Your eldest senior sister only began to cultivate the law of death after she became a prodigious disciple. Lu Ji smiled faintly when he saw the puzzled looks on their faces. A hint of nostalgia could be seen on his face as he continued to say, It's normal that you don't know about this. After all of you weren't under my tutelage at that time. Eldest senior sister and I are the only two disciples under my teacher. Lu Ji replied. She only began to cultivate the law of death after she became a prodigious disciple? Hong Fei stared at Lu Ji with his mouth agape. Second senior brother, eldest senior sister is an expert in the law of death. Not only has she comprehended all the profundities from the law of death to the mastery stage, but she has also fused 3 profundities from the law of death together. However, she only began to comprehend the law of death after becoming a prodigious disciple? Hong Fei was shocked by Lu Ji's words. Apart from Hong Fei, even Hu Mei, Wanwaner, and Ouyang Chi Fei were shocked by Lu Ji's words. Duan Lingtian did not know much about eldest senior sister since he had never met her before. However, it was different for Hong Fei and the others. After all, they had witnessed eldest senior sister's prowess with their own eyes. Before your eldest senior sister comprehended the law of death, she had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of water to the mastery stage. I'm sure all of you are unaware of this as well. Lu Ji continued to say. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, not only were Hong Fei and the others stunned, but even Duan Lingtian and Huan could not help but look at each other in shock and awe. That elusive eldest senior sister comprehended all the profundities from the law of water to the mastery stage before she comprehended the law of death? Duan Lingtian had thought it was rare for someone like him to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage when he was only a celestial lord. However, it seemed like he was not the only one who was capable of that. Moreover, I comprehended the law of space by relying on the supreme expert's godhead. Even if that eldest senior sister has her own secrets and fortuitous encounters, how could she compare to the supreme expert's godhead? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel deep respect for the eldest senior sister whom he had never met. After a while, Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the training ground under Su Lang, and the few of them separated one after another. Duan Lingtian and Huan returned to their respective cultivation grounds. Brother Lingtian. As soon as she returned, she looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of excitement in her eyes. I'll ask sixth senior brother how to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian naturally understood Huan Er's intentions. He smiled and explained the process of becoming a warden of the Thousand Chains prison to Hong Fei through the soul orb. In order to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison, as long as one was a genius disciple, all one had to do was register. When there was a vacancy, one would be assigned to duty. Some jailers would occasionally have something to do, such as going out or cultivating in seclusion. When they had no time to be on duty, there would be a vacancy for a jailer's shift. At that time, a substitute jailer would be able to fill in. Huan I'll bring you to apply to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison. Since Duan Lingtian had learned how to apply to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison from Hong Fei, he led Huan to another floating island in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Finally, they arrived at a secluded palace. This palace was much more secluded compared to the Sword Trial Hall. There was not a single soul in sight. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the fallen leaves at the entrance of the palace to flutter in the air. This is the Thousand Chains Palace? The Thousand Chains Palace was the internal affairs palace of the Thousand Chains prison. Anyone who wanted to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison had to register here. Naturally, one only needed to register. This was because the warden of the Thousand Chains prison had to be a genius disciple. However, there were only 100 genius disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. It's really deserted, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he led Huan into the palace. The palace was covered in dust and cobwebs. It was as though no one had been here for a long time. Is anyone in? Duan Lingtian called out to the palace. Creak. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the sound of the door opening resonated from inside the palace. Following that, an old voice rang in the air. The voice was indifferent. Are you here to apply to become a prison guard? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Prodigy token. The voice rang again. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately took out his prodigy token. Huan did the same as well. As soon as both of them took out their prodigy tokens, a gust of wind blew past their hands. Then their prodigy tokens were sucked into the palace. The entire process was extremely bizarre. You're Duan Lingtian? You're Su Lang's new disciple? You're indeed a man of striking appearance. The old man's voice rang in the air again. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Huan prodigy tokens were brought back by a gust of wind. 2 tokens that were as black as ink and shone with a faint red light were brought back as well. The words Thousand Chains Prison were engraved on the front of the tokens, and Duan Lingtian and Huan's names were engraved on the back of the tokens. Is Su Yasi back yet? Duan Lingtian and Huan took the prodigy token and the Thousand Chains Prison token respectively before the old man's voice rang in the air again. Su Yasi? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was unable to recover from his shock for a moment. You don't even know your eldest senior sister's name? Didn't you apply to become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison because your eldest senior sister is the warden of the Thousand Chains prison? She can meditate on the law of death on the life and death platform in the Thousand Chains prison? Although the old man was not in front of Duan Lingtian, he seemed to have complete control of Duan Lingtian's every move. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not even sense the old man's divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Who is this old man? The life and death platform. At the same time, Duan Lingtian learned from the old man that there was a place in the Thousand Chains prison where one could meditate on the law of death. Senior, may I ask who you are? Duan Lingtian asked respectfully. Me? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, the old man fell silent for a moment before he replied, I'm a person who should have died. A person who should have died. A moment later, the door slammed shut, and the old man's voice disappeared completely. Duan Lingtian called out to the old man a few times, but the old man did not respond. He subconsciously tried to use his divine sense to find out where the old man was, but he found that his divine sense could not enter the palace at all. It was as if there was an invisible wall standing there, separating the inside and the outside into two worlds. Senior, the two of us will take our leave first. Although the old man did not respond, since he had obtained the warden token, Duan Lingtian did not continue to linger. Huan let's go to the Thousand Chains prison. To become a warden of the Thousand Chains prison, one had to go to the Thousand Chains palace to obtain a warden token. After obtaining the warden token, one could register in the Thousand Chains prison. When there was a vacancy, they would be notified to head to the Thousand Chains prison to fulfill their duties. The Thousand Chains prison was located in the distance behind the Prodigy Arena. It was located above a vast mountain. It was a huge floating island that was incomparably majestic. At a glance, the floating island looked like a huge mountain. Tens of thousands of thick chains extended from the top of the mountain, completely shrouding it. Moreover, there were many intricate patterns carved on the huge mountain. They were difficult to decipher. There were all kinds of words, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. Thousand Chains Prison. The words Thousand Chains Prison could be seen hovering on half of the mountain's wall. It was said to be hovering because the words were formed by hundreds of chains intertwined together. At the center of the mountain was a huge door. It looked like the entrance to a cave, but it was exquisitely decorated. It did not seem like it led to the depths of a cave, but to a luxurious palace. This should be the entrance to the Thousand Chains prison, Duan Lingtian said to Huan At this moment, Huan looked at the Thousand Chains prison with excitement in her eyes. Her body trembled slightly, and it seemed like she could not control her emotions. Huan calm down a little before we go in. Duan Lingtian smiled at Huan All right. Huan nodded lightly. After a few breaths, she regained her composure. Her body exuded a cold aura that resembled a blooming lotus. Let's go. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Huan stepped into the Thousand Chains prison's entrance. At the same time, they saw 4 old men standing guard at the entrance. The 4 old men stood at the side with 2 on each side. Trespassers are not allowed in the Thousand Chains prison. Before Duan Lingtian and Huan could get close to the entrance, one of the old men glared at Duan Lingtian and Huan The old man had a white beard, messy white hair, and white tiger-like eyebrows. He looked like a lion with white fur. Elder, we're the prodigious disciples who have just applied to become the prison guards of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian did not waste any time. He took out his prison guard token and placed it together with Huan prison guard token. Then, he tossed the token to the old man. The old man's eyes widened when he saw Huan order token. However, when he saw the back of Duan Lingtian's order token, his eyes widened slightly. Why, you're Duan Lingtian? You're the Duan Lingtian who killed the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's first disciple, Han Yunjin? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Although he was not present at the Prodigy Arena, news of the battle had spread like wildfire in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Chapter 33:14. Senior, you know me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw the surprised expression on the old man's face and the other old men's faces. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the Heavenly Pool Palace who don't know your name, Duan Lingtian. The old man who had a hostile expression earlier had a wide smile on his face now. His white beard trembled as he continued to say, Moreover, Duan Lingtian, you're also head warden Su's junior brother. In other words, the Thousand Chains prison can be considered as half your home. Does this mean I'm home now? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Then he smiled wryly. If someone had told him the Thousand Chains prison was his home in his previous life, he would have slapped that person. Duan Lingtian, I'll bring the two of you in. The old man smiled and took the initiative to say, I'm sure this is your first time in the Thousand Chains prison. Let me introduce you to the Thousand Chains prison and bring you to the Internal Affairs Hall to hang your warden tokens there. Once the warden tokens are hung in the Internal Affairs Hall, you'll be notified whenever there's a vacancy. However, since your head warden Sue's junior brother, even if there's no vacancy, no one will stop you from coming to the Thousand Chains prison. The old man continued to say. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was inwardly shocked. He did not expect his eldest senior sister, whom he had never met, would be able to provide him with so much convenience. I'll have to trouble you then, elder, Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's courteous attitude, the old man was overjoyed. At the very least, this prodigious disciple with a bright future did not look down on him just because he was a gatekeeper of the Thousand Chains prison. As a gatekeeper of the Thousand Chains prison, he used to be an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even now, he was not as strong as Han Yunjin, who had been killed by Duan Lingtian. There was no doubt Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Duan Lingtian was strong, had a powerful background, and had a bright future. Moreover, he was polite to him. Let's go in. After calling out to Duan Lingtian and Huan the old man led the way for the two Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Huan followed closely behind. After entering the Thousand Chains prison, what appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a crimson world. Everywhere was a mountain wall that gave off a crimson glow. Among the mountain walls, there were many special metal pillars that supported the buildings inside the mountain. After passing through a wide passageway, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at a spacious plaza. Aside from the path across from them, there was no other path. Duan Lingtian, this is the final plaza of the Thousand Chains prison. After leading Duan Lingtian into the square, the old man introduced them to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Final square? Duan Lingtian was stunned, as the name of this square seemed to be rather special. Don't you think the name of the square is a little strange? The old man asked with a smile. It's a little strange. Duan Lingtian nodded. The reason this square is called the final square is due to the killing formation that's capable of severely injuring a titled celestial emperor. Ordinary celestial emperors who aren't titled celestial emperors will definitely die if they trigger the killing formation. The old man said with a smile. This is a place where anyone below the titled celestial emperor realm can die. That's why it's called the terminating square. Severely injure a titled celestial emperor? Anyone below the level of a titled celestial emperor will definitely die. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp. At the same time, he raised his guard. Don't worry. The old man chuckled when he saw Duan Lingtian's vigilance. Not just anyone can trigger the killing formation in the square of Terminus. The killing formation will only be triggered when someone tries to force his way out of the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, it only targets those people. Even if we're in the square at that time, the killing formation won't attack us. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard the old man's words. At the same time, he could vaguely guess the killing formation's mechanism. The killing formation must have extracted the blood or soul aura of the prisoners and merged it with the killing formation. Otherwise, the killing formation would not be triggered. After passing through the final square, the old man led Duan Lingtian through a long passage before they arrived at a palace that was neither big nor small. The plaque on the entrance of the palace had the words Internal Affairs Palace written on it in large letters. Let me bring you in to register. Under the old man's lead, Duan Lingtian and Huan entered the Internal Affairs Palace. Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian merely had to show their jailer tokens to the elders of the Internal Affairs Pavilion in the Thousand Chains prison. The elders would record their names and leave behind their soul pearls. When there was a vacancy, the elders would ask if they were free to take up the position. If they were not, their names would be temporarily removed from the list. When they were free, they would notify the Internal Affairs Palace. Apart from leaving behind their soul pearls, they also collected the soul pearls of the Internal Affairs Palace's elders. Duan Lingtian, your head warden Su's junior brother. Now that you're a jailer of the Thousand Chains prison, even if you're not on duty, you're welcome to come to the Thousand Chains prison. The Internal Affairs Palace's elder was very friendly toward Duan Lingtian. However, when you're not on duty, you're not allowed to enter the prison. At most, you can go to the life and death platform to comprehend the law of death. When the Internal Affairs Palace's elder reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn as he said, "If you're not on duty, even elders like us aren't allowed to enter the prison, let alone jailers. Only the wardens have the privilege to enter," the warden said. Duan Lingtian nodded. "All right," Duan Lingtian nodded. However, new prison guards are usually given a chance to familiarize themselves with the prison. Originally, this opportunity has to be chosen at a specific time. Since you're head warden Su's junior brother, I don't think it's appropriate for you to make a trip here again. Duan Lingtian nodded. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian and Huaner's eyes lit up. Elder Xie. At the same time, the Internal Affairs Palace's elder looked at the Thousand Chains prison's elder who brought Duan Lingtian and Huaner into the prison and said, "You'll bring them around the prison and explain the situation to them." As soon as the Internal Affairs Palace's elder finished speaking, he raised his hand and tossed a token to Huaner. "All right." Huaner took the token and nodded. Then he beckoned Duan Lingtian and Huaner to leave. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to see that the command token that Elder Xie received was completely pitch black, and it emitted waves of icy cold and profound aura. Moreover, it gave people a feeling of oppression. It was obvious that many formations had been compressed inside the token. This is the token that allows you to enter and exit the prison. After leaving the Internal Affairs Palace, the old man seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian and Huaner's gazes. He smiled and said, "This token is issued by the Internal Affairs Palace. When it's issued, the Internal Affairs Palace's elder will infuse our soul auras into the token through our soul pearls. In other words, this token can only allow the three of us to enter and exit the prison. This is to prevent people from bringing people in and out of the prison." After listening to the old man's words, Duan Lingtian realized the security in the Thousand Chains prison was not something an ordinary prison could compare to. In the past, there weren't many rules in the Thousand Chains prison. However, ever since a titled celestial emperor escaped from the Thousand Chains prison and killed many of the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples, the Heavenly Pool Palace has set many rules in the Thousand Chains prison. Most importantly, only prodigious disciples are allowed to become prison guards. Huaner nodded. "What do the guards do in the Thousand Chains prison?" Duan Lingtian asked. "What the prison guards need to do is to observe the situation of the people imprisoned in the prison. If they discover anything strange, they need to immediately inform the Internal Affairs Palace. Apart from that, they also need to monitor the people imprisoned in the prison." Huaner nodded. "How many guards are on duty every time?" Duan Lingtian asked again. 6 guards. They're divided into groups of 2 to patrol the 3 areas of the prison, the old man said. One group is responsible for patrolling the prisons where titled celestial emperors are imprisoned. The other group is responsible for patrolling the prisons where non-titled celestial emperors are imprisoned. The last group is responsible for patrolling the prisons where the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples and elders are imprisoned. Each group will patrol the prison for 4 months before swapping teams. Each group will patrol the prison for 4 months. Each time a guard is on duty, they'll be on duty for a year. The old man said, "Due to the high requirements of being a guard, only prodigious disciples can apply for the position. Therefore, not all guards are assigned to patrol the prison. Some of them are even elders of the Thousand Chains prison. Even I'm often assigned to patrol the prison when there aren't enough guards. This year, there are 6 people patrolling inside. Only 3 of them are geniuses. The other 3 are the elders of the Thousand Chains prison." The old man paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huaner before he continued to say, "Come to think of it, it's not a coincidence. The last change was a month ago. Both of you will have to wait for another 11 months before it's your turn." Moreover, you'll definitely get your turn. After all, very few prodigious disciples are willing to become guards. Even if the salary is high, most of them won't accept it. The old man shook his head when he finished speaking. Most of the prodigious disciples who are willing to become guards are here for the life and death platform. Elder Yen from the Internal Affairs Palace told you about the life and death platform. You can go to the Thousand Chains prison whenever you want to. It's very beneficial to comprehend the law of death there. That's because the people who have been executed by the Thousand Chains prison are all beneath the life and death platform. The Thousand Chains prison has sealed their deathly aura in that area, making the life and death platform a sacred place to comprehend the laws of death. Chapter 33:15. At the life and death platform. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had heard of this place. Before he entered the Thousand Chains prison, he knew there was a place in the Thousand Chains prison where he could comprehend the law of death. Later on, he learned the place was called the life and death platform. Now that the old man mentioned it again, he began to yearn for the life and death platform. The prodigious disciples who applied to become wardens of the Thousand Chains prison didn't do it for the celestial crystals. They were more interested in the opportunity to comprehend the law of death on the life and death platform. The old man said. The old man said, every warden can enter the life and death platform for a year to comprehend the law of death after a year of duty. If you want to enter the life and death platform to comprehend the law of death, you'll have to stay on duty for another year. Of course, you can also choose to be on duty for many years at a time and then climb the life or death platform for many years. This is because the time you can climb the life or death platform is linked to the time you are on duty. You can climb the life or death platform for as long as you are on duty. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, of course, you don't have to do this. You can enter the life and death platform whenever you want because of Warden Su. Moreover, you can enter the life and death platform as long as you want. A hint of envy could be seen in the old man's eyes when he finished speaking. Although he did not specialize in the law of death and rarely went to the life or death platform, it was not easy for him to ascend the life or death platform even if he had comprehended the law of death. He also needed to contribute to the Thousand Chains prison. This is because the hall master of the life and death pavilion is Warden Su. The elders in the life and death pavilion are also Warden Su's subordinates. Warden Su has long ordered that any junior brothers and sisters who want to enter the life and death platform are free to do so without any restrictions. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'm afraid only Lord Su Lang's subordinates are allowed to enter the life and death pavilion. The old man continued to speak. Not only is eldest senior sister the warden of the Thousand Chains prison, but she's also the hall master of the life and death pavilion. Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that his understanding of the eldest senior sister was only the tip of the iceberg. What he knew now was something he didn't know in the past. How many wardens are there in the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he followed behind the old man. There are 3 wardens in the Thousand Chains prison. They are in charge of the Internal Affairs Hall, the Life and Death Hall, and the Purgatory Hall. The old man said, Purgatory Palace? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He now knew what the Internal Affairs Hall and the Life and Death Hall were. The Internal Affairs Hall was where the internal affairs of the Thousand Chains prison were handled, while the Life and Death Hall was where the prisoners were executed and stored. The Purgatory Hall is also known as the Punishment Hall. Its function is to punish those who are imprisoned. Naturally, it's not a death sentence. If it's a death sentence, the prisoners will be sent to the Life and Death Hall. The old man paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him, Duan Lingtian, the hall master of the Internal Affairs Hall has a good relationship with head warden Su. However, the hall master of the Purgatory Hall doesn't have a good relationship with head warden Su. If you encounter him, try to avoid him so that he won't make things difficult for you. After all, head warden Su isn't here right now. If head warden Su is here, he'll restrain himself. The old man's expression turned slightly solemn when he spoke. How strong is he? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes. He's close to a titled celestial emperor. The old man replied. Close to a titled celestial emperor? Duan Lingtian was stunned. How could such a person dare to oppose his eldest senior sister? Elder Xie, do you know how strong my eldest senior sister is? Duan Lingtian asked instinctively. She seems to be close to a titled celestial emperor as well. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian realized that the people in the Thousand Chains prison did not seem to know the true strength of his eldest senior sister. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he felt it was normal. As her junior brothers and sisters, it was only natural for them to know her strength better than anyone else. Elder Xie, the hall master of the Purgatory Palace you're talking about, is the head warden of the Thousand Chains prison. If he takes the initiative to make things difficult for me and I don't want to dodge, I should be able to retaliate if he attacks, right? Duan Lingtian asked as his eyes glinted. HM? The old man did not expect Duan Lingtian to ask such a question. He was stunned for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. Duan Lingtian, are you confident you can defeat the hall master of the Thousand Chains prison? After all, his strength is close to a titled celestial emperor. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, I've never heard of anyone who's weaker than a titled celestial emperor being able to defeat him. At most, they're evenly matched with him. The old man said, I'm just asking. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. If he attacks you, you can naturally retaliate. However, the moment you retaliate, he will punish you with the crime of insubordination. Although he won't kill you, he can capture you and bring you to the Purgatory Palace to punish you. The old man shook his head. What if he's not a match for me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed even further, narrowing into slits as he continued asking. Up until now, there hasn't been such a situation in the Thousand Chains prison. However, if he's not a match for you, he won't dare to provoke you. As long as you don't kill him, the Heavenly Pool Palace won't punish you, the old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Xie, let's go to the Thousand Chains prison now. To Duan Lingtian, the pavilion master of the Purgatory Hall and the life or death platform were not as important as the prison. Why did he and Huaner join the Heavenly Pool Palace? It was all to save Huaner's parents. Currently, he was certain Huaner's father was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. However, he was not certain about her mother's whereabouts. Although Huaner had her mother's soul pearl, her mother did not have Huaner's soul pearl. Therefore, no matter how hard she tried to contact her mother would not be able to respond to her. Naturally, that was if her mother could receive her message. Elder Xie, can we use soul pearls to communicate in and out of the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course not. The old man shook his head. There's a formation in the Thousand Chains prison that restricts soul pearls from transmitting messages. Let alone the Thousand Chains prison, even the Thousand Chains prison restricts soul pearls from transmitting messages. This is also done to prevent the people imprisoned in the prison from communicating with the people outside and even plotting to escape. Huaner nodded. Huaner, it seems like your mother didn't receive your voice transmission earlier. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huaner after listening to the old man's words. Previously, when he, Huaner, and the Zhuge siblings from the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect had returned to the spirit overarching heaven, Huaner had obtained her mother's soul pearl from the Zhang clan's clan leader. He knew Huaner would often use the soul pearl to send messages to her mother, even if her mother could not respond. Of course, that's only if your mother is imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian said. Thank you, Elder. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man before he asked. I heard from one of my senior brothers that there's a person imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Palace in the solitary destructive heavens, Heavenly Sword Mountain. He said he broke off his engagement with the Heavenly Pool Palace? Are you talking about the prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain? It's a pity he's gone. The old man shook his head and said, that prodigy could have become a son-in-law of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Unfortunately, it said that he had a mistress and broke off his engagement with the Heavenly Pool Palace. Fortunately, the Heavenly Sword Mountain was tactful enough to send him here. At that time, the palace master was prepared to go to the Heavenly Sword Mountain to demand an explanation. The old man said, is he still imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian asked. That's right. The old man nodded. If you're interested in him, I'll bring you to meet him when we enter the Thousand Chains prison, as expected of a prodigy from the heavenly sword mountain. After cultivating diligently in the Thousand Chains prison, his cultivation base is close to that of a titled celestial emperor. Previously, when the pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion challenged him to a duel, he was not at a disadvantage at all. The old man sighed. Good. I'm curious as to what kind of person would refuse to marry the palace master's daughter. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Huan Er's eyes were filled with excitement as well. She was finally going to meet her biological father. Thank you, elder. Duan Lingtian asked again. Do you know what kind of woman caused the prodigy from the heavenly sword mountain to refuse the palace master's daughter? Yes. That woman is imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison as well. The old man nodded. That woman isn't human. She's a celestial beast. I think she's a phantom fox. In order to punish them, the palace master ordered them to look at each other through the prison. But they were not allowed to meet. Moreover, every once in a while they would torture the woman once in a while so that the prodigy of the heavenly sword mountain would suffer psychological torture. That woman is usually in a comatose state and rarely wakes up. After all, once she wakes up, she'll be tortured again. The old man sighed. Speaking of which, she's a woman with a hard life. She didn't do anything wrong. However, she has to suffer because she fell in love with a man she shouldn't have. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. Huan Er trembled involuntarily as tears welled up in her eyes. The old man was taken aback by Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's reaction. However, he did not suspect anything. He looked at Huan Er and said with a smile, It seems like you're a sentimental person as well. However, that woman is really pitiful. Chapter 33:16. Big Brother Lingtian. Her voice trembled with anger. Duan Lingtian could empathize with her. If his mother had been the one being tortured, he would have been even more furious. Huan Er. Big Brother Lingtian will definitely find a way to save your parents. Duan Lingtian said in a low voice. Believe in Big Brother Lingtian. All right. Huan Er nodded. She tried her best to suppress her emotions so that the old man would not notice anything amiss. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er followed the old man out of the narrow passage and into a vast space. That's the Purgatory Palace. The old man pointed. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction the old man was pointing and saw a huge palace in the distance. In front of the palace was a stone tablet that was dozens of meters tall. At a glance, it was much taller than the palace. The words Purgatory Palace were engraved on the tablet. Upon arriving, Duan Lingtian finally saw people entering and exiting the Purgatory Palace. At first glance, the people entering and exiting the Purgatory Palace looked normal. However, some of the people being carried out were covered in blood. Some of them were even missing parts of their bodies. It was a gory scene. There were also a few people who were unscathed. However, when they were being dragged away, their eyes were lifeless. It was as though they had lost their souls. It was a sight that sent chills down Duan Lingtian's spine. People are being dragged into the Purgatory Palace every day to be punished. The old man seemed to be used to such scenes. He continued to lead Duan Lingtian and Huan Er into another passage. However, this passageway was much shorter than the previous one. A few moments later, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er followed the old man out of the passage and into another vast space. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the palace floating in mid-air to his right. Behind the palace, there was a vast stone platform floating. Now, he could vaguely see some figures sitting cross-legged on it, cultivating. Around their bodies, bursts of black and gray gas could be faintly seen. It was clearly the death aura brought about by comprehending the law of death. This is the life or death hall. The old man's voice sounded at the right time. However, even without the old man's reminder, Duan Lingtian had already guessed that the palace in front of him was the Hall of Life and Death. The Hall Master of the Hall of Life and Death is eldest senior sister? Although Duan Lingtian knew that his first senior sister was extremely powerful before he entered the Thousand Chains prison, he didn't expect her to have such a status in the Thousand Chains prison. However, he was not too interested in the life or death hall right now. He looked at the old man and said, "Elder Xie, we still have something to do later. Can you take us to the prison first and see what's going on?" "All right." The old man nodded as he quickened his pace. If Duan Lingtian was only a prodigious disciple in the heavenly pool palace, the old man would not have obeyed Duan Lingtian so much. The reason he was so respectful to Duan Lingtian was because Duan Lingtian's senior sister was one of the 3 wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, she was the youngest and most powerful warden in the Thousand Chains prison. Based on her innate talent and comprehension skills, she'll most likely be a titled celestial emperor by the time she returns. The old man thought to himself. After passing through the life or death hall, Duan Lingtian and Huan finally arrived at a huge metal building. The metal building was square in shape, and there was only one door at the front. Elder Xie. As soon as Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance, they saw an old man and a young man walking out from behind the door. The 2 of them smiled and greeted the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian and Huan. Then, they shifted their gaze to Duan Lingtian and Huan. "Who are these 2? "These 2 are the new wardens. He's Duan Lingtian, and she's Huan, the 3rd disciple of Lei Ying Celestial Emperor." "Duan Lingtian, Huan, this is Elder Wang. He's one of the elders in the Thousand Chains prison." The old man standing next to Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Duan Lingtian, Huan, this is Elder Wang. He's an elder in the Thousand Chains prison. As for this person, he's also a prodigy. He's the 2nd disciple of Yu Han Celestial Emperor, Hu Yi." Duan Lingtian. When they heard that the purple-clad young man before them was Duan Lingtian, no matter if it was Elder Wang or Hu Yi, both of them had a surprised expression on their faces. Naturally, they were familiar with the name Duan Lingtian. 3 years ago, Duan Lingtian had made a life-or-death duel with Han Yunjin, one of the 5 great prodigious disciples. Many people, including them, thought Duan Lingtian had overestimated himself. However, as the wardens and elders of the Thousand Chains prison, they knew Duan Lingtian was not someone they could afford to offend. After all, Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister was one of the 3 wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. "Duan Lingtian, your life-or-death duel with Han Yunjin should be ending soon, right? Unfortunately, I won't have the chance to watch it. I'll be on duty in the Thousand Chains prison during this time," Hu Yi said with a smile. Hu Yi said with a faint smile on his face. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "However, I advise you not to fight with Han Yunjin in the prodigy arena. Even if you don't fight, nobody will laugh at you. After all, you're still young." Hu Yi had a sincere expression on his face when he spoke. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Hu Ye's words. Then he could not help but laugh. Hu Yi frowned. He did not know what Duan Lingtian was laughing about. "Hu Yi." At this moment, the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian said, "Your news is outdated. At noon today, Duan Lingtian fought with Han Yunjin in the prodigy arena." "What?" Hu Ye's eyes widened in shock. "He fought with Han Yunjin in the prodigy arena? But now, Elder Xie, did the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor intervene?" In Hu Ye's opinion, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, must have interfered and prevented Han Yunjin from killing Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian managed to survive the battle in the prodigy arena. As for Duan Lingtian's victory, he did not even think about it. Han Yunjin is dead. The old man shook his head and said, "Before Han Yunjin died, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor appeared and asked Duan Lingtian to stop. However, at the critical moment, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor asked the Palace Master for help. Since the Palace Master had spoken, the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor did not intervene. Duan Lingtian killed Han Yunjin." The old man said, "Now that the news has spread, you'll be able to hear it from others once you leave this place." It wasn't just Hu Yi. Even the Thousand Chains prison's elder was stunned, unable to return to his senses for quite some time. "Elder Xie, let's go in," Duan Lingtian urged. "All right." The old man took the lead and entered the building. At the same time, he took out the token given to him by the Internal Affairs Hall and led Duan Lingtian and Huan into the building. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the entrance, he could hear a commotion by his ears. Among the commotion, there were men's voices, women's voices, and beasts' roars. The commotion caused Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. These voices are made by some celestial beasts who are unwilling to be imprisoned. However, these humans and celestial beasts don't have high cultivation bases. The old man's voice rang in the air. A true powerhouse wouldn't make such a commotion in the prison. Soon after, the old man brought Duan Lingtian and Huan to a flight of stairs. The stairs could go up or down, and those clamorous voices were coming from below. However, it was extremely quiet above the stairs. There's no need to patrol the lower levels of the prison. Naturally, if you want to patrol the lower levels, you can go in and have a look. If anyone dares to make a ruckus during the patrol, the wardens can kill them. They only dare to make a ruckus when there are no wardens around. When there are wardens around, they're as docile as cats. Based on the old man's words, it was clear he was disdainful of the people imprisoned below. There are 3 levels above. They're also important areas. Every warden has to patrol each level for 4 months. After 4 months, they'll be transferred to another level. After another 4 months, they'll be transferred to another level. Now let's go up. The disciples and elders of the Heavenly Pool Palace are imprisoned on the 1st level. They're imprisoned here because they've committed some crimes. Under the old man's lead, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the 1st level above the stairs. This was where the disciples and elders of the Heavenly Pool Palace were imprisoned. Although Duan Lingtian was eager to go to the 2nd level with Huan to see her parents, Duan Lingtian did not want to waste his time. To avoid arousing the old man's suspicion, Duan Lingtian asked, "Elder Xie, what kind of crimes did one commit to be imprisoned here?" The elders and disciples imprisoned here have either committed the crime of harming and killing their fellow disciples, or have committed the crime of harming the Heavenly Pool Palace's interests. The former isn't a big deal. For example, if you're an elder of the Sword Trial Pavilion, you'll be imprisoned if it's discovered that you've bribed someone to get in through the back door. For example, if you're an elder of the Medicinal Pill Pavilion, you'll be imprisoned if you use your position to sell high-priced pills at a low price to earn bribes. Another example is, after listening to the old man's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned about the reasons why the elders and disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were imprisoned. Moreover, the greater the crime, the longer the time they would be imprisoned. This was similar to the law on Earth. In the Heavenly Pool Palace, all the rules were set by the Heavenly Pool Palace. The 2nd level is where some outsiders are imprisoned. Naturally, they're not titled Celestial Emperors. The prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain and his wife are imprisoned on this level. The old man continued to lead Duan Lingtian and Huan to the 2nd level. Chapter 33:17. After climbing the stairs to the 2nd floor, Duan Lingtian heard Huan voice. "Brother Lingtian, I can feel my mother's aura. She's over there." Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked in the direction Huan was looking at. He saw a row of cells in the distance, but he could not see the people inside. At this moment, Elder Xie, who had been leading the way for them, began to introduce the prisoners to them. The prisoners were not from the Heavenly Pool Palace, but they had offended the Heavenly Pool Palace for some reason. Therefore, they were imprisoned in the 2nd level of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Soon after, Elder Xie brought Duan Lingtian and Huan to a cell that was separated by a cell. There was no one in the middle of the 3 cells. A middle-aged man with white hair was sitting cross-legged in one of the cells. On the other side of the prison, there was a white fox covered in blood lying on the ground. If it wasn't for its weak aura, he would have thought that it was a corpse. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell the white fox was a phantom fox. However, it was unconscious. More than half of the white fox's pure white fur was dyed red. Fresh blood flowed from its body and dyed half of the floor of the prison. It was in red. The strands of blood of different sizes were glaring no matter how one looked at it. "Brother Lingtian, she's my mother. She's my mother." Huan excited voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears through voice transmission. However, to avoid attracting the attention of the old man, she tried her best to suppress her emotions and did not reveal her emotions. She knew that if she were to reveal any clues, the Thousand Chains prison might not allow her to enter again. At that time, it would be even more difficult for her to save her parents. Based on Huan Er's gaze, Duan Lingtian knew the white fox was Huan Er's mother, Du Xin. As for the middle-aged man in the other cell, it was clear he was Huan Er's biological father, a prodigy from Heavenly Sword Mountain. Brother Lingtian, I sent a voice transmission to my mother, but she didn't respond. She must be seriously injured. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ignored me, Huan Er said through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel pity for her when he heard her trembling voice. Huan Er, I've used my divine consciousness to check your mother. She's not in any danger. I'll contact the middle-aged man in the other cell. He should be your father. After that, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the middle-aged man and asked through voice transmission, Is the phantom fox opposite you called Du Xian? Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian sent the voice transmission to the middle-aged man who was resting with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze that was as sharp as lightning instantly landed on Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian, he thought the middle-aged man had noticed the commotion and opened his eyes to look at them. Who are you? How do you know my wife's name? The middle-aged man asked through voice transmission. Do you know you have a daughter? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. The middle-aged man replied. Who are you? How do you know not only Xian Er's name, but we also have a daughter? Your daughter is by my side, Yi Zichen said. Duan Lingtian reminded the middle-aged man through voice transmission, It's best if you don't make it too obvious. If someone discovers her identity, she might be imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the first part of Duan Lingtian's words. However, when he heard the second part of Duan Lingtian's words, he hastily withdrew his gaze from Huan Er. However, with Duan Lingtian's reminder, he could only steal a few more glances at Huan Er. In order not to attract attention, he would occasionally look at the old man standing next to Duan Lingtian. However, when the old man was not paying attention, his gaze softened as he looked at Huan Er. He's Lian Qiu, the prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. The old man glanced at the middle-aged man before he said to Duan Lingtian. He's the one who ruined the marriage between the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Sword Mountain of the solitary destructive heaven. After that, the Heavenly Sword Mountain personally sent him to the Heavenly Pool Palace and imprisoned him in the Thousand Chains prison. The white fox in front of us is his wife. It was also because of this white fox that he broke off the engagement. Speaking of which, this white fox delivered herself to him. As he spoke, the old man shook his head. When he looked at the unconscious white fox, a hint of pity could be seen in the depths of his eyes. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he held Huan Er's hand and followed the old man. Huan Er's gaze was completely different from before. She stared at the middle-aged man for a long time. Huan Er, she's Xian Er and my daughter. Her eyes are the same as Xian Er's. When Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand and left, Lian Qiu closed his eyes and did not look at Huan Er. However, his heart was in turmoil as he thought to himself. Her face is similar to Xian Er's as well. Lian Qiu did not know he had a daughter before this. He only learned that his wife, Du Xian, had come to the Heavenly Pool Palace to look for him and was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. It was only then that he learned he had a daughter whom his wife had left behind in the spirit overarching heaven. When he learned about this, his first reaction was anger. He was angry that his wife had left his daughter behind to look for him. However, when he saw his wife being tortured in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison to find him, he could only feel heartache. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that his daughter would have a good life outside. He had already accepted the fate of himself and his wife. He had even given up all hope, thinking that he would never see his daughter again in this lifetime. But today, two complete strangers had appeared before his eyes. Among them, the handsome young man in purple had communicated with him via voice transmission and told him that his daughter was by his side. When he first saw the white-clothed woman beside the young man in purple, He didn't even need any proof to know that she was his daughter. She resembled his wife a lot. In fact, there was a hint of him in her features as well. Senior Lian Xiu, Huan and I will think of a way to save you and Senior Du Xian. When Duan Lingtian and Huan were about to leave Lian Xiu's sight, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Lian Xiu solemnly. Huan. When Lian Xiu heard how Duan Lingtian addressed his daughter, he was certain she was his and Du Xian's daughter. There was no doubt about it. Although they looked alike, it was impossible for their names to be coincidental. Save us. However, after a while, Lian Xiu regained his senses, and his expression changed completely. His daughter and the purple-clad young man standing next to her seemed to be his son-in-law. How could they be saved? I hope these two silly children won't act rashly. It's not easy to escape from the Thousand Chains prison. If it's that easy, the titled celestial emperors on the third floor would have escaped long ago. Lian Xiu prayed inwardly. Although he wanted to bring his wife Du Xian away from this place, if his daughter and the young man who was suspected to be their son-in-law had to risk their lives, they would rather stay here. Xian, I believe you have the same thoughts as well. Taking a deep breath, Lian Xiu suppressed the violent trembling of his body. He could not bear to look at the giant white fox covered in blood in the other cell. This was his wife, Du Xian. However, Du Xian was often tortured and severely injured, so she could only return to her original form to recuperate. On the other side, after leaving the second floor with the old man, Duan Lingtian held Huan'er's hand tightly as he asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. Sister Water, do you have any ideas? Duan Lingtian had told the world-cleansing divine water about his purpose in coming to the Thousand Chains prison. He had also asked the world-cleansing divine water to check if there were any loopholes in the prison. If there was a loophole, he could use it to save Huan'er's parents. It's difficult. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian's heart sank. Difficult? Since the world-cleansing divine water had said so, it meant it was indeed difficult. Senior, can I lend all of you to Huan'er's father, Lian Xiu? With your help, he'll be able to display strength surpassing ordinary titled celestial emperors and escape from the Thousand Chains prison? Duan Lingtian voiced his thoughts. Although he knew it would be dangerous for him to expose the 5 divine elements, he did not hesitate to save Huan'er's parents. After all, he did not think Huan'er's father would betray him. Naturally, if Huan'er's father managed to escape with the help of the 5 divine elements, he would become the target of everyone in the Devata realms. After all, even heavenly emperors would be tempted by the 5 divine elements. However, he had to make sure this method worked first. After all, he was prepared to lend the 5 divine elements to the Thousand Chains prison. No. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the world-cleansing divine water rejected his idea. It's not as simple as you think. Only our host is capable of drawing out the full power of the 5 divine elements. Do you think that just because you're able to tap into our power, others can do the same as well? That's not the case. Yes. Chapter 33:18. You can lend the 5 divine elements to someone else, but that person won't be able to unleash even 1% of the 5 divine elements' power. Only the host will be able to unleash the full power of the 5 divine elements. Unless the host dies and the divine elements change to a new host, acknowledge the identity of the new host, and reach some sort of agreement with the new host's soul, then the new host will be able to fully utilize the power of the divine elements. If your idea really works, doesn't that mean that after a person becomes a Paragon Realm expert with the help of the 5 divine elements, he'll be able to lend the 5 divine elements to others and become a Paragon Realm expert as well? That's not realistic. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian realized his method was useless. He began to feel anxious again. Sister Water, do you have any ideas? I do have an idea. However, it's too dangerous for you. The world-cleansing divine water replied. What is it? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. In his opinion, as long as there was a way, it was fine even if he had to put himself in danger. As the saying went, fortune comes from danger. Duan Lingtian had traveled from the mundane realm to the Devata realm. Naturally, he knew this. Release the titled celestial emperors on the third floor of the prison. If possible, release all of them. The world-cleansing divine water said bluntly. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Then he smiled wryly and said, Sister Water, your suggestion is a little too cruel. However, will they be able to escape if they're released? The Thousand Chains prison is no longer what it used to be. Elder Xie has already said so. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, the only things that are more complicated in the Thousand Chains prison are the formations in the prison and the square in front of the Internal Affairs Pavilion. However, I have a way to deal with these two formations. You can deliberately leak the method to them. The world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. The world-cleansing divine water knew how to break the formations in the prison and the square so the titled celestial emperors would not have to worry about them. Up until now, there are 6 titled celestial emperors imprisoned on this floor. After leaving the second floor, the old man brought Duan Lingtian and Huan to the third floor. The cells on this floor were unique. Each of the cells seemed to be a cultivation ground. There were 6 rooms in each cell, and nothing seemed to be holding them down. There was a person sitting cross-legged in front of each of the 4 rooms. There was an old man with disheveled gray hair, a bald man, a skinny old woman, and a young man with a cold temperament. At the same time Duan Lingtian's group of 3 appeared. The bald man glanced indifferently at the 3 of them before he closed his eyes again. He didn't look at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 anymore. This bald man is known as the Scoured Cloud Celestial Emperor. He killed 2 elders of the Heavenly Pool Palace in the past. Since the palace master couldn't kill him, he was captured and imprisoned here. At this moment, the old man's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. All of the 6 titled celestial emperors, including him, have comprehended the law of earth. Moreover, all of them are skilled in defense. Even if they're skilled in defense and not offense as titled celestial emperors, their offensive prowess is still on par with titled celestial emperors even if their offensive prowess is inferior to their defensive prowess. As you can see, this place doesn't look like a prison at all. That's because ordinary prison restraints are useless against them. Right now, they're trapped and enveloped by the formation. Even if they try their best, they won't be able to escape. After listening to the old man's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the third floor did not look like a prison. Instead, it looked more like a place for cultivation. On the second level, people like Lian Qiu, the prodigy of Heavenly Sword Mountain, whose strength is close to that of a titled celestial emperor, are bound by the prison and the formation. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the prison to trap them. The old man continued to explain. Duan Lingtian nodded. The old man continued to introduce the other 5 titled celestial emperors to Duan Lingtian. These titled celestial emperors had either killed a prodigy from the Heavenly Pool Palace or angered the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace's powerhouses could suppress them, they could not kill them. Under such circumstances, the Heavenly Pool Palace had no choice but to capture them and imprison them in the Thousand Chains prison. There are some old antiques among these titled celestial emperors. However, not only is it difficult to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy here, but it's also difficult for them to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth here. Moreover, they can't calm down at all. Duan Lingtian had tried to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth on the second floor, but he did not notice this problem. However, when Duan Lingtian tried to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth on the third floor, he discovered this problem again. It was obvious this problem only existed on the third floor. Elder Xie, the heaven and earth spirit energy here is almost non-existent. Moreover, when I tried to comprehend the profundities of heaven and earth, I was also affected by an unknown force. Is there a formation on this floor that specifically targets this problem? Although Duan Lingtian had his suspicions, he still asked the old man. That's right. The old man's reply confirmed Duan Lingtian's speculation. There's a special formation here that restricts the strength of the titled celestial emperors. There's no lack of talented titled celestial emperors here. If they're not restricted, it's only a matter of time before they wreak havoc in the Thousand Chains prison. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. The old man continued to say, "The formation on the third floor is very strong. It's impossible for them to escape. For this reason, you'll be patrolling the third floor for 4 months. You can find a place to sit cross-legged and cultivate since you don't have to do anything. Once the time is up, you'll be able to leave this place." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Let's leave now." After taking Duan Lingtian and Huaner around the prison, the old man led them out of the prison. When they arrived at the second floor, Huan Er's emotions were still fluctuating. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to comfort Huaner as he asked the world-cleansing divine water, "Sister Water, can I bring my parents out of this place by letting them enter my little world?" Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he added, "The little world in my body is different from ordinary people's. Is there a way to bypass the formation and bring them out under your guidance, Sister Shui? If it's that simple, I wouldn't have suggested that you release all the titled celestial emperors on the third floor." The world-cleansing divine water replied to Duan Lingtian's question. "Although your little world is different from ordinary people's, the Thousand Chains prison isn't as simple as it seems. Moreover, the Thousand Chains prison has preserved the aura of the prisoners' souls. Even if they enter your little world, they'll still be discovered. For now, the only way out is to release all the titled celestial emperors. However, even if you do that, it'll still be dangerous. After all, it won't take long for the Heavenly Pool Palace to track you down. At that time, you'll become an enemy of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, you've said that the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Even if you manage to escape, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven will mobilize his forces to help the Heavenly Pool Palace find you." The world-cleansing divine water analyzed the pros and cons of the situation and voiced out her concerns. Duan Lingtian listened patiently to the world-cleansing divine water's words. He did not relay the message to Huan Er. However, when she returned to Duan Lingtian's cultivation place, she could no longer hold back her tears. Tears streamed down her cheeks like rain. Her beautiful face was revealed after she removed her veil, revealing a pained expression that would make one's heart ache. "Brother Lingtian, my mother has suffered a lot. I'm useless. I'm really useless. I couldn't save her." Huaner cried bitterly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was beginning to regret bringing Huaner to the Thousand Chains prison. If he had gone alone, he would have been able to hide the truth from Huaner for a while. Even then, he was still as eager to save Huaner's parents as he was now. "Huan I have a way to save your parents." A hint of determination flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes as he looked at Huan So what if he was being hunted by the Heavenly Pool Palace? So what if he was being hunted by the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? After all, he was not from the Boundless Heaven. He had only entered the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Huan parents. "Brother Lingtian, are you telling the truth?" Huan stopped crying when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She stared at Duan Lingtian intently. She had always trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally, and that was still the case even now. However, since this concerned her parents, she could not help but ask for confirmation. "Huan Brother Lingtian hasn't lied to you before, right?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. "Brother Lingtian, I want to know if you have a way to rescue my parents. If there's any danger, I'd rather wait a few more years until we're strong enough to rescue them." Then, she said solemnly, "Brother Lingtian, I want to know if you have a way to rescue my parents. If there's any danger, I'd rather wait a few years until we're strong enough to rescue them." After her trip to the Thousand Chains prison, Huaner knew how difficult it would be to save her parents. Even if she believed in her big brother Lingtian now, she still felt that it was too unrealistic. Moreover, she felt that there might be an extremely great risk behind her big brother Lingtian saving her parents. "Silly girl, what are you thinking about?" Duan Lingtian patted Huaner's head and said with a smile, "Brother Lingtian, I won't do anything I'm not confident in. Don't worry." Chapter 33:19. Needless to say, Hong Fei was very efficient. A few days after Duan Lingtian and Huan returned from the Thousand Chains prison, Hong Fei returned with 3 rare celestial fruits that could assist celestial lords in their cultivation. Little junior brother, work hard in your cultivation. When first senior sister returns, we'll rely on you to make a name for ourselves in front of first senior sister. Hong Fei said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile before he left after delivering the celestial fruits to Duan Ling Tian. His small eyes were almost covered by the fat on his face. Thank you, 6th senior brother. Duan Ling Tian was truly grateful for Hong Fei's efficiency. At the same time, he could not help but sigh inwardly. He knew if he used that method to rescue Huaner's parents, he would have to oppose his 6th senior brother, his senior brothers, senior sisters, and his master. The only people he cared about in the Heavenly Pool Palace were Su Lang and his disciples. If he had a choice, he did not want to go against the Heavenly Pool Palace, his teacher, and his senior brothers and sisters. However, he had no choice. There were some things he had no choice in. Huaner, Brother Ling Tian won't let you down. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after Hong Fei left. I'll be on duty in the Thousand Chains prison in 11 months. This was also Duan Ling Tian's plan. After sending Hong Fei off, Duan Ling Tian consumed a celestial fruit and focused on his cultivation. Half a year later, Huaner, come with me to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Ling Tian called out to Huaner before he led her out of Su Lang's cultivation place. They left the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate and headed south before they came to a stop above a vast bamboo forest. Brother Ling Tian, why did you bring me here? Huaner looked at Duan Ling Tian in confusion. She did not know why Duan Ling Tian had brought her here. He did not even tell her beforehand. Huaner, didn't you tell Brother Ling Tian that you wanted to visit the place where he grew up? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile on his face. Yes. Huaner nodded. Brother Ling Tian wants to bring you back to the mundane realm. Duan Ling Tian said. Sure. Huaner agreed. Duan Ling Tian thought Ling Tian wanted to bring her out to relax. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian said, Celestial Origin Energy. Duan Ling Tian said, Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian's Celestial Origin Energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Duan Ling Tian's Celestial Origin Energy landed on the bamboo forest, it seemed to come to life. A gentle energy surged out of the bamboo forest before it transformed into a beam of light that shot toward Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. When the beam of light disappeared, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were nowhere to be seen. Following the disappearance of the two figures, the bamboo forest where they had been standing was also reduced to ashes, as if it had never existed in the first place. It was clear the bamboo forest was a transportation formation. Duan Ling Tian had asked Hong Fei to help him set up this transportation formation. It was a transportation formation that could transport one from a Devata realm to a mundane realm. Duan Ling Tian's destination was the Saint Province realm where his soul had transmigrated to. Swoosh! Swoosh! When Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's vision dimmed, they found themselves in the sky above a vast sea. At the same time, they could feel the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was extremely thin. It was unbearable. However, after getting used to it, the feeling gradually faded away. So this is the mundane karma? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy seemed to be mixed with some unknown energy. It was like thousands and thousands of strands that wanted to enter his body, but he easily blocked it. This was Duan Ling Tian's first time returning to the mundane realm since he had ascended to a Devata realm. Don't let that strange energy enter your body. Duan Ling Tian reminded Huan. That energy must be the mundane karma. It's said that celestials with a low cultivation base can't stop the mundane karma from entering their body. Once the mundane karma enters their body, it will affect their cultivation base. Some celestials will stagnate or even have their cultivation base regress. All right, Huaner nodded. To her, these worldly karmic hindrances were nothing. She could easily expel them from her body. Huaner, let me take you to the place where I grew up. Duan Ling Tian held Huaner's hand and brought her to his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town, in a corner of the mundane realm. It did not take long for them to arrive at the town where he grew up. When they arrived at the town, Duan Lingtian discovered many parts of the town had been renovated. However, he was not surprised. After all, it had been more than 200 years since he had ascended to a Devata realm. After 200 years, it was normal for Fresh Breeze Town to become like this. Huan-er, this is where I grew up. Duan Lingtian introduced the town to Huan-er. There used to be a granny who sold candied haws. There was an old man who often tricked young children into buying his candies. Now that more than 200 years have passed, they've turned into a pile of dirt. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Now, not only the street vendors in his memory, even his friends in the past had turned into a pile of yellow soil. The Li family. Duan Lingtian led Huan-er to the entrance of the Li family's mansion. Compared to before, the Li family's mansion was much bigger and occupied a lot more land. Duan Lingtian and Huan-er had used a concealment formation to conceal themselves when they walked on the streets and appeared at the entrance of the Li family's mansion. Therefore, the people in the town could not see them at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan-er entered the Li family's mansion. As soon as they entered the Li family's mansion, Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the statue in front of him. Huan-er exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Lingtian, this statue looks a lot like you. This is what I looked like in the past." Duan Lingtian did not know whether to laugh or cry when he looked at the statue in front of him. This was because it was a lifelike statue of him in the past. Beside the statue was a stone tablet. On the tablet was his name and his achievements after leaving Qingshan town. Of course, these achievements were only known to the members of the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town. However, there were no records of his achievements since they were not known to the people of the Li family or the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Do you see it? This statue is of a famous person from the Li family. He's a disciple with a different surname. It's said that when he was young, he had the strength to rule over the 10 great dynasties. While Duan Lingtian and Huan-er were looking at the statue, a young man brought a 5- or 6-year-old girl to Duan Lingtian's statue. He pointed at Duan Lingtian's statue and said to the little girl, "His mother, Li Ro, used to be the 9th elder of the Li family. Rule over the 10 great dynasties?" The little girl's face was filled with astonishment. "Fourth brother, that dynasty seems to be a region above the empire, right? An empire is above an imperial kingdom, and an imperial kingdom is above a kingdom. Fresh Breeze Town is only a small town in the Crimson Sky Kingdom," the little girl said. "It's precisely because of this that our Li family is proud to have produced such a person. The reason why the main Li family of Aurora City cares so much for our Fresh Breeze Town branch can be traced back to over 200 years ago, when this senior was young. Our Li family of Fresh Breeze Town was blessed by him, so we specially made this statue for him for future generations to admire. In the history of our Li family of Fresh Breeze Town, not to mention a disciple with a different surname, even a disciple with the surname Li has never received such treatment." The young man continued to explain. "Fourth brother, tell me about this senior's deeds." The little girl's eyes shone brightly. "All right." At the same time, the young man began to describe the various things that Duan Lingtian had done in Fresh Breeze Town, the deeds of the Li clan's main clan in Aurora City, and the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. There were some things that Duan Lingtian had almost forgotten. As soon as the young man spoke, he could not help but recall 200 years ago when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. "Brother Lingtian, these two children really admire you." Huan-er smiled. "I didn't expect more than 200 years to pass in just a blink of an eye. The people I knew have long turned into dust. There are no exceptions." Duan Lingtian sighed. Then, he turned around and left the Li family's mansion with Huan-er. They continued to walk on the main street of Fresh Breeze Town. However, when he reached a certain part of the street, he suddenly stopped. His gaze also fell on a corner of the street in an instant, and he was completely stunned on the spot. "Brother Lingtian, are you thinking about the past?" When Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and sighed, Huan-er could not help but ask, "What's the matter with you?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at the corner of the street with a nostalgic expression on his face. "Back then, my wife Kerr and I met here. At that time," as Duan Lingtian spoke, his memories seemed to return to the past. He remembered the young woman who sold her body to bury her mother and later became his wife. Now, the young woman had grown up and her identity had changed twice. She was currently in the divine offering land, one of the realms of gods. She was waiting for him to rescue her after 700 years. Moreover, his family and friends had been brought to the divine offering land by Yun Qingyan, whom he wished he could kill. Chapter 33:20. The scene of him meeting Kerr was still fresh in his mind as though it had happened yesterday. That delicate and pitiful young girl of the past had now grown up and had even given birth to a cute daughter for him. In just a blink of an eye, more than 200 years had passed. As for him, he and his wife, Ku-er, had been separated for nearly 200 years. Apart from his wife, Kerr, and his daughter, Duan Siling, had not been seen for almost 200 years. Kerr, Siling, I'll look for you when the passage between the divine offering land and the Devata realms is opened. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes shone with determination. Brother Lingtian. Huan could sense Duan Lingtian's unusual mood. She hugged Duan Lingtian's shoulder tightly and comforted him. I'm sure Sister Kerr and the others will be fine. Huan knew Duan Lingtian very well, so it was not difficult for her to guess what was on his mind. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he forced a smile on his face and said, Huan, let's walk around Fresh Breeze Town for a while before we head to Aurora City. Aurora City is the first place I visited after leaving Fresh Breeze Town. Aurora City was the main city of the Li family. The Li family in Fresh Breeze Town was only a branch of the main Li family. All right, Huan replied obediently. However, a hint of worry could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Earlier, when she saw Lingtian thinking about his wife and family, she could not help but think about her parents who were imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Thousand Chains prison. However, the worry in her eyes disappeared in just a blink of an eye. She did not want Duan Lingtian to see it. However, even then, Duan Lingtian still saw it. Naturally, he knew Huan was trying to hide it, so he did not point it out. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind on how to save Huan's parents. Bringing Huan back to the Saint Province realm was one of the steps he had planned to take. Swoosh, swoosh. After walking around Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Lingtian brought Huan to Aurora City. Compared to 200 years ago, Aurora City had changed a lot. It had changed even more than Fresh Breeze Town. Not only had it doubled in size, many places had already been rebuilt. Moreover, at the center of Aurora City's city center, in the middle of the vast plaza, Duan Lingtian once again saw his own statue. Brother Lingtian, it seems like you're respected in your hometown. Huan, I also did not expect that they would use such a method to present me before the eyes of future generations. If it was said that Duan Lingtian didn't have many friends in Fresh Breeze Town, then he had many friends in Aurora City. However, those friends, besides a few people, had probably already turned into a pile of dirt. Huan, I met my wife, Li Fei, in Aurora City. Duan Lingtian felt a stab of pain in his heart when he mentioned Li Fei. Li Fei was also in the divine offering land, waiting for him to save her. Apart from Li Fei, there was also Li Fei's son, Duan Yentian. Back then, as Duan Lingtian stood in front of the main entrance of the Li family's mansion, he recalled the time when he first met Li Fei. Huan, let's go to the next stop. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian brought Huan out of the Li family's mansion. However, instead of going to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City, they first went to Iron Blood City. Iron Blood City was where the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was located. Duan Lingtian originally thought that after 200 years only the Iron Blood Army would still be around, and the genius camp might not necessarily still be around. But what he never imagined was that not only was the Iron Blood Army still around, even the genius camp was still around. Moreover, it seemed like the genius camp was valued even more. Little did Duan Lingtian know the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was valued because of him. Due to that, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family had greatly supported the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Over the past 200 years, the Iron Blood Army's genius camp had produced many outstanding talents. Naturally, none of them could compare to Duan Lingtian. Huan the Iron Blood Army's genius camp is where I first met Su Li. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "It's Su Li from the Jade Emperor Heaven's Thousand Tribulations sword sect. You've met him before." "Brother Lingtian, although you said you knew him, I didn't expect you to know him at such a young age. It's no wonder the relationship between the two of you is different from ordinary friends." Huan exclaimed in surprise. "Huan this is the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. That's where Paladin Academy is located. Su Li and I used to be students there. As for me, it is here that I truly consider Su Li as my friend." Duan Lingtian told Huan about how Su Li had willingly left Paladin Academy to avoid helping the Su clan to harm him. Through this, Huan understood why Duan Lingtian treated Su Li as his best friend. "That's the Duan clan's estate. My father, Duan Rufeng, is a member of the Duan clan." After leaving the Paladin Academy, Duan Lingtian brought Huan to the Duan clan's estate. Whether it was the Li family or the Duan family, after 200 years not only were they still around, but they were even stronger than before. As for the other clans of the past, they were no longer in existence. Of course, even if the old clans disappeared, new clans would rise. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the Crimson Sky Kingdom for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Their first stop was the Seven-Star Sword sect that he had joined after leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He had many memories of the Seven-Star Sword sect. For a month, Duan Lingtian and Huan traveled around his hometown in the Saint Province realm. They traveled to places he had been to in the past, allowing him to reminisce about many things that had happened in the past. Huan A month later, Duan Lingtian looked at Huan solemnly and said, "Do you know why I brought you to my hometown and introduced it to you?" Huan shook her head. Huan although Brother Lingtian has intentionally suppressed his feelings, I have to admit that there are some emotions that can't be suppressed. In fact, the more I suppress my feelings, the more it'll backfire. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he continued to say, "All this while, due to my wives, Ker, Feier, and Tian Wu, being taken to the divine offering land, I'm not in the mood to fall in love with anyone. However, even if they're by my side, I still have no intention of womanizing. To me, being able to have them is already the greatest blessing the heavens have given me. I can't let anyone else share their man, me. That was until you appeared. I have to admit that any man would be moved by your peerless beauty. However, I've endured too much. Even if I'm moved by you, I can't help but keep it to myself. So much so that I once thought that I only saw you as a younger sister. Not long ago, when we returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace from the Title Temple, I heard that Lei Jun, the son of Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, had feelings for you. Only then did I realize that you are equally important to me. Silly girl, why are you crying?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally mustered up his courage to look at Huan. He saw tears streaming down Huan cheeks. His heart ached for her, and he quickly reached out to wipe her tears. All right, Huan, be a good girl. Don't cry, okay?" Duan Lingtian comforted Huan for a while before she threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. It was as though she would never let go of him for the rest of her life. "Brother Lingtian, did you know? I've been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time." Huan forced a smile. Huan is crying because Huan is happy. Truly, Huan is very happy. Truly, Huan is very happy. Huan was so emotional that she did not know what to say. In this manner, Duan Lingtian hugged Huan for a day and a night. Huan hugged him tightly the entire time. Huan A day later, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. "I also want to tell you that I've always treated your parents as my parents. I'll definitely save them. All right?" Huan did not react to this at all. "Brother Lingtian, I hope you can stay in the Saint Province realm and wait for Brother Lingtian to pick you up." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huan finally realized something was amiss. Her expression changed drastically as she cried out, "No, Brother Lingtian, I want to go with you to save my parents. I won't let you risk your life alone. Huan finally understood why Brother Ling Tian wanted to bring her back to his hometown. As it turned out, he wanted to save her parents on his own. Huan I've made up my mind, Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. So, just listen to Brother Ling Tian like before. However, how could Huan be so easily persuaded? Huan don't worry. Since Brother Ling Tian dares to go alone, he must be confident. I promise you, Brother Ling Tian, I'll only make my move when I'm fully prepared. Huan I told you about the fog rain progeny from the Seven Absolutes sect a few days ago. Senior Feng Qingyang, who left me his legacy, is now the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I plan to seek his help in the solitary destructive heaven. With his help, wouldn't it be easy to save your parents? Although Duan Lingtian planned to visit the solitary destructive heaven to see if Senior Feng Qingyang, who was now the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was willing to help, he was not confident. However, in order to comfort Huan he had to act confident. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Huan was stunned for a moment before she said, if that's the case, Brother Ling Tian, why do you want me to stay in the mundane realm? I can go with you to look for Senior Feng Qingyang. Duan Ling Tian grew impatient and said in a low voice, Huan if you don't listen to me today, I won't ever see you again after I rescue your parents. Huan expression changed when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened. This was the final trump card Duan Ling Tian had prepared. Since it was too hurtful, he had kept it as a last resort. He would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. However, he had no choice but to use it against Huan who was stubborn. Chapter 33:21. I hope everything goes well. After leaving Huan in the Saint Province realm, Duan Ling Tian returned to the boundless heaven. However, he did not return to the heavenly pool palace immediately. Instead, he found a transportation formation in the Devata realm and teleported to the solitary destructive heaven. To be more precise, he teleported to the solitary destructive territory in the solitary destructive heaven. This was the central territory of the solitary destructive heaven where the heavenly palace was located. Duan Ling Tian had come to the solitary destructive heaven to look for Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Although Senior Feng Qingyang left behind his legacy in the mundane realm and I obtained it, he's currently the heavenly emperor of the heaven realm. After he ascended to the Devata realm, he must have left behind some legacies for others. Perhaps, in his eyes, I'm just an insignificant successor. Most importantly, I'm the reason he was chased into the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I wonder if he'll hold a grudge against me for that. Duan Ling Tian's mood was heavy when he arrived at the solitary destructive territory in the solitary destructive heaven. If it were not for the fact that saving Huan's parents was too dangerous, he would not have come to look for Senior Feng Qingyang. He had come to the solitary destructive heaven to try his luck and see if Senior Feng Qingyang was willing to help. If Senior Feng Qingyang was willing to help, he might be able to save Huan's parents. With Senior Feng Qingyang's current strength, even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven would have to show him respect, let alone the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. For the sake of Huan and myself, I'll thicken my face and meet Senior Feng Qingyang. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he made up his mind to inquire about the location of the heavenly palace. If it were not for the danger, he would not have gone to the heavenly palace to look for Senior Feng Qingyang. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was the heavenly emperor's faction in the solitary destructive heaven. Therefore, not many people in the solitary destructive territory knew about it. Furthermore, those who knew about it either had some strength or an extraordinary background. Right? Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to ask someone about the location of the heavenly emperor palace, he suddenly remembered someone. How could I forget about him? At this time, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of someone. That person was her father's junior brother, Meng Haoxian, a disciple of immortal emperor Hidden, Sword of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Back when he and Meng Haoxuan had parted ways, they had exchanged soul pearls. Duan Ling Tian. Meng Haoxuan was a bit surprised to receive a message from Duan Ling Tian. However, he immediately set aside his duties and went to look for Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, the two of them met up. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to come to the solitary destructive heaven so soon. What brings you to the solitary destructive heaven? Meng Haoshuan was very enthusiastic about Duan Lingtian. He admired this prodigious disciple from the heavenly pool palace from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, to a certain extent, it was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that he was able to leave the trial in the Title Temple alive. I want to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Do you know where the heavenly palace is? Yes. Meng Haoshuan nodded. Then, he asked curiously, why do you want to go to the heavenly palace? Not just anyone can enter the celestial emperor palace. I want to look for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian did not conceal anything and went straight to the point. You want to look for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Meng Haoshuan was taken aback. Was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven not Reverend Feng Qingyang? Why was Duan Lingtian looking for him? Duan Lingtian, it's not easy to meet the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Haoshuan said. Meng Haoshuan shook his head and said, why do you want to meet him? I want him to help me save 2 people. Duan Lingtian said, you know one of them. He's your first senior brother, Lian Qiu. First senior brother? Initially, Meng Haoshuan thought Duan Lingtian was naive when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to save 2 people. After all, how could the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven help a disciple of the heavenly pool palace? No matter how talented a disciple of the heavenly pool palace was, as long as he chose to leave the heavenly pool palace and join the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he would be looked down upon. If such a person could betray the heavenly pool palace today, would he not betray the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven tomorrow? For this reason, Meng Haoshuan did not think Duan Lingtian would succeed. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian said one of the 2 people he wanted the heavenly emperor to save was his first senior brother, Lian Qiu, he was stunned. Duan Lingtian, what do you mean by that? You want to save my first senior brother? Meng Haoshuan was confused. It was only when Duan Lingtian explained the situation that Meng Haoshuan finally understood. I see. I didn't expect you'd be so daring as to be with your first senior brother's daughter. You came to the solitary destructive heaven to save your first senior brother and eldest sister-in-law. Meng Haoshuan could not help but sigh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect that a prodigious disciple from the heavenly pool palace, whom he had met in the Title Temple, would be related to his first senior brother. In fact, to a certain extent, Duan Lingtian could be considered his first senior brother's son-in-law. Duan Lingtian, I understand how you feel. However, it's not easy to get the heavenly emperor to help you. If you're a sectless cultivator and choose to join the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the heavenly emperor might help you. Meng Haoshuan smiled bitterly. However, you're already a disciple of the heavenly pool palace. No matter how high your innate talent and comprehension skills are, it's impossible for the heavenly emperor to care about you. No one likes a traitor. Meng Haoshuan shook his head. Do you think I'm planning to leave the heavenly pool palace and join the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Duan Lingtian did not expect Meng Haoshuan to think this way. Isn't that the case? Meng Haoshuan was taken aback. In his opinion, apart from this, there was no other way Duan Lingtian could persuade the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to help him. Of course not. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I joined the heavenly pool palace to save Huan Er's parents. However, after joining the heavenly pool palace, I was taken care of by the verdant prairie celestial emperor, Su Lang. It's because of Su Lang and my senior brothers and sisters that I won't easily betray the heavenly pool palace. Duan Lingtian, apart from that, I can't think of any other way you can persuade the heavenly emperor to help you. Meng Haoshuan shook his head and said, unless you know the heavenly emperor, or perhaps your senior is friends with the heavenly emperor, and the heavenly emperor is willing to help you out of respect for your senior. Although, with the current strength of that Lord Sky Emperor, That matter, to him, is just a matter of a single sentence. But, even if it's just a matter of a single sentence, he can't help just anyone. After Meng Haoshuan finished speaking, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian again. I came from the same mundane realm as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I obtained his legacy in that mundane realm and became his disciple without him knowing about it. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Duan Lingtian said, I see. Meng Haoxian finally understood Duan Lingtian's words. However, he still did not have high hopes for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I think it's best if you don't get your hopes up. If Lord Heavenly Emperor values you as his successor, he would have brought you to the Devata realm before you even ascended. Has he contacted you yet? Meng Haoshuan asked. That's right. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It's obvious that the Heavenly Emperor doesn't know about you, and he might not even care about you. Meng Haoshuan smiled wryly. I have a feeling that Senior Feng Qingyang still values our sect in the mundane realm. Didn't you say many people call him the Misty Rain Recluse? Duan Lingtian said with a hint of hope in his eyes. When I was in the mundane realm, I was also the successor of the Misty Rain progeny. Perhaps he's just reminiscing about the past. Meng Haoshuan was not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. No matter what, I still want to give it a try. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with determination. Since you insist, I'll bring you there myself. The heavenly palace in the solitary destructive heaven is not easy to find. It's difficult to find it even if you know where it is. Meng Haoshuan said. As soon as Meng Haoxian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian followed him in a certain direction. Duan Lingtian, is my eldest senior brother doing well? Meng Haoshuan asked. He had heard from Duan Lingtian that he had met his eldest senior brother in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison. He's doing well. Moreover, his strength has improved a lot. He's already close to becoming a titled celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian replied. Meng Haoshuan's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Teacher will be very happy if he learns about eldest senior brother's achievements. Unfortunately, eldest senior brother is imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace. Who knows when the Heavenly Pool Palace will release him? Under normal circumstances, the Heavenly Pool Palace won't release him. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. If the Heavenly Pool Palace intended to release Lianqiu, they would not torture Duan Xian and torture Lianqiu. Based on this, it was not difficult to see how much Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian hated Lianqiu. Chapter 33-22. As the Heavenly Emperor's faction in the solitary destructive heaven, the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the solitary destructive heaven was located high in the sky above a barren land. Those who had never been to the Heavenly Emperor Palace would not be able to find it. However, as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Haoxian had never been to the Heavenly Palace before. There are many people like me, standing in front of the Celestial Emperor Palace, watching from afar. We all feel the same, like we're on a pilgrimage. It's as though we're a pilgrim, Meng Haoxian said to Duan Lingtian as they approached the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the eyes of most sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven, the Heavenly Palace was like a holy land. This was because the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was a powerful sword celestial. Yes. Upon hearing Meng Haoxian's words, Duan Lingtian nodded. Previously, when he was in the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace, he had learned about Feng Qingyang. He knew Feng Qingyang was not only the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, but he was also worshipped by many sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven. Normally speaking, only the gods could make people believe in them. Feng Qingyang was one of the few people in the Devata realms who had the faith of half of the people in the Devata realms before he became a god. There were many people in the Devata realms, and there were only a few heavenly emperors in the Devata realms who were worshipped by half of the people in the Devata realms. Feng Qingyang was one of them. Duan Lingtian, before we arrive at the Heavenly Palace, I have to remind you that you won't be able to enter the Heavenly Palace. At most, you'll only be able to pass a message to the Heavenly Palace. Before they arrived at the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Haoxian said solemnly to Duan Lingtian, You're related to the Heavenly Emperor. However, those connections are only established in the mundane realms. Although the mundane realms are the foundation of a person's cultivation, in the eyes of the Celestial Emperor, the things that happened in the mundane realms are so distant that it feels like a lifetime ago. Moreover, based on what you said, you only obtained the mundane legacy left behind by the Heavenly Emperor in the mundane realms. Secular inheritances are nothing at all. Along the way, Meng Haoshuan had learned from Duan Lingtian that he was related to the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Because of this, he did not have high hopes. However, Duan Lingtian insisted on trying, so he let Duan Lingtian do as he pleased. Don't worry, I know what to do. Duan Lingtian could guess what Meng Haoshuan was worried about, and knew that Meng Haoshuan had good intentions. He smiled in response. Of course, there was still a hint of apprehension in the depths of his eyes from time to time. He had come to the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven in hopes that Senior Feng Qingyang would be willing to help him. However, he was also prepared for the worst. If he couldn't get Feng Qingyang's help, then he could only rely on himself to save her parents. Of course, before that, he would still make some preparations. The heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is right in front of us. When Meng Haoxian's voice resonated in the air, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. At the same time, he looked in the direction Meng Haoxian was looking at. With just a glance, he saw an island hovering in the sky in the distance that looked like an inverted sword. Around this floating island that was like an inverted sword, there were other floating islands that surrounded it like stars in the sky. It's said that the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation place is one of the floating islands around the main island. Meng Haoshuan looked at the floating island with a fervent expression on his face. Although he had been here a few times, he still felt as though he was on a pilgrimage. At this moment, there were a few other people who were standing in the vicinity of the Solitary Destructive Heaven's palace. These people were also looking at the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven from afar. This aura, it's familiar. Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Meng Haoshuan, looked at the floating island that resembled an inverted sword. He could vaguely sense the sword chi that was flying toward him, and this sword chi gave him a familiar aura. He carefully recalled for a while, and finally remembered why he felt that the sword chi was familiar. The sword chi's aura is very similar to the sovereign heart sword that Senior Feng Qingyang passed down to me. However, the sword chi's aura is much purer and sharper. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with a hint of excitement. Let's go to the entrance. Meng Haoshuan beckoned to Duan Lingtian before he led Duan Lingtian to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. In the past, Meng Haoshuan had only observed the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven from afar. This was his first time approaching the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoshuan entered the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, several figures appeared in front of them and blocked their path. This is the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The people who blocked Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoshuan's path were heavenly guards from the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Based on their powerful auras, all of them were celestial emperors. As expected of the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, even the heavenly guards are heavenly emperors. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Before coming here, he had learned from Meng Haoshuan that the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven only recruited heavenly guards. Apart from the titled celestial emperors and their disciples, there were no ordinary disciples in the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The heavenly guards were the Solitary Destructive Heaven's guards. These heavenly guards joined the heavenly palace of their own free will. As long as they passed the test, they would become a member of the heavenly palace. Once they became a member of the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, they would have to serve the heavenly palace for at least 1,000 years. Those who were in trouble and wanted to seek refuge in the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven would have to sign a contract that would last for at least 10,000 years. After all, they might be killed by their enemies outside the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. However, once they joined the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, They would be protected by the heavenly emperor and the titled celestial emperors around him. However, in order to obtain something, one had to pay a price. This was a truth that had been passed down since ancient times. Lord Heavenly Guards. We're looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor. Although the patrolling heavenly guards were not titled celestial emperors, they were not ordinary celestial emperors, and they were not ordinary celestial emperors. Ordinary celestial emperors would not dare to cause trouble and have to seek protection from a heavenly emperor. You're looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor? The patrolling heavenly guards were stunned for a moment before they sized up Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoshuan. Finally, one of the heavenly guards stepped forward and said, "Follow me to the entrance." As soon as the heavenly guard finished speaking, he led the way while the other heavenly guards continued their patrol. The heavenly guard who led the way did not say a word as he led Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoshuan to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven before he left. Before he left, he said to the 4 heavenly guards who were guarding the entrance. These 2 said they're looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor. You can pass the message to them. After the patrolling heavenly guards left, the 4 heavenly guards who were guarding the entrance turned to look at Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoshuan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was studying the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It was much grander than any of the other peaks in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect that he had seen before. It gave off a domineering aura. "Are you looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor?" One of the heavenly guards, who was guarding the mountain gate, asked with a serious expression. Since this person was looking for their Lord Heavenly Emperor, he must not be an ordinary person. He did not dare to be negligent. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "What's your relationship with Lord Heavenly Emperor?" the heavenly guard asked. Meng Haoshuan looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said to the heavenly guard, "Senior Feng Qingyang left his legacy in his hometown, the mundane realm. I obtained it." "Oh?" The heavenly guard narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Based on what he knew, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven did not have a single official disciple. He only had 2 nominal disciples who had become disciples halfway through their cultivation. Apart from that, he had never heard of the heavenly emperor leaving behind any legacy or who obtained it. "May I know your name?" the heavenly guard asked respectfully. Since Duan Lingtian had obtained the heavenly emperor's legacy, he did not dare to be disrespectful. "Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian replied, "May I ask why you're looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor?" The heavenly guard asked again. "It's a long story. Please help me pass the message to him. If Senior Feng Qingyang wants to see me, I'll tell him directly. If he doesn't want to see me, it'll be useless even if I tell him now." Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian became even more anxious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, he was not certain if Feng Qingyang would be willing to help him. Even if they were to meet, he was not certain. Based on Duan Lingtian's current status, would he really care about the legacy he had left behind in the mundane realm? "All right, I'll pass the message on your behalf." The heavenly guard nodded before he left. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian's eyes. Duan Lingtian and Meng Haoxian waited patiently for the heavenly guard's return. After about 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian watched as the heavenly guard returned. A middle-aged man with a medium build and ordinary appearance who was dressed in a green robe returned with the heavenly guard. At first glance, the middle-aged man looked like an ordinary person. However, based on the heavenly guard's respectful manner, it was obvious the middle-aged man had an extraordinary status in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. "This is the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor from the heavenly palace." After the heavenly guard returned, he stood behind the middle-aged man and introduced him to Duan Lingtian. He's one of the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace. He can directly contact Lord Heavenly Emperor. "You said you're Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realm?" The middle-aged man, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, looked at Duan Lingtian with a piercing gaze. Initially, he looked like an ordinary person, but at this moment, he exuded an extraordinary aura. Scroll top load next chapter S. Chapter 33:23. Yes. Although the middle-aged man in front of him looked ordinary, the aura he emitted at this moment made Duan Ling Tian feel a little oppressed. At the very least, the middle-aged man was stronger than Dugu Wan, a titled Celestial Emperor assassin whom Duan Ling Tian had killed in the past. It seems like he's as strong as the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace. He's even stronger than my teacher. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian's teacher was none other than Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Naturally, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor was slightly weaker than Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. I'm the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, a subordinate of Lord Heavenly Emperor. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian and said loudly, Lord Heavenly Emperor has left the Heavenly Pool Palace to attend to some matters. Why are you looking for him? He left the Heavenly Pool Palace? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Then, he hurriedly explained, I'm looking for Senior Feng Qingyang to ask him for a favor. You're looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor for a favor? Meng Chuan raised his brows and said indifferently, I can contact His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. However, if you want me to contact him, I have to confirm your identity first. You said you obtained Lord Heavenly Emperor's legacy in the mundane realm. Can you prove it? Meng Chuan looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. He wanted Duan Ling Tian to prove that he had obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy. Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, with a thought, he unleashed the Sovereign Heart Sword that he had not used for a long time. His sword heart emitted a sharp sword intent that spread out, exuding a chilling aura. The Sovereign Heart Sword? Meng Chuan's eyes lit up. Although the purple-clad young man's Sovereign Heart Sword was inferior to Lord Heavenly Emperor's Sovereign Heart Sword, it had the same origin as Lord Heavenly Emperor's Sovereign Heart Sword. It seems like your Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realm. Meng Chuan nodded and said, Speak. Why are you looking for Lord Heavenly Emperor? Is there anything urgent? Now, Meng Chuan was much more polite when speaking to Duan Ling Tian. This was because, according to his understanding of their Lord Heavenly Emperor, if the person in front of him was really the Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor, the Lord Heavenly Emperor would definitely have special feelings for him. Because their Lord Heavenly Emperor had yet to accept an official disciple. I came to find Senior Feng Qingyang to ask for his help. Although Feng Qingyang wasn't here, since the person in front of him could contact Feng Qingyang. Duan Ling Tian didn't hide anything and told him the purpose of his visit. Heavenly Pool Palace? Save 2 people? After hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Meng Chuan nodded. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace Master has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, even the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven has to show respect to our Lord Heavenly Emperor. After a while, Meng Chuan sent a message to Duan Ling Tian. I've already sent a message to Lord Heavenly Emperor. Please wait for a moment. However, 15 minutes passed. An hour passed, and Meng Chuan still didn't receive a reply. In the end, he sent a message to his elder brother, Meng Luo. Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, was one of the strongest subordinates of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He was one of the strongest titled Celestial Emperors in the Devata realms. In terms of strength, he was in no way inferior to the leaders of heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms. The reason Meng Chuan had sent a message to Meng Luo was because the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven had brought Meng Luo along with him. However, after sending a message to his elder brother, Meng Luo, he discovered that even his elder brother, Meng Luo, did not reply. Both Lord Heavenly Emperor and elder brother didn't reply. It seems like they have something urgent to attend to, or perhaps they can't receive messages from where they are right now. With this thought in mind, Meng Chuan looked at Duan Ling Tian and shook his head. Duan Ling Tian, neither Lord Heavenly Emperor nor my elder brother have replied to my messages. They're most likely at a place where they can't receive messages or are too busy to respond to my messages. Meng Chuan smiled at Duan Ling Tian and said, How about this? I'll follow you to the Heavenly Pool Palace. What do you think? Duan Ling Tian was slightly disappointed when Meng Chuan told him that Feng Qingyang was not in the Heavenly Pool Palace and had not replied to his messages. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Meng Chuan's words. Senior Meng Chuan? Are you serious? I, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, am a woman of my word. Meng Chuan smiled faintly. Since your Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realm, you can be considered as his half-official disciple. Lord Heavenly Emperor isn't in the Heavenly Pool Palace, and I don't know when he'll return. Since you're here, it must be urgent. I'll follow you, Meng Chuan said. Thank you, Senior Meng Chuan. Duan Lingtian thanked Meng Chuan. Meng Haoxian's eyes lit up when he saw Meng Chuan was willing to help. After all, Duan Lingtian had sought the help of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to save his eldest senior brother. Duan Lingtian went to the solitary destructive heaven alone. When he returned to the boundless heaven, he was accompanied by another person. It was none other than Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Senior Meng Chuan. On the way, Duan Lingtian recalled something and said to Meng Chuan, if it's possible, please ask the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace to release them without exposing my identity. Originally, Duan Lingtian had planned to visit the Heavenly Pool Palace master with Meng Chuan. However, on second thought, if Meng Chuan was willing to speak on behalf of the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven and ask the Heavenly Pool Palace to release Duan Lingtian, it did not matter to him whether Meng Chuan mentioned it or not. If he were to be mentioned, he would definitely drift further and further away from his master, Su Lang, and his senior martial brothers and sisters. Even if he were to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace, his relationship with Su Lang and the others wouldn't change at all. No problem. Meng Chuan agreed immediately. He didn't care about the reason Duan Lingtian had said that. Now, all he knew was, this young man was most likely the successor of the mundane plane that His Majesty the Celestial Emperor had casually mentioned to his elder brother. Of course, he had only heard his elder brother mention it once, so he wasn't clear about the details. But even so, it didn't stop him from personally coming over to help. Even if this young man was not that person, he was indeed someone who understood their Lord Celestial Emperor's sovereign heart sword. Even the two nominal disciples of their Lord Celestial Emperor did not know how to use the sovereign heart sword. When they arrived in the vicinity of the Heavenly Pool Palace, Duan Lingtian exchanged soul pearls with Meng Chuan before he prepared to return to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a figure appeared like a ghost in the nearby void. It was an old man. Dugu Wu. As soon as the old man appeared, Duan Lingtian recognized him. He was none other than the indestructible Celestial Emperor, Dugu Wu. Dugu Wu was one of the two titled Celestial Emperors who wanted to kill him. Dugu Wu had killed the indestructible Celestial Emperor and the 100-variant Celestial Emperor. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect to meet Dugu Wu here. It's obvious that Dugu Wu is waiting for me outside. However, how did he know I left the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate? A thought flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind as he narrowed his eyes. It was not difficult to guess who had told Dugu Wu that he had left the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Jun. Apart from Lei Jun, he could not think of anyone else who had been watching him leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. If someone else had been watching him leave the Heavenly Pool Palace, it would have nothing to do with Dugu Wu at all. Senior Meng Chuan. Upon seeing Dugu Wu, Duan Lingtian hastily sent a voice transmission to Meng Chuan. This old man is a titled Celestial Emperor. People call him the indestructible Celestial Emperor. He's one of the titled Celestial Emperors in the boundless heaven. He's here to kill me, Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Meng Chuan's eyes flashed as he stepped forward. A sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. In just a blink of an eye, a sharp aura surged out of Meng Chuan's body, causing the void to tremble. Sword inscriptions could be vaguely seen on the surface of his body. This aura? At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that Meng Chuan seemed like a completely different person when he wielded the sword. After sensing Meng Chuan's aura, Duan Lingtian realized he had underestimated Meng Chuan. Meng Chuan was probably stronger than the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even if he was not as strong as Yufengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was not too far off. Who are you? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Meng Chuan standing in front of him with an emperor-grade celestial sword in his hand. "I'm here to stop you from killing him," Meng Chuan said indifferently. Upon hearing Meng Chuan's words, Dugu Wu's expression changed. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Sir, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. Duan Lingtian killed my brother. I'll kill him today to avenge my brother." Dugu Wu said in a deep voice, "Please enlighten me." As soon as Meng Chuan finished speaking, waves of blue energy surged out of his body. Clearly, he had comprehended the law of water. However, when the sharp sword aura fused with the law of water and spread out, the energy around Meng Chuan seemed to turn into a jade-like color under the scorching sun. As for the sword lights that spread out in all directions, they swept out like jade rainbows. Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian felt Meng Chuan's title complemented him perfectly. There was no sense of incompatibility at all. After all, when he first heard Meng Chuan's title, he thought Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor was more suitable for a woman. However, he no longer thought that way. He felt Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor was more suitable for Meng Chuan. Chapter 33-24. Sir, it seems like you're determined to interfere in this matter? Dugu Wu's expression turned even uglier when he saw that Meng Chuan was ready to fight. Since Meng Chuan was close to Duan Lingtian, it was impossible that he did not know Duan Lingtian was a titled Celestial Emperor. Since Meng Chuan still dared to interfere in this matter, it was highly likely that Meng Chuan was a titled Celestial Emperor as well. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not any weaker than a titled Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill Dugu Wu's companion, Dugu Wu. Dugu Wu, the 100 Variants Celestial Emperor, was one of the strongest titled Celestial Emperors. However, he was still killed by Duan Lingtian. Regardless of how Duan Lingtian managed to kill Duan Lingtian, it was clear that Duan Lingtian was not a simple person. Humph! In response to Dugu Wu, Meng Chuan transformed into a torrent of water. He tore through the air, and thousands of azure blue sword beams flew towards Dugu Wu as they headed straight for him. Swoosh! 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 Thousands upon thousands of sword glows whistled out. They continuously fused together along the way, emitting waves of flexible yet fierce aura, causing Dugu Wu's expression to instantly change greatly. Earlier, Duan Lingtian was not certain how strong the titled Celestial Emperor was. However, based on Meng Chuan's technique, he knew Meng Chuan was not any weaker than him. Meng Chuan had not only fused 3 profundities from the law of water, but he had also fused 2 profundities from the law of water as well. Apart from that, Meng Chuan had yet to use 3 profundities from the law of water. Even if the 3 profundities were not fused profundities, Meng Chuan's strength was still comparable to Dugu Wu's. After all, Dugu Wu's fused profundities had only reached this stage. Sir, as long as you don't interfere in my feud with Duan Lingtian, I, Dugu Wu, am willing to owe you a favor. I won't go back on my word. Dugu Wu's heart sank when he saw Meng Chuan's strength. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. In fact, Duan Lingtian thought Duan Lingtian might not even be as strong as his brother, Dugu Wu, who had been killed by Duan Lingtian. But now he realized that he was gravely mistaken. The person in front of him was no weaker than him. Now, he no longer had any thoughts of killing Duan Lingtian. He only hoped that the person in front of him would not interfere in the grudge between him and the Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, whether or not he could escape today would be a problem. Whoosh! As soon as Dugu Wu finished speaking, Duan Lingtian cast the teleportation profundity and appeared behind Dugu Wu. At the same time, he opened his little world and summoned the 2 Ning dragons. Roar! Roar! As for the 2 Ning dragons, Duan Lingtian had already notified them through the world-cleansing divine water. Therefore, as soon as they appeared, they immediately joined forces. Whoosh! A vast and unparalleled power streaked across the sky, shaking the space as it rushed towards Dugu Wu's back. The combined attack of the 2 Ning dragons was not any weaker than the full-strength attack of an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. It was precisely because of this that Dugu Wu's pupils constricted when the two Ning dragons attacked together with Meng Chuan. His figure blurred as he transformed into a huge bamboo pole that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as the gigantic bamboo that connected heaven and earth took root in the ground. Following that, a loud explosion rang in the air. The vast ground beneath their feet began to tremble, as if a shocking earthquake had just taken place. Of course, as the earth trembled, the dust that filled the sky also soared into the sky at the right time. So this is the tenacious heavenly bamboo? Duan Lingtian cocked an eyebrow. He knew this was Dugu Wu's true body. Tenacious heavenly bamboo? At this moment, Meng Chuan's indifferent voice rang in the air. I've long heard that the tenacious heavenly bamboo is so tenacious that it's indestructible. I'd like to see it for myself today. It was obvious Meng Chuan recognized Dugu Wu's true body. As soon as Meng Chuan finished speaking, his figure flashed as he stepped on the water and shook the sword in his hand. Immediately, countless dazzling azure sword flowers condensed in the air. Then, like rain, the sword flowers filled the sky as they fell. Boom! 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 At the same time, Meng Chuan's water attack and the two Ning dragons' joint attack landed on the tenacious heavenly bamboo. The tenacious heavenly bamboo swayed unsteadily under the attacks of the two forces before it was almost torn apart. However, a green light rose from it, and it healed in just a blink of an eye. At this time, the specks of sword rain also fell on the tenacious heaven bamboo, erupting with waves of terrifying power, as if they could destroy everything as easily as crushing dry weeds. After the shock waves dissipated, the tenacious heavenly bamboo remained motionless as though it hadn't been damaged at all. Sir, you're not weaker than me. I can't do anything to you, but you can't do anything to me either. My true body is the tenacious heavenly bamboo. Even if Duan Lingtian joins forces with you, it'll be difficult for you to kill me. Dugu Wu's voice came from the tenacious heavenly bamboo. He was clearly talking to Meng Chuan. His tone was filled with confidence, as though he wasn't worried about being killed at all. Upon hearing Dugu Wu's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. The scene from before had frightened him. He never expected Dugu Wu's true body, the tenacious heavenly bamboo, to be so indestructible. No wonder he dares to use indestructible as his title. This Dugu Wu is indeed impressive. Duan Lingtian stared at the distant tenacious heavenly bamboo, his eyes flashing coldly. He knew that if he didn't kill Dugu Wu today, it would be difficult for him to find such an opportunity in the future. He was confident that he could kill Dugu Wu if he joined forces with Meng Chuan. However, if he did that, the 5 divine elements would be exposed. Although Meng Chuan was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and was a titled celestial emperor under Senior Feng Qingyang, who knew if Meng Chuan would covet the 5 divine elements? Duan Lingtian did not dare to take the risk. I can't do anything to you? At this moment, Meng Chuan stood in the distance. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He looked at the tenacious heavenly bamboo in the distance and said with a faint smile on his face, "Try taking my sword first." In the next moment, as Meng Chuan's body trembled, a vast and boundless azure blue energy whizzed out from his body. Then, it transformed into a giant that enveloped him. At the same time, Meng Chuan held his sword with both hands and raised it above his head. A sharp blue sword ray shot out of the emperor-grade celestial sword and into the sky. The giant raised his hand as well, and a huge blue sword appeared in his hand before it shone with a dazzling blue light that shot into the sky. My Lord Heavenly Emperor has taught me 2 techniques to fuse profundities, and he named it the Primeval Chaos Sword. Today, I'll see if your tenacious heavenly bamboo can withstand my Primeval Chaos Sword. As Meng Chuan spoke calmly, his hands suddenly trembled. Following that, the sword in his hand whistled straight down and slashed at the void. Buzz! At the same time, the giant that shrouded Meng Chuan swung his sword at the giant as well. The primordial chaos sword? Dugu Wu's expression changed drastically when he heard Meng Chuan's words. He could not help but exclaim in shock, "Why, you're from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? The primordial chaos sword was a technique created by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It required different profundities to be fused together. Although it was still 1 + 1 = 2, it could ignore the opponent's defense to a certain extent. In a battle between two powerhouses, the primordial chaos sword was not very useful. However, in a situation where one party was evenly matched with the other party because one party was proficient in defense, if the latter knew the chaotic origin sword, he would be able to easily destroy the other party's defense. Needless to say, this was the case. Buzz! The sword in the giant's hand swung down. The azure sword beam was like a destructive light that descended from the sky. The tenacious heaven bamboo trembled as it tried to dodge the attack. Slash! With a soft sound, the giant's sword cut through the bamboo and continued downward. It actually cut the bamboo in half from top to bottom as if it was chopping firewood. Boom! Rumble! When the bamboo was cut in half from top to bottom, the vast land where the bamboo had taken root was first torn apart by the heaven tensile bamboo, creating countless ferocious fissures. Now that the giant's sword had sliced through the land, a long and narrow gully appeared. From afar, it looked as though the giant had sliced through the sky. Trying to heal? Just as the split heaven tensile bamboo was about to merge back together in an attempt to repair itself, Meng Chuan's eyes revealed a look of contempt as he smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, a blue energy suddenly burst out of the tenacious sky bamboo that had been cut in half from top to bottom. It directly blew the two halves of the tenacious sky bamboo into pieces. No! Dugu Wu's shriek of despair also spread out as the tenacious heaven bamboo was blown to pieces. The speed of sound was always slower than the speed of light. In fact, Dugu Wu had cried out before the tenacious heaven bamboo was blown apart. Not at the same time. The tenacious heaven bamboo is only SOSO. Meng Chuan calmly withdrew his sword. At the same time, the giant that rose into the air gradually dissipated from the giant's hand as though it had never appeared. How powerful! Duan Lingtian had thought that he would need to order the two Ning dragons to kill Dugu Wu and use the power of the 5 divine elements. He never expected Meng Chuan to finish off Dugu Wu alone in the blink of an eye. Meng Chuan's final strike seemed to be able to restrain Dugu Wu's tenacious heaven bamboo's indestructible body. That strike wasn't much stronger than Meng Chuan's previous attack. However, it seemed to contain some means that could ignore Dugu Wu's defense. The primordial chaos sword? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as his eyes lit up. Is this a technique created by Senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Chapter 33-25. Even the titled celestial emperors on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison are powerless against the heavenly pool palace. With the help of the chaos origin sword, Yu Hong celestial emperor should be able to kill them. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. You can control the Ning dragons as well? Meng Chuan was shocked when he saw the 2 Ning dragons being recalled into Duan Lingtian's little world. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian had teleported behind Duan Lingtian, Meng Chuan wondered if Duan Lingtian would be able to hurt Duan Lingtian with his strength. He only realized he had underestimated Duan Lingtian when the 2 Ning dragons joined forces and unleashed a full-strength attack comparable to an ordinary titled celestial emperor. It seems like Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realm is not simple. Meng Chuan thought to himself, as expected of Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor in the mundane realm. Furthermore, these 2 Ning dragons seemed to know some profound joint attacks. Meng Chuan's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The person who took human form from the tenacious heavenly bamboo is quite strong. If I didn't know the chaos origin sword that Lord Heavenly Emperor had taught me, I might not have been able to kill him even if I joined forces with your Ning dragons. Meng Chuan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, How did you offend a titled celestial emperor? That titled celestial emperor's strength is above average among the 2nd-tier titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms. In the Devata realms, titled celestial emperors were also divided into different tiers according to their strength. Meng Chuan, for example, was in the 2nd-tier titled celestial emperors. His elder brother, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was in the 1st-tier titled celestial emperors. He's an assassin. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I don't have any enmity with him. However, someone tried to kill me in the Heavenly Pool Palace. They hired a hitman and found that man and his brother. However, his brother died in my hands. He must have received news that I left the Heavenly Pool Palace. That's why he's waiting for me outside the Heavenly Pool Palace. And today he's finally here. As his voice faded, a cold glint flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. Lei Jun. If it wasn't for the fact that saving Huaner's parents was his top priority right now, he would have gone to Lei Jun's doorstep and settled the score with him. If we can kill this kind of person, it's better to kill him as soon as possible. Meng Chuan said, people who attack you in the open aren't scary. Often, people who hide in the dark like venomous snakes can pounce out and bite you at any time are the most terrifying. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. He won't live for long. Senior Meng Chuan, I'll take my leave first. You can follow the normal procedures and look for the Heavenly Pool Palace Master. After bidding farewell to Meng Chuan, Duan Lingtian returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace's base and returned to Su Lang's cultivation ground. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Based on the current situation, there was no need for him to resort to violence. No matter what, the Heavenly Pool Palace Master will at least give Senior Meng Chuan some face, right? Senior Meng Chuan is a titled Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Senior Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, should be stronger than the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Although the Heavenly Pool Palace Master has a close relationship with the Heavenly Pool Palace Master in the Boundless Heaven, he shouldn't disrespect Senior Meng Chuan. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. If possible, he didn't want to go against his teacher, Su Lang, as well as his senior brothers and sisters because he really saw them as his family now. Now, I'll wait for Senior Meng Chuan's news. Duan Lingtian wanted to cultivate, but he could not calm down. For this reason, he could only wait. About 2 hours later, Meng Chuan finally received Meng Chuan's message. Finally, Meng Chuan sent him a message. I spoke to the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, but he rejected my request. He said that unless the Heavenly Emperor personally intervenes, even if my brother, Meng Luo, comes, he won't let them go. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to detect the anger in Meng Chuan's voice. Since Duan Lingtian did not allow Meng Chuan to mention him, Meng Chuan did not bring him up. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was only the successor of the legacy left behind by Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He was not acknowledged by Feng Qingyang. Therefore, he could not be considered as Feng Qingyang's disciple. Even if Meng Chuan mentioned him, it would be useless. It would be better for Meng Chuan to personally intervene. But now, Meng Chuan was rejected even though he had personally stepped forward. Duan Lingtian, based on the current situation, we can only wait for the Heavenly Emperor to speak to him and ask for his help. Then, Meng Chuan sent Duan Lingtian a message. In Meng Chuan's opinion, with the Heavenly Emperor's personality, since Duan Lingtian had obtained the Heavenly Emperor's legacy in the mundane realm, even if Duan Lingtian was not the successor, the Heavenly Emperor would still be willing to help. That Lord Heavenly Emperor attached great importance to the word fate, and felt that everything was fate. Wait for Senior Feng Qingyang? Upon hearing Meng Chuan's words, Duan Lingtian's heart sank. It was already a pleasant surprise that Meng Chuan was willing to help him. As for Senior Feng Qingyang, who was now the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, was he certain Senior Feng Qingyang would agree to help him? Moreover, Senior Feng Qingyang was nowhere to be found. Even Meng Chuan could not contact him. It would take another 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years for him to appear. Senior Meng Chuan, when do you think we'll receive news from Senior Feng Qingyang? Duan Lingtian asked. I can't say for sure. Meng Chuan replied. It might take a few years, a few decades, or even 100 years. It might even take 1,000 years. Based on what he knew, Meng Chuan's eldest brother, Meng Luo, had left with the Heavenly Emperor to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Being in the Azura Hell, there was no way to communicate with the outside world, and no communication from the outside world could be accessed. That's too long. I can't wait that long, Duan Lingtian said with a bitter smile on his face. Senior. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something. His eyes turned cold as he said, if I want to use force to save the person I want to save, can you help me fend off the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors? I have at least 6 titled Celestial Emperors who have comprehended the law of Earth to deal with the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled Celestial Emperors. The Heavenly Pool Palace has 9 titled Celestial Emperors. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment. After a moment of silence, Meng Chuan said, although Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, is stronger than me, I'll be able to fend him off for a while. However, I can only fend him off. As for the other 8 titled Celestial Emperors, 6 of them might not be able to fend him off. Meng Chuan said, although I can summon more titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, they might not be willing to risk their lives. Meng Chuan continued to say, initially, with my strength, even if I'm from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Yu Fengyu wouldn't dare to kill me. However, since my eldest brother is Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, he won't dare to kill me. After Meng Chuan finished speaking, he revealed a piece of information to Duan Lingtian. He could play along with Duan Lingtian because he knew that Yu Fengyu would not dare to kill him. However, with his strength, the most he could do was restrain Yu Fengyu. There was nothing he could do about the other 8 titled Celestial Emperors. Although he could ask the other titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to help him, they might not be willing to help him since they were worried they would be killed by the titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace. Most importantly, he was worried that he would die in the hands of the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Emperor. The Celestial Emperor of the Boundless Heaven and the Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace were very close. The Celestial Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was the Celestial Emperor's grandfather. The fact that Meng Chuan had a good elder brother meant that he was under the protection of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven could even fall out with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven because of him. Meng Chuan dared to play this game, but it didn't mean that others dared to do the same. We'll need at least 1 or 2 titled Celestial Emperors to rescue them. Unless you're certain that not all of the titled Celestial Emperors are in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Meng Chuan continued, although Meng Chuan could get people to come in private, a small number of people were willing to come. However, these people were his good friends. If they died here, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven might not fall out with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven because of them. The main thing is, we still can't confirm that this Duan Lingtian is the successor that the Celestial Emperor has been looking for ever since he came out of the Azura Hell. If I can confirm it, I'll summon them and all the titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. At that time, even if the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Emperor is present, we will still have the courage to rescue them. These were Meng Chuan's thoughts. Right now, he wasn't sure how important this Duan Lingtian was to their Celestial Emperor, so he didn't dare to take too much risk for him. 1 or 2 more titled Celestial Emperors. Upon hearing Meng Chuan's transmission, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He did not know many titled Celestial Emperors. How could he possibly find one? Zhuge Feng? Zhuge Yun? No, I can't look for them. Although they're strong and can kill ordinary titled Celestial Emperors, they might not be a match for the strongest titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. When Duan Lingtian thought about the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, he shook his head and gave up on looking for them. The 2 Ning dragons should be able to deal with a weak titled Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace if they join forces. If my teacher didn't attack the 6 titled Celestial Emperors who escaped from the Thousand Chains prison and came after me instead, he might let me go on account of our past relationship. However, that's not necessarily the case. After all, if I release the 6 titled Celestial Emperors, I'll be standing on the opposite side of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Chapter 33-26. Senior Feng Qingyang. I don't know when I'll receive Senior Meng Chuan's message. Even if I receive it, I'm afraid he won't help me. As for Huan Er's mother, she'll be tortured every once in a while. At the same time, Huan Er's father will be mentally tortured as well. Huan Er is still waiting for me in the Saint Province realm. Although she said I shouldn't take the risk if I'm not confident, and that she'll follow me if something happens to me, can I meet her empty-handed? Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian's eyes abruptly shot out two dazzling bright lights. It was as if the sun had shone through two small holes in the dark room. After a while, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he racked his brains to come up with a solution. About 15 minutes later, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. It seems like this is the only way. Senior Meng Chuan. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Meng Chuan. Please stay near the Heavenly Pool Palace for a while. I hope you can help me restrain Yu Fengyu in half a year. I can help you restrain Yu Fengyu, but are you confident you can save the person you want to save? Meng Chuan asked. If I'm not confident, I can't trouble you, Senior Meng Chuan. Duan Ling Tian replied. All right, I won't leave the boundless heaven for the time being. I'll wait for you outside the Heavenly Pool Palace for half a year. Meng Chuan agreed immediately. The reason Meng Chuan agreed so readily was because of the Heavenly Emperor. He knew the Heavenly Emperor rarely left behind any legacy. Since the young man named Duan Ling Tian had obtained the Heavenly Emperor's legacy, it was likely he would become the Heavenly Emperor's official disciple in the future. Of course, there was another possibility. Duan Ling Tian was the special successor the Heavenly Emperor had gone to great lengths to look for. If Duan Ling Tian was that person, he would have profited greatly by doing Duan Ling Tian a favor. Most importantly, he knew that even if he was no match for Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was impossible for Yu Fengyu to kill him. Even if the boundless heaven's celestial emperor was here, he wouldn't dare to kill him. Wanshou Heaven. There were many heaven-grade factions in the Wanshou Heaven. Since more than 99% of the life forms in the Wanshou Heaven were demonic beasts, these factions were all demonic beast factions. The dragons and the Blood Dragon clan were heaven-grade forces in the Wanshou Heaven. The Blood Moon Ridge was one of the heaven-grade factions in the Wanshou Heaven. It was located in an extremely secluded area of the Wanshou Heaven and was shrouded in blood mist all year round. In particular, when one looked at the moon in the Blood Moon Ridge at night, it was like looking at a blood moon. That was how the Blood Moon Ridge got its name. Ninth Elder, are you sure this news is true? A beautiful but somewhat mischievous woman in golden clothes looked at the old man in loose gray robes before her and asked for confirmation. Little Jean, you little girl, why are you doubting this old man's words? I'm in charge of the Blood Moon Ridge's intelligence network. How can the news from my mouth be false? The old man shook his head helplessly and said, The news is 100% true. I'm afraid there are only 5 people in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory who don't know about the Duan Ling Tian. That Duan Ling Tian wore violet clothes and had a handsome appearance. Moreover, there was a portrait of him drawn by someone who had seen him before. Take a look and see if he's the person you're looking for. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he lifted his hand, and a scroll appeared in his hand. After the scroll was unfurled, a portrait appeared in front of the golden-clad woman. It was a handsome young man with an extraordinary aura. Although the portrait was crude, it still stunned the golden-clad woman. That's right, it's Brother Ling Tian. It's Brother Ling Tian. Ha ha ha, I finally found Brother Ling Tian. Little black, little white, they're still not good enough. In the end, I still found Brother Ling Tian. After looking at the portrait for a moment, the golden-clad woman could not help but laugh. The old man could not help but shake his head. He really could not figure it out. Why does the Grand Elder like this crazy girl so much? Moreover, the Grand Elder even adopted her as his daughter. Is it because the Grand Elder is also a rodent celestial beast like me? Little black, little white. The golden-clad woman took a deep breath before she regained her senses. At the same time, she sent a message to her 2 companions who were among the dragons. There's news about Brother Ling Tian. The black-clad young man and the white-clad woman who were cultivating among the dragons immediately stopped cultivating when they heard the message. They left their respective cultivation spots and gathered together. Little Jean said she has news about Brother Ling Tian and asked me to go to Blood Moon Ridge to look for him. The white-clad woman said. I received her message as well. The black-clad young man's expression was cold, but when he looked at the white-clad woman, a hint of affection could be seen in the depths of his eyes. You should greet the fourth elder. The black-clad young man said to the white-clad woman. She already knows about our relationship with Brother Ling Tian. She'll understand. All right. The white-clad woman nodded. Then, she flew toward a mountain peak where the dragons were stationed. However, what the black-clothed young man didn't expect was that when his sister returned, there was another person by her side. It was the beautiful woman dressed in white from beginning to end. She was the fourth elder of the dragon clan, Ji Ning Yun. Fourth elder. The black-clad young man hurriedly bowed when he saw the beautiful woman. Little Black, I heard you and Little White have news about your brother Ling Tian. Are you going to look for him? Ji Ning Yun asked with a smile. Yes. Little Black nodded. I have nothing to do recently. I'll go out with you and Xiao Bai. I'll also take a look at that human elder brother that you can't forget. Take it as a trip to relax, Ji Ning Yun said with a smile. Little Black, if Aunt Yun goes with us, we won't have to worry about encountering humans who are plotting against us and Little Jean. The white-clad woman, Little White, said in a timely manner. She and Little Black were both nine-clawed divine dragons. If they were discovered by powerful humans, it was inevitable that they would want to kill them and seize their bodies. Every part of a nine-clawed divine dragon was a treasure. Although Little White was Ji Ning Yun's disciple, Ji Ning Yun did not ask her to address her as master or teacher. Instead, she asked her to address her as Aunt Yun. All right, Little Black nodded. He knew it was useless for him to refuse. The fourth elder was clearly worried about his and his sister's safety. It just so happens that the old man hasn't been out for a long time. This is a good opportunity to bring him out to relax. Ji Ning Yun smiled. Little White and Little Black were stunned when they heard Ji Ning Yun's words. Naturally, they knew the old man was the Grand Elder of the Dragons. He was one of the 3 strongest titled celestial emperors among the dragons. Not long after Ji Ning Yun finished speaking, a tall and muscular middle-aged man dressed in a dark golden robe appeared next to Ji Ning Yun like a ghost. This middle-aged man had a dignified square face, and there was an imposing aura between his brows. However, when he looked at Ji Ning Yun, a rare smile appeared on his face as he asked, Ning Yun, is there anything I can help you with? Little White and Little Black are going to the Jade Emperor Heaven with the little fellow from Blood Moon Ridge. I'm planning to go with them. Since you have nothing better to do, why don't you come with us? Ji Ning Yun said. All right. The middle-aged man was none other than Ji Yunyen, the Grand Elder of the Dragons. He was also a famous figure in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Little White and Little Black bowed respectfully at Ji Yunyen. After all, Ji Yunyen's status in the dragons was not inferior to the patriarch. Let's go. Ji Yunyen nodded at Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Then he waved his hand and Ji Ning Yun, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai all disappeared into thin air. Ji Yunyen had used the teleportation profundity. He was skilled in the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. In Blood Moon Ridge, Little Gold, who was dressed in a golden robe, was shocked when she saw Ji Yunyen, the Grand Elder of the Dragons. She sent a voice transmission to Little Black and Little White. Little Black, Little White, you're really something. Even the Grand Elder of the Dragons is escorting you. Little Gold, Aunt Yun was the one who invited the Grand Elder. Little White replied through voice transmission. As for Little Black, he ignored Little Gold. That old fellow was worried about me. Now that the Grand Elder of the Dragons is with me, I'm sure he'll be relieved. Little Gold laughed before she led the group to the transportation formation in Blood Moon Ridge. Soon after, they arrived at the Nando territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. After arriving at the Nando territory, they immediately went to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. According to the news, Brother Ling Tian joined the Thousand Tribulations sword sect and became a disciple of the Ganjiang progeny. Little Gold said after they arrived at the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sex estate. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sex estate was heavily guarded. Even Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragons, did not dare to barge in recklessly. I didn't expect the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, a mere Grade 1 force, to have such a powerful formation. Little White sighed. Little White, although the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect is only a Grade 1 force, its foundation is comparable to a Heaven Grade force. This is because the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect used to be a Heaven Grade force in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Ji Ningyun, the fourth Elder of the Dragons, said with a smile, "The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect guarding formation isn't much weaker than our clan's formation. It used to be a Heaven Grade force? That explains it." Little White nodded. Moreover, although the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect is only a Grade 1 force, there's a Celestial Emperor who's as strong as a titled Celestial Emperor. If the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny join forces, they can easily kill ordinary titled Celestial Emperors. Based on Ji Ningyun's words, it was clear she knew a lot about the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Chapter 33-27. Outside the Thousand Chains Prison. The day has finally come. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at the entrance of the Thousand Chains Prison. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Of course, he had made some preparations before this day arrived. For example, in a few days, the person he arranged would use a voice that was almost identical to his to inform them of one thing through the soul orbs of his teacher, Su Lang and Sun Xing. He had said that he had heard there was a ruin left behind by a deity and was on his way there. Naturally, Su Lang would not doubt his words. As for Sun Xing, he would also inform his teacher, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, and ask him to leave the Heavenly Pool Palace as well. With Su Lang and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor's speed, it would take at least 10 days for them to make a round trip. By the time they realized he had lied to them, he would have already rescued Huaner's parents. "Teacher, senior brother Sun Xing, although I had no ill intentions, it's true that I tricked you. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely apologize to you and make it up to you." Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he flew toward the entrance of the Thousand Chains Prison. Once he entered the Thousand Chains Prison, he would be completely isolated from the outside world. He would not be able to receive any messages from the outside world, let alone send any messages. For this reason, before he entered the Thousand Chains Prison, Duan Lingtian sent 2 messages. "Senior Meng Chuan, I'll send you a message as soon as I'm out of the Thousand Chains Prison." The first message was sent to the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, a titled Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. "All right." Meng Chuan's reply was simple and direct. "I'll enter the Thousand Chains Prison now. After 2 hours, imitate my voice and send a message to the owners of the 2 soul pearls. I've already passed the soul pearls to you. Remember to be accurate at the crucial moment and don't screw up." Following that, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to another person. This person was also someone who was good at imitating other people's voices. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had also given the person a lot of royal-grade celestial crystals. "Don't worry, my lord." Hearing the response, Duan Lingtian finally flew to the gate of the Thousand Chains Prison. After showing the prison guard token, he entered and went straight to the Internal Affairs Hall. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to enter the Thousand Chains Prison, in a small city not far from the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate, a young man dressed like a hooligan who had just sent a message to Duan Lingtian was whistling as he walked out of a restaurant. "I didn't know you can earn so many celestial crystals by imitating other people's voices. In the future, can I consider developing in this direction?" The young man was wearing a green robe. He wasn't considered handsome, but he was still pleasing to the eye. At this moment, he was thinking with a smile on his face. "Over there. It's him, Li Yujie. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. I finally found him. I didn't expect him to be hiding in this small town." The green-clad young man's expression changed drastically when he heard the voices behind him. After all, his name was Li Yujie. How did they find me here? Li Yujie did not need to turn around to know who was behind him. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he shot out like a ghost and left the small town in just a blink of an eye. However, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Li Yujia's speed was not slow, but his pursuers were even faster. A few of them even took the lead and blocked his path. As for the people behind Li Yujia, they blocked Li Yujia's path of retreat and stared at him like a tiger eyeing its prey. Everyone, Li Yujia's expression was extremely unsightly when he was about to say something. Kill. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. As soon as he gave the order, everyone attacked together and killed Li Yujia in just a blink of an eye. After Li Yujia's death, the middle-aged man took his spatial ring and performed a blood ownership claim on it. He looked inside the spatial ring and nodded. Still here. At the same time, the middle-aged man took out more than 10 soul pearls from the spatial ring and tossed them aside as though they were trash. These soul pearls belonged to the people that Li Yujia could contact. To him, they were of no use. The soul pearls fell to the ground and shattered. Among them were the soul pearls that Duan Lingtian had given to Li Yujia 2 days ago. They were Su Lang's soul pearls and Sun Xing's soul pearls. Let's go. The group of people came quickly and left quickly as well. They were in a hurry. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Now that the people he sent were dead, he could no longer send a message to Su Lang and Sun Xing to lure Su Lang and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor away. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison with the other 5 people who were on duty this year. Among the 6 people on duty this year, 4 were prodigious disciples while the other 2 were elders of the Thousand Chains prison. One of the elders was an acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. It was none other than Elder Xie who had introduced the Thousand Chains prison to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, why are you here alone? Where's Miss Huaner? Elder Xie asked in surprise when he saw Duan Lingtian coming to the Thousand Chains prison alone. Based on what he knew, ever since Duan Lingtian came to the Heavenly Pool Palace, Huaner had never left Duan Lingtian's side. She's cultivating recently, so she didn't come over. Duan Lingtian replied perfunctorily with a faint smile on his face. Elder Xie did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. He nodded and introduced another old man to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, this is Elder Hong. Elder Hong, this is Duan Lingtian, the prodigious disciple who's been in the limelight recently. Elder Xie introduced Duan Lingtian to the old man. While Duan Lingtian and Elder Hong were greeting one another, one of the 4 prodigious disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with a frown on his face. Junior sister Huaner didn't come? This prodigious disciple was none other than Lei Ying's second disciple and only son, Lei Jun. When Duan Lingtian saw Lei Jun earlier, he was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Lei Jun to be here. Based on what he knew, Lei Jun did not comprehend the law of death. However, when he saw the frown on Lei Jun's face when he said Huaner was not here, it was not difficult for him to guess that Lei Jun was here for Huaner. You're really persistent. Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly. At the same time, he was thinking of ways to put Lei Jun in the same group as him so they could patrol the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison together. At that time, he would not mind killing Lei Jun as well as releasing the 6 titled Celestial Emperors. After all, the Thousand Chains prison would be in chaos. It would not be difficult for him to kill Lei Jun during the chaos. Moreover, no one would know he was the one who killed Lei Jun. However, while imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. Although Duan Lingtian had hinted that he wanted to be in the same group as Lei Jun rejected his offer. Lei Jun only said politely, "This is my first time on duty, so I'm not familiar with it. I'd like to follow an elder to familiarize myself with the situation." Duan Lingtian, this is your first time on duty as well, right? I advise you to follow an elder as well. Lei Jun suggested in the end. Duan Lingtian, I'll be in the same group as you. At this moment, Elder Xie volunteered to join Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not want to be in the same group as Lei Jun. Since Elder Xie wanted to be in the same group as him, Duan Lingtian glanced at the other 2 prodigious disciples before he nodded. Elder Xie. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he agreed to be in the same group as Elder Xie. He asked, May I know which level will be assigned to first? Recently, I feel like I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation. Therefore, I'd like to go to the level where I'm free to cultivate. Is that convenient? Everyone knew what Duan Lingtian was implying. He wanted to be assigned to the third level of the prison first. Normally, we'll wait for the Internal Affairs Hall to make the arrangements. Elder Xie said, however, if we can discuss it in private, we can also make arrangements. I have no problem with that. As long as the other four have no problem with that, we can be assigned to the third level for 4 months. After Elder Xie finished speaking, he looked at the other 4 prodigious disciples. I have no problem with that. Elder Hong was the first to speak. Putting aside the fact that Duan Lingtian was a prodigious disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace who had a bright future, he did not dare to disrespect Duan Lingtian because he was the junior brother of Head Warden Su, one of the 3 head wardens of the Heavenly Pool Palace. As for the other 2 prodigious disciples, they had no problem with that as well. They were more than happy to befriend a prodigious disciple like Duan Lingtian who had a bright future. As for Lei Jun, no matter how much he hated Duan Lingtian in his heart, he did not show it on his face. With that, it was decided. Duan Lingtian and Elder Xie would be assigned to the third level of the prison first. Sister Water. Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water in his little world when he was about to head to the third level of the prison with Elder Xie and the others. I'm gonna head to the third level now. Once we arrive, I'll wait for an opportunity to release the 6 titled Celestial Emperors. The world-cleansing divine water nodded as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. Let me know when you arrive. At that time, I'll teach you the method to break the formation and the squares formation. Naturally, you won't have to break the formation yourself. Moreover, with your strength, you won't be able to break the formation I'll teach you. Even the 6 titled Celestial Emperors would need at least 3 or 4 of them to break the formation. The world-cleansing divine water said. Chapter 33:28. Duan Lingtian passed by the 2 cells where Huaner's parents were imprisoned before he could make his way to the 3rd floor of the prison. Huaner's mother, Du Xian, was still unconscious. Moreover, the injuries on her body were different from the last time she was imprisoned. Upon seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. His expression darkened slightly. Senior. When they passed by the cell where Huaner's father, Lian Qiu, was imprisoned, Lian Qiu was still resting with his eyes closed. Due to the restriction of the formation, Lian Qiu could not sense the presence of Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Lian Qiu's eyebrows twitched slightly as he narrowed his eyes. He thought that since the young man was here, his daughter would definitely be here as well. However, when he narrowed his eyes, he only saw the young man. Today, I plan to save you and Senior Du Xian. Lian Qiu was about to ask Duan Lingtian if his daughter was doing well, when Duan Lingtian sent him another voice transmission. Lian Qiu regained his senses and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Don't do anything stupid. If something happens to you, who's going to take care of Huaner? Although he had only met his daughter once, he could see his daughter's attachment to the young man. As someone who had been through many things before, he could see his daughter's heart was completely devoted to the young man. It was the kind of attachment that she would not regret even if she died. Senior, I'm confident. Duan Lingtian did not deny Lian Qiu's words. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Lian Qiu and said, I'll teach you the method to break the formation in your and Senior Du Xian cells. Although the spirit formation that imprisoned you all is the same, forcibly breaking it open from the inside is completely different from forcibly breaking it open from the outside. With your strength, it won't be difficult for you to break it from the inside. However, breaking it from the outside will be difficult. At that time, I'll rush over to help you. Without waiting for Lian Qiu's response, Duan Lingtian told Lian Qiu the method to break the formation. Of course, the world-cleansing divine water of the 5 divine elements had taught him how to break the formation. Senior, my plan is, when they were about to leave Lian Qiu's prison, Duan Lingtian told Lian Qiu about his plan through voice transmission. He also told Lian Qiu about his plan to release the 6 titled Celestial Emperors from the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Pool Palace and that someone would come to his aid after he escaped. Lien Qiu did not expect his daughter's sweetheart would have such a grand plan. Moreover, he even used the 6 titled celestial emperors on the 3rd floor. I understand. After hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Lien Qiu also saw the hope of leaving. His eyes lit up. Since his eyes were so bright, even if there were people around him, they would not be able to see the expression in his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Elder Xie arrived at the 3rd floor of the prison. The 6 titled celestial emperors were imprisoned on the 3rd floor of the prison. It was impossible to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy or sense the profundities of the laws on the 3rd floor. It was only possible to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy and sense the profundities of the laws near the stairs. Duan Lingtian, if you're in a hurry to cultivate, you can start now. I'll go and observe the formation to see if there's anything wrong with it, Elder Xie said. The most important thing to observe the formation on the 3rd floor was to report to the Heavenly Pool Palace immediately. The Heavenly Pool Palace would then arrange for a formation master to repair the formation. It's fine. There's no need to rush. Duan Lingtian shook his head. All right. I'd like to see if the formation is still intact. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not stay near the stairs to cultivate. He had to communicate with the 6 titled celestial emperors and teach them how to break the formation so that they could escape. All right. The old man did not suspect anything. He led Duan Lingtian around the 3rd floor of the prison and taught Duan Lingtian how to check if the formation was still intact. Duan Lingtian only replied perfunctorily when he heard the old man's words. However, from the corner of his eyes, he saw 3 people standing in front of the 3 wooden huts. These 3 people were 3 of the 4 people he had met the last time he was here. Among the 4 people he had met previously, there was a burly man, an old woman, an old man, and a young man. However, at this moment, the young man was not outside the wooden hut. The door of the wooden hut he was in was tightly shut. It was clear the young man had returned to his room. Senior. Duan Lingtian chose the skinny old woman as his first target. He said through voice transmission, I have a way to get you out of here, senior. However, I'll need the help of the other 5 seniors. The old woman who was sitting in front of the wooden hut with her eyes closed immediately opened her eyes when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. She looked at Duan Lingtian, who was walking with the old woman. You think you have what it takes? A hint of disdain could be seen in the old woman's eyes when she heard Duan Lingtian's words through voice transmission. Senior, there's no need to rush. Can you wait for me to finish? Duan Lingtian told the old woman the method to break the formation. He was merely passing the information to the old woman since the world-cleansing divine water had just told him. The old woman was a titled celestial emperor. Although she was not an expert in formations, she had a certain understanding of formations. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, she knew Duan Lingtian's method would work. Why did you save me? The old woman asked through voice transmission. As the saying went, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. She did not think Duan Lingtian would save her for no reason. Senior, naturally, I saved you for a reason. However, it has nothing to do with you. You don't have to do anything for me. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. He said bluntly, I want to save the 2 people on the 2nd floor of the prison. However, I can't bring them out on my own. That's why I thought of rescuing you and the others from the 3rd floor. With your strength, you'll be able to hold back the titled celestial emperors of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise, even if I'm lucky enough to bring them out of the Heavenly Pool Palace, they won't be able to escape the pursuit of the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian said, There are only 6 of us. The Heavenly Pool Palace has 9 titled celestial emperors. Moreover, some of them are stronger than the 9 titled celestial emperors. The old woman said, The 6 of us are no match for the 9 titled celestial emperors. In fact, even Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and Celestial Emperor Mengchong, alone is enough to suppress 2 or 3 of us. A hint of dread could be seen in the old woman's eyes when she mentioned Yu Fengyu. Senior, you don't have to worry about that. Duan Lingtian said, I've arranged for someone else to hold back the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Oh! The old woman was slightly surprised. She asked, Who did you arrange to hold back the palace master of the heavenly pool palace? Ordinary titled celestial emperors won't be able to hold him back. Senior, you might not know who he is. The senior I arranged for isn't from the boundless heaven. He's from the solitary destructive heaven. To be more precise, he's from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian said. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? The old woman chuckled. What a coincidence. I'm from the solitary destructive heaven as well. However, after I came to the boundless heaven, I killed some people from the heavenly pool palace and was imprisoned here. I know all the titled celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Who's the person you arranged for? The old woman asked. Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian replied. Meng Chuan? The old woman's eyes widened in shock when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She exclaimed in shock, You're not lying to me, right? You really managed to invite Meng Chuan here? Senior, why would I lie to you? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. There's no point in lying to you, right? Moreover, I'm not that bored. I'm not that bored. If you really invited Meng Chuan here, even if he's slightly weaker than Yufengyu, he'll still be able to hold Yufengyu back. Most importantly, Yufengyu won't dare to kill him. Meng Chuan's elder brother, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, is not an ordinary person. If Yufengyu dares to touch him, he'll definitely come to the heavenly pool palace and wreak havoc. Although Yufengyu is one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms, he's still weaker than Meng Luo. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven is much stronger than Meng Luo. However, Meng Luo has the support of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is suspected to have attained godhood. The old woman's eyes became more and more fiery as she spoke. Godhood? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Senior, are you saying Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, has attained godhood? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes, the old woman replied. After he returned from the Azura Hell, he easily killed Chun Qiubo, who had only been the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven for a short period of time. Although there's no news of him attaining godhood, I suspect he has attained godhood since he killed Chun Qiubo so easily. Senior, you even know about this. It seems like you've been imprisoned in the heavenly pool palace's thousand chains prison not long ago. Duan Lingtian did not expect the old woman would know about what had happened in the past 100 to 200 years. Little one, even if Yufengyu, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, is being held back, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with the remaining 8 titled celestial emperors. The old woman expressed her concern. Senior, you don't have to worry about that. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. I've already made arrangements before I came here. The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor should have left the Heavenly Pool Palace by now. Senior, I'll leave it to you to contact the other seniors. If it's possible, we can confirm the time together. We'll break the third formation in 5 days and escape. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to the old woman. Yes. Yes. Chapter 33-29. He had decided to ask the titled Celestial Emperors to break the formation 5 days later because the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor would arrive at the place Duan Lingtian had tricked them into going. Even if the titled Celestial Emperors and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor did not rush back, it would still take them 5 to 6 days to return to the Devata realm through a transportation formation. For this reason, it was the best time to make a move. Don't worry, I'll contact them. The old woman replied. I'm sure they'll cooperate as well. This is a great opportunity. A hint of light flashed in the depths of the old woman's eyes as she spoke through voice transmission. For the old woman and the other 5 titled celestial emperors, this was a great opportunity to escape. The worst that could happen was that they would be sent back to the Devata realm. It was just a matter of time for them to get some exercise. That's good. Duan Lingtian agreed to let the old woman contact the other 5 titled celestial emperors. Although it would be easy for him to contact them one by one, it would take a lot of effort. Therefore, it was better for him to let the old woman contact them. Moreover, he had also taught the old woman the method to break the formation. She only needed to teach the other 5 titled celestial emperors. Senior. To be safe, Duan Lingtian reminded the old woman again. His voice was solemn as he said, "When you inform the other 5 titled celestial emperors and the Howling Heaven celestial emperor, you must tell them not to be impatient. There's a reason I asked you to wait 5 days. 5 days later, the Verdant Prairie celestial emperor and the Howling Heaven celestial emperor will arrive at the place I tricked them to. It'll take them at least 5 to 6 days to return from there. If they're impatient, the Verdant Prairie celestial emperor and the Howling Heaven celestial emperor will definitely come back and stop you from escaping." A hint of worry could be heard in Duan Lingtian's voice. He was worried the titled celestial emperors would be too impatient. "Don't worry," the old woman replied. The old woman replied, "The 5 of them have been imprisoned here for much longer than me. I'm not in a hurry, so they definitely won't be in a hurry either." Hearing the old woman's words, Duan Lingtian immediately let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." At the same time, Duan Lingtian continued to patrol the 3rd floor of the prison with the old man. After a round of inspection, the old man smiled and said, "The formations here are intact. Next, we'll stay here and cultivate. We'll just have to spend the remaining 4 months. For months later, I'll switch places with them." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he walked towards the staircase and sat down cross-legged, preparing to cultivate. "Yes." At the same time, Duan Lingtian followed the old man to the staircase and sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, the elder subconsciously closed his eyes and immersed himself in cultivation. However, Duan Lingtian only closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. In the depths of his eyes, there was a strange expression. 5 days later, the 6 titled celestial emperors would break out of the formation. Apart from that, the formation in the square in the Thousand Chains prison would be broken as well. At that time, Duan Lingtian would take advantage of the chaos to escape with his parents. At that time, if possible, I'll release the others as well. It doesn't matter if they're from the Heavenly Pool Palace or not. The more people there are, the more chaotic the situation will be. At the same time, my parents and I will have a higher chance of escaping. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to the old woman. "Senior, have you spoken to them? Take a look for yourself." As soon as the old woman finished speaking, Duan Lingtian discovered the old woman was sitting cross-legged outside the wooden hut and staring at him from afar. Apart from that, there was also a person standing in front of each of the wooden huts staring at him intently. The aloof young man whom Duan Lingtian had met previously walked out of the wooden hut. Apart from that, there was another titled celestial emperor whom Duan Lingtian had not met previously. Of course, even after this somewhat fat old man walked out of the wooden house, there was still one person who didn't walk out of the wooden house. There were 6 titled celestial emperors imprisoned here. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had only met 5 of them. "Lad, I haven't asked your name yet," the old woman asked through voice transmission. "Senior, my name is Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. "My name is Xue Jinhua, and my title is Golden Flower. People call me the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor." After that, the old woman introduced the 4 captives to Duan Lingtian. First, she introduced the old man with disheveled gray hair. The old man on the left is called Ku Bai Lu. His title is Bai Lu, and people call him the White Deer Celestial Emperor. This old man isn't human. He's a celestial beast. Naturally, he's not a deer-type celestial beast. His real form is a wolf. The old woman explained. After introducing the old man with disheveled gray hair, the old woman continued to introduce the bald man. This bald man is called Tung Xiong Ba. His title is Mo Yun, and people call him the Mo Yun Celestial Emperor. As for the fat old man, he's called Ma Chi. His title is Ji Lei, and people call him the Ji Lei Celestial Emperor. Many people think he's an expert in the law of thunder when they hear his title. However, the truth is, he's an expert in the law of earth just like us. If he's an expert in the law of thunder, he would have been killed by Yufeng Yu from the Heavenly Pool Palace. The old woman paused for a moment before she looked at the young man who had yet to be introduced. The young man had a cold aura. When he looked at Duan Lingtian felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. Just like Kobai Lu, he's not human. His true form is an ice flower that has been frozen in ice for millions of years. You can say he's a plant that has taken human form. His strength is second only to the person who hasn't been released. Not only is he an expert in the law of ice, but he's also an expert in the law of earth. Naturally, his attainments in the law of ice are higher than his attainments in the law of earth. However, it's all thanks to his comprehension of the law of earth that he's still alive. The old woman shook her head and said, he named himself Xian Bing, and his title is Xian Bing. People call him the Xian Bing, Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at the young man when the old woman introduced him. The young man nodded slightly at Duan Lingtian and forced a smile on his face. Senior, since the last person is the strongest among all of you, how strong is he compared to you Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace? Duan Lingtian asked the old woman curiously after he retracted his gaze from the young man. That person, Yu Fengyu, isn't a match for him. The old woman replied. What? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard the old woman's words. The palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace isn't a match for him? If that's the case, why is he imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison? His forte is defense while Yu Fengyu's forte is offense. Naturally, his offense isn't weak either. If it's a one-on-one battle, he'll be able to defeat Yu Fengyu in a day and a night. However, that's more than enough time for the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven to arrive. The old woman sighed before she continued to say, he's not a match for the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. In the end, he had no choice but to surrender. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He's so strong? Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. He did not expect the person who had yet to leave the wooden hut would be so strong. Even Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, was no match for him. Moreover, he was imprisoned by the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Speaking of which, he's quite similar to you. The old woman said. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He did not understand why the old woman would say that. The old woman continued to say, he came looking for trouble with the Heavenly Pool Palace because he wanted to save someone. To be more precise, he wanted the Heavenly Pool Palace to let him go. However, the Heavenly Pool Palace refused to let him go. The old woman continued, Yu Fengyu also realized that he would lose if they continued fighting, so he went to find the Celestial Emperor of Boundless Heaven. Even the Heavenly Emperor had to expend a lot of effort to capture him and imprison him in the Thousand Chains prison. The old woman shook her head as she said, unfortunately, he's an expert in the law of earth. The law of earth is weak when it comes to offense. Otherwise, if it were another existence at the same level as him that had comprehended a different law, the Thousand Chains prison wouldn't be able to trap them at all. Among the many laws, the law of earth was the strongest in terms of defense. In this regard, even the four supreme laws could not compare to it. However, while the law of earth was the strongest in terms of defense, it also gave up on offense and speed. Could not compare to any of the other laws. Even Meng Chuan, your helper, isn't on the same level as him. He's on the same level as Meng Chuan's elder brother, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. The old woman continued to speak. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with curiosity. The old woman said, he's coming out. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the tightly shut door of the wooden hut. After a few moments, the door opened, and a figure walked out. The person who walked out of the wooden hut was a young man. He was dressed in a white robe that was as pure as snow. The young man had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. His temperament was extraordinary. As soon as he appeared, it seemed as though his surroundings paled in comparison. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the white-clad young man, his eyes widened in shock. This was because he knew the white-clad young man. Be Big Brother Pei. Chapter 3330. It did not cross Duan Ling Tian's mind that he would meet Big Brother Pei again at this time and place. Previously, he had met Pei Yuanji because he wanted to help Huan Er obtain the concealment pendant. At that time, he thought Pei Yuanji was a mysterious man. He had even asked Pei Yuanji if he was a celestial lord. However, at that time, Pei Yuanji had told him that he was not. At that time, he thought Pei Yuanji was a celestial king or a powerful celestial duke. Who knew Pei Yuanji was not a celestial duke or a celestial king, but a celestial emperor. Moreover, he was a titled celestial emperor. Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian looked at the white-clad young man, Pei Yuanji, in a daze, Pei Yuanji noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze and instantly looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. Although it had been 200 years, Pei Yuanji recognized Duan Ling Tian immediately. Duan Ling Tian was the young man he had met in the spirit overarching heaven. At that time, he had given Pei Yuanji his royal-grade mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring and asked Pei Yuanji to retrieve the mystical E9 water chestnut ring from a little world. Apart from that, Pei Yuanji had left the little world on Duan Ling Tian's request. However, what he did not expect was that when he left, he happened to overhear the discussions of others in a restaurant halfway through his journey. One of the people in the restaurant was a disciple of the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven. He happened to witness a woman being imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. As for that woman, she was a phantom fox named Du Xian. Du Xian? Isn't she Du Fei's niece? Pei Yuanji was not unfamiliar with the name Du Xian since Du Fei had often mentioned it to him. Du Fei was one of the women he had met during his travels in the major realms. She was one of the most unforgettable women he had met. By the time he realized he had fallen in love with Du Fei, it was already too late. He could only think of retrieving the mystical E9 water chestnut ring from Du Fei as a token of their friendship. Due to his guilt toward Du Fei and his feelings for her, he decided to make a trip to the heavenly pool palace to rescue her niece. Just as he was about to overpower Yu Fengyu, the heavenly palace master of the heavenly pool palace, Yu Fengyu summoned the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven and imprisoned him in the Thousand Chains prison. As such, not only was he unable to save Du Fei's niece, Du Xian, he was even trapped here with no way to leave. He didn't know if Duan Ling Tian had helped him find the mystic E9 water chestnut ring. However, he did not expect to see Duan Ling Tian in the heavenly pool palace's Thousand Chains prison 200 years after he was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, based on Duan Ling Tian's position, it was clear he was not imprisoned by the heavenly pool palace. Instead, he looked more like one of the heavenly pool palace's prodigious disciples. Duan Ling Tian, why are you here? Did you join the heavenly pool palace? Pei Yuanji asked in astonishment. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Earlier, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor sent me a voice transmission saying someone wanted to help us escape from the Thousand Chains prison. Earlier, the old woman, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, Shui Jinhua, had sent a voice transmission to Pei Yuanji to inform him that a prodigious disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace wanted to rescue them. The prodigious disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace wanted to rescue them. Pei Yuanji only saw two people from the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, he recognized one of them as an elder from the Heavenly Pool Palace. For this reason, he assumed the prodigious disciple from the Heavenly Pool Palace was Duan Ling Tian. Brother Pei, it's me, Duan Ling Tian replied. Then he asked curiously, Brother Pei, why are you here? Earlier, I heard from the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor that you came to the Heavenly Pool Palace to rescue someone. After you fought with Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, you were imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison? Yes, Pei Yuanji replied. I was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison by the Heavenly Pool Palace's Heavenly Pool Palace. That's why I couldn't return to look for you. In fact, I didn't even have the time to do what you asked me to do. As he finished speaking, Pei Yuanji's tone carried a bit of guilt. Brother Pei, who are you here to rescue? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. In his opinion, the person must have a close relationship with Pei Yuanji for him to come all the way from the spirit overarching heaven to the boundless heaven. After all, the Heavenly Pool Palace was a heaven-grade force. Even if Pei Yuanji was strong, he would not want to offend a heaven-grade force unless he had to rescue someone. I'm here to rescue the niece of an old friend. Pei Yuanji sighed. An old friend's niece? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Pei Yuanji's words. A bold thought appeared in his mind. He could not help but ask, Brother Pei, is the old friend you're talking about Senior Du Fei? How do you know about Du Fei? Did she leave a remnant of her will in the little world she left behind? Pei Yuanji's eyes widened slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Brother Pei, you asked me to bring the mystic Yang 9 water chestnut ring into the little world to look for the mystic E9 water chestnut ring. I managed to find it. However, the mystic E9 water chestnut ring was in the possession of a remnant of Senior Du Fei's soul. After that, Senior Du Fei gave me the mystic E9 water chestnut ring. She also asked me to tell you to take care of Huaner on her behalf. Duan Lingtian said. Huaner? Pei Yuanji asked. You mean the woman who was always by your side? Is she from the Phantom Fox clan? Yes. Duan Lingtian replied. Based on my understanding of Du Fei, she wouldn't have asked me to take care of her unless it was someone close to her. Is she related to Huaner in some way? Pei Yuanji asked again. Huaner calls her grandaunt. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly and said, Brother Pei, if I'm not mistaken, you came to the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Senior Du Fei's niece, Du Xian, right? Yes. Pei Yuanji looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Then, as though he had just recalled something, his eyes widened slightly as he asked, Is Du Xian the person you're trying to save? Yes. Duan Lingtian replied with a wry smile on his face. Du Xian is Huaner's mother. Naturally, I'm not here to save Senior Du Xian. I'm here to save Senior Lian Qiu as well. I'm sure you know Senior Du Xian is here because of Senior Lian Qiu. That's why she's imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian said. I really didn't expect such a coincidence. Pei Yuanji said with a sigh. However, I wonder what fortuitous encounter you've had in the past 200 years for you to have grown so strong. You actually know how to break the formation here. What's your current cultivation base? Pei Yuanji asked. I've just become a 6 combos celestial lord. Duan Lingtian replied. Why you're a 6 combos celestial lord now? Pei Yuanji was naturally shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. The last time he saw the purple-clad young man was 200 years ago. He was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh inwardly when he learned the reason Pei Yuanji was imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison was because of Du Xian. Apart from that, he also learned about the relationship between Pei Yuanji and Du Fei through voice transmission. Brother Pei, the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring is with Huaner. After I rescue Senior Du Xian and Senior Lian Qiu, I'll bring them to see Huaner. I'll return the ring to you, Duan Lingtian said. There's no need for that. Pei Yuanji replied through voice transmission with a smile. Since Huaner is her grandniece, just leave the Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring to her. The mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring are royal-grade celestial weapons that Du Fei and I used in the past. At that time, she wasn't even a celestial lord yet. A hint of nostalgia could be seen in his eyes as he spoke. It was as though he had returned to the days when he was with Du Fei. Duan Lingtian was relieved when he saw Pei Yuanji. He was confident he would be able to rescue Huaner's parents if he rescued the 6 titled celestial emperors. Perhaps other titled celestial emperors would ignore him after they escaped. However, Pei Yuanji would not ignore him. In fact, Pei Yuanji might even escort him and Huaner's parents out of this place. After all, Huaner's mother was the niece of Du Fei, Big Brother Pei's close female friend. The reason Big Brother Pei was imprisoned here was because of her. Brother Pei, what's your title? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Wu Chen. Pei Yuanji replied. Wu Chun Celestial Emperor? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he said, That suits your temperament, Brother Pei. What about you? Did you go to the title temple to obtain the title of a titled celestial lord? Pei Yuanji asked with a smile. I went there some time ago. Duan Lingtian nodded. What title? Misty Rain. Duan Lingtian did not expect to meet Pei Yuanji in the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, Pei Yuanji's goal was the same as Pei Yuanji's. Over the next 5 days, he continued to chat with Pei Yuanji through voice transmission. During these 5 days, Pei Yuanji had also conversed with the other 5 titled celestial emperors. Even Xue Jinhua, the Golden Flower celestial emperor, was much more courteous to Pei Yuanji when she found out Pei Yuanji was acquainted with Pei Yuanji. Although Pei Yuanji was imprisoned before Xue Jinhua, the other 4 titled celestial emperors treated him with respect since he was the strongest among them. After all, with Pei Yuanji's strength, he was considered to be above average among the top-tier titled celestial emperors. In this world, the strong were the ones who were respected. 5 days passed in just a blink of an eye for Duan Lingtian and the others. Let's begin. 5 days later, Pei Yuanji called out to the other 5 titled celestial emperors before he began to break the formation using the method Duan Lingtian had taught him. Boom! Rumble! The formation on the 3rd floor of the prison was broken. Chapter 33-31. This is bad. At this moment, Elder Xie from the Heavenly Pool Palace, who was sitting cross-legged next to Duan Lingtian, widened his eyes. His expression changed drastically as soon as the formation on the 3rd floor of the prison was destroyed. However, his eyes were filled with fear in the next moment. How's this possible? How did they get out? He discovered the 6 titled celestial emperors who were imprisoned on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison had broken out of the formation and were standing near him. The person in the lead was a young man dressed in a long white robe. He was Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. Pei Yuanji was not a stranger to the old man. In fact, he had a deep impression of Pei Yuanji. After all, Pei Yuanji was the only titled Celestial Emperor in the Thousand Chains prison who was not a member of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The titled Celestial Emperor was personally imprisoned by the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. He's out as well. The old man's face was ashen. He did not expect Pei Yuanji to escape as well. After all, even the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace was helpless against Pei Yuanji. In fact, if the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace had not brought the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven here, the old man would have been defeated by Pei Yuanji. At this moment, the old man's face was as pale as a sheet of paper when he saw Pei Yuanji leading the 6 titled celestial emperors. In that instant, he even had the will to die, and he felt that he was definitely going to die. Let's go. However, what the old man didn't expect was that Pei Yuanji and the others didn't have any intention of attacking him. Instead, Pei Yuanji looked to the side of the old man and greeted him with a faint smile. What's going on? The old man's expression changed as he instinctively looked at the person beside him. He saw Su Yasi, the 7th disciple of Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, and the junior brother of Su Yasi, one of the 3 head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. Upon hearing Pei Yuanji's words, Su Yasi nodded and said, "All right, it's him." The old man's eyes widened. He would have lived in vain if he still could not figure out that the young man before him was the one who had released the titled celestial emperors. Noticing the old man's complicated gaze, Duan Lingtian looked back at him and smiled. "Elder Xie, if there's nothing else, you can stay here. It's too dangerous outside." With that, Duan Lingtian and Pei Yuanji took the lead and walked down to the 3rd floor of the prison, while the other 5 people followed closely behind. Although the 5 titled celestial emperors were prideful and arrogant, they were extremely obedient to Pei Yuanji's command. "Little Xie, you have to thank that Lingtian brat. If it wasn't for that Lingtian brat telling us to spare your life, you would already be dead." The fat old man, Ma Qi, the Ji-Lei Celestial Emperor, patted Elder Xie's shoulder as he walked past him. Then, he chuckled before he left with Duan Lingtian and the others. Elder Xie was stunned when he saw the 5 titled celestial emperors leaving. He smiled bitterly as he muttered to himself, "I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have such a trick up his sleeve." At this moment, not only was the old man not angry, but he was also grateful. He knew that the Ji-Lei Celestial Emperor had no reason to lie to him. He was certain that Duan Lingtian was the one who had allowed him to live. Therefore, he was extremely grateful to Duan Lingtian. As for why Duan Lingtian had allowed Elder Xie to leave, Even if he was not here, he would not have been able to stop Duan Lingtian. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian did not intentionally deceive or use him from the beginning until the end. Even if Duan Lingtian had deceived and used him, it was not worth mentioning compared to his life. It seems like the Thousand Chains prison is going to be chaotic soon. It's safer for me to stay here. The old man recalled Duan Lingtian's words and sat down cross-legged to continue cultivating as though nothing had happened. However, the truth was he was extremely agitated. He could not calm down even after a long time. On the other side, when Duan Lingtian and Pei Yuanji descended to the third floor, they immediately made their way to the cells where Du Xian and Lian Qiu were imprisoned. They did not stop at all. Duan Lingtian? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be on duty on the third floor? Who's he? The two prodigious disciples on duty on the second floor were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian and Pei Yuanji. Pei Yuanji was imprisoned on the third floor, and the two prodigious disciples had once been on duty there. However, since Pei Yuanji rarely showed himself, they did not recognize him as one of the 6 titled celestial emperors imprisoned on the third floor. However, when they saw the 5 titled celestial emperors behind Duan Lingtian and Pei Yuanji, their expressions changed drastically. Pei Yuanji rarely left the house, so they did not recognize him. However, the 5 titled celestial emperors often left their wooden huts. Therefore, the prodigious disciples were able to recognize them. Why are they out here? The formation on the third floor has been broken. Does this mean the white-clad young man next to Duan Lingtian is the elusive Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic celestial emperor who rarely leaves his wooden hut? All 6 titled celestial emperors are out. The faces of the two geniuses instantly turned extremely pale. Their legs began to tremble, and they were unable to move for a long time. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he made his move. Before the two prodigious disciples could react, he knocked them out and kicked them to the side. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Pei Yuanji arrived at Lian Qiu's cell. Before Duan Lingtian could greet him, Lian Qiu heard a series of footsteps approaching him. When he opened his eyes, he saw 7 people standing outside his cell. He recognized one of the 2 people standing in the front. It was the young man his daughter was in love with. Brother Pei. Duan Lingtian greeted Pei Yuanji. Pei Yuanji continued to use the method Duan Lingtian had taught him to break the formation around Lian Qiu's cell. Thank you, my lord. Lian Qiu could tell Pei Yuanji was a titled celestial emperor. He quickly rose to his feet and thanked Pei Yuanji respectfully. A man who can't even protect his woman isn't a good man. Pei Yuanji looked at Lian Qiu meaningfully before he walked to the side and opened the cell where Du Xian was imprisoned. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice transmission rang in Lian Qiu's ears. Senior Lian Qiu, Brother Pei and Senior Du Xian's aunt, Du Fei, are a couple. Senior Du Xian can address Brother Pei as her uncle. Brother Pei is imprisoned here because he wanted to save Senior Du Xian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lian Qiu's eyes widened in shock. He's Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic celestial emperor who was imprisoned by the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven? Although Lian Qiu had heard of Pei Yuanji before, it was only hearsay. 200 years ago, some of the prison guards on duty in the Thousand Chains prison were chatting in private. They told him that a big shot had been imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison 200 years ago. The important figure was none other than Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic celestial emperor. Lord Pei Yuanji was imprisoned because he wanted to save Xianer? He's Xianer's uncle? Lian Qiu was dumbfounded. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and save your woman. Lian Qiu only regained his senses when Pei Yuanji's voice rang in the air. He hastily rushed into the cell where Pei Yuanji had broken open and carried the blood-stained white phantom fox out. Lian Qiu's eyes were filled with emotions when he carried the phantom fox out of the cell. If you let her suffer again in the future, I won't let you off. Pei Yuanji was already feeling guilty about what had happened to Du Fei. His expression was unsightly when he saw Du Fei's niece was in such a predicament because of Lian Qiu. Don't worry, Senior. Lian Qiu looked at the phantom fox in his arms and muttered, I'll protect Xianer with my life. No one is allowed to touch her. Everyone listen up. At the same time, Pei Yuanji lowered his voice and said to everyone who was imprisoned on the second floor of the cell, I'll let all of you out now. I don't care what you do after you leave the Thousand Chains prison. However, before you leave the Thousand Chains prison, you'll have to line up behind us obediently. If anyone dares to mess around, I'll kill them. As soon as Pei Yuanji finished speaking, he stomped his foot before a khaki-colored energy surged out of his feet and opened all the cells on the second floor. Thank you, my lord. Duan Ling Tian and Pei Yuanji continued to make their way down to the first level of the confinement prison as the group of people thanked them. This was because there were various formations between every level of the prison, including a soundproof formation. Therefore, even if there was a huge commotion on the second level, the people on the first level would not be able to detect it. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian saw Lei Jun and the elder of the Thousand Chains prison on the first level of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Ling Tian. Lei Jun frowned when he saw Duan Ling Tian on the first floor of the Thousand Chains prison. On the other hand, the expression of the old man next to Lei Jun changed drastically when he saw Pei Yuanji. Why are you here? The two prodigious disciples from the Heavenly Pool Palace on the second floor of the Thousand Chains prison did not recognize Pei Yuanji. Similar to Elder Xie on the third floor of the Thousand Chains prison, he recognized Pei Yuanji with just a glance. Elder, who's he? Lei Jun asked curiously. Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. The old man replied bitterly. What? The Nirvanic Celestial Emperor? Lei Jun's expression changed drastically when he heard the old man's words. He had heard about the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor from his mother, Lei Ying, the Merciless Celestial Emperor, more than once. Therefore, he knew the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor was a titled Celestial Emperor whom even Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, was no match for. Chapter 33-32. 200 years ago, the battle between Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, and Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, shocked the entire Heavenly Pool Palace. The battle took place outside the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Only the 7 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace had witnessed it. Lei Jun's mother, Lei Ying, the Merciless Celestial Emperor, was one of them. Due to this, Lei Jun learned about the battle from his mother, Lei Ying. Therefore, he knew how terrifying the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor was. Why is the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor here? Also, why is he with Duan Ling Tian? At this moment, Lei Jun was confused. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be the one who released Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. After all, Duan Ling Tian was not capable of doing so. Ever since Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Immortal Emperor, had been imprisoned for a while, the formation of the Thousand Chains prison had been strengthened. Even the elders of the Thousand Chains prison were unable to rescue him from the formation, let alone the disciples and guards. This was especially true for the formation on the third floor of the Thousand Chains prison where the 6 titled Celestial Emperors were imprisoned. Only the 3 wardens knew how to activate the formation. That's right. Su Yasi is Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister. Did Su Yasi tell Duan Lingtian how to activate the formation? Lei Jun was still thinking to himself. At this moment, the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors who had escaped from the third floor of the Thousand Chains prison came down from the second floor of the Thousand Chains prison. The old man's expression changed again when he saw this. It's over. It's over. Why are they all here? The old man even recognized Pei Yuanji, the mysterious Nirvanic Celestial Emperor who was imprisoned on the third floor of the Thousand Chains prison. It was only natural that he recognized the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors. Lei Jun's expression changed drastically when he learned that the 5 titled Celestial Emperors who had escaped from the third floor of the Thousand Chains prison. Duan Lingtian, how dare you work with Su Yasi to release these titled Celestial Emperors? Do you know that you're punishable by death? The Heavenly Pool Palace won't let you go. Lei Jun looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, Eldest senior sister? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he heard Lei Jun mentioning Su Yasi, Su Lang's eldest senior sister. However, when he regained his senses, he knew Lei Jun must have thought Su Yasi had joined forces with him to release the 6 titled Celestial Emperors. Lei Jun, is there something wrong with your head? Duan Lingtian sneered and said, if my senior sister wants to release someone, does she need me to do it? Wouldn't it be easier for her to do it herself? If it wasn't for Su Yasi, why did you activate those arrays? Lei Jun had a look of disbelief. Open. Duan Lingtian smiled. Who said I activated those array formations? Those formations were only broken by Big Brother Pei and the others. Impossible. The old man next to Lei Jun shook his head as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. Those formations are very special. If they could break them, they would have done it a long time ago. Why would they wait until now? Naturally, I taught them how to break the formations. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. You? The old man's eyes widened in shock. Then, his expression darkened as he said, Duan Lingtian, do you know that even if they manage to escape, the Heavenly Pool Palace will hunt you down for what you've done today? The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven is behind the Heavenly Pool Palace. Pei Yuanji is imprisoned by the Heavenly Emperor himself. If you release him now, the Heavenly Emperor will definitely kill you. The old man threatened. Shut up. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Xian Bing, the profound Ice Celestial Emperor, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian and Pei Yuanji, shouted coldly. As soon as Xian Bing's voice rang in the air, a cold aura filled the entire first floor of the prison. Then, an ice spike shot out from under the feet of the prison elder. In the blink of an eye, the ice spike pierced through the elder's body and froze him into ice. Shatter! Xian Bing's cold voice rang in the air. The elder's frozen body shattered and turned into mist before it fell to the ground. It was as though he had never existed. However, if one looked closely, one could still see black and red droplets of blood on the floor. Swoosh! Lei Jun only regained his senses after the prison elder beside him was killed. His expression changed drastically in an instant. Everyone, my mother is Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Don't kill me. You can't kill me. Lei Jun cried out in a trembling voice when he saw the elder who was stronger than him was killed in just a blink of an eye. In the face of life and death, no matter how arrogant Lei Jun usually was in front of others, he was completely terrified at this moment. It was as if he had been beaten back to his original state. Lei Jun, Duan Lingtian looked at Lei Jun and said with a grin, Do you know why I released them? Lei Jun looked at Pei Yuanji and the others warily before he instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. Although he did not say anything, his eyes were filled with confusion. I did it to save Huaner's parents. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lian Xiu walked down from the second floor with Du Xian's snow fox in his arms. Lei Jun's attention was immediately drawn to Lian Xiu. Lei Jun's eyes were filled with confusion. There's one more thing I want to tell you. Huaner and I entered the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Huaner's parents. Duan Lingtian continued to say, Both of you entered the Heavenly Pool Palace with ulterior motives? Lei Jun's expression changed drastically. He did not expect his third junior sister and the purple-clad young man had entered the Heavenly Pool Palace to save Huaner's parents. That's a phantom fox? Phantom fox. He's Lian Xiu, the prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Mountain in the solitary destructive heaven, who refused to marry the palace master's daughter? Seeing the white phantom fox in Lian Xiu's arms, although Lei Jun did not know Lian Xiu and had never seen him before, he had heard of him. Junior sister Huaner is their daughter? Lei Jun found it hard to believe. Brother Pei seniors. At the same time, Duan Lingtian greeted Pei Yuanji, the 5 titled celestial emperors, and Lian Xiu. I have some enmity with Lei Jun. Why don't we leave after I've dealt with him? There's no rush. Pei Yuanji smiled faintly. There's a formation here that prevents outsiders from knowing what's going on. We'll leave after you've dealt with your matters. The prison's formation sealed off everything, including communication and sound. For this reason, outsiders would not know what was going on in the prison. Lingtian, I haven't seen you in action before. This is a good opportunity for me to see you in action. The fat old man, Ma Qi, the Ji Lei Celestial Emperor, said with a grin on his face. The other titled celestial emperors and Lian Qiu turned to look at Duan Lingtian curiously. They were curious about Duan Lingtian's strength. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lei Jun's expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian, are you mistaken? There's no enmity between us. Lei Jun was no match for Duan Lingtian, let alone Duan Lingtian, who had a group of titled celestial emperors by his side. A year ago, even Han Yunjin, who was stronger than him, had died in Duan Lingtian's hands in the death arena. There was no way he would be able to survive if he fought Duan Lingtian. You think there's no enmity between us? Duan Lingtian said with a bright smile on his face. Aren't you embarrassed to say that? Back then, weren't you the one who went with Han Yunjin to Duguwun and Duguwu and paid a huge price to have them kill me? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he spoke. Duan Lingtian, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What Duguwun? Duguwu? Lei Jun was at a loss, but his eyes flickered with uncertainty. However, he still suppressed his anger and suppressed his emotions. A few months ago, when I returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace, Duguwu was waiting outside. Are you trying to say you're not the one who told him I left the Heavenly Pool Palace? Duan Lingtian asked mockingly as his eyes turned colder. Of course, it wasn't me. Lei Jun shook his head. Duan Lingtian, there's no enmity between us. Why would I harm you? Even if I wanted to harm you, I would need a reason, right? Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble to harm you? Am I right? Lei Jun continued to play dumb. There's no enmity between us? Reason. Duan Lingtian laughed. How dare you say there's no enmity between us? You're really thick-skinned for the sake of your life. Do you think I don't know the reason? Huan Er. In the end, Duan Lingtian uttered her name. Moreover, I found your soul orb in Dugu Wen's spatial ring. Huan Er was the one who recognized your soul orb. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold at this moment. Celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he prepared to make a move. At this moment, Lei Jun's expression changed drastically. He fell to his knees and said, Duan Lingtian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have coveted junior sister Huan. Please spare me. Please spare me. As long as you don't kill me and threaten me to leave, I can make my mother not interfere with your escape. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. In order to survive, Lei Jun was willing to do anything. He was even willing to become Duan Lingtian's hostage. Your mother? The merciless celestial emperor, Lei Ying? However, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Lei Jun's words. Everything that I've planned and schemed against your mother would have ended up the same whether she did or not. For this reason, there's no need for us to threaten you. Initially, I planned to kill you myself. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he released the 2 Ning dragons from his little world. Roar! Roar! The 2 Ning dragons casually opened their mouths and spat out a terrifying power, heading straight for Lei Jun. Chapter 33:33. No! Lei Jun, who had lost all his will to fight, was powerless against the joint attack of the 2 Ning dragons. In just a blink of an eye, he was drowned by the Ning dragon's power. In just a blink of an eye, Lei Jun died in a worse state than the elder from the Thousand Chains prison. At the very least, the elder from the Thousand Chains prison had some dried blood left behind. Those were Ning dragons? Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have such a technique. The joint attack of the 2 Ning dragons is comparable to the full-strength attack of an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. Ma Qi, the Jilei Celestial Emperor, and Xue Jinhua, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian killing Lei Jun with just a thought. Naturally, they were even more surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to tame a ferocious celestial beast like the Ning dragon. After all, it was rare for a Ning dragon to acknowledge someone as its master. Most Ning dragons were unruly and would rather die than submit. You won't die if you don't seek death. Duan Lingtian had watched Lei Jun's death coldly from the beginning until the end. He had never thought of making an enemy out of Lei Jun. However, since Lei Jun wanted him dead, he would not sit back and do nothing. After leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace, He did not know when he would have the opportunity to return to the heavenly pool palace, let alone seek revenge from Lei Jun. He did not expect Lei Jun to apply to become a prison guard in the Thousand Chains prison. This was a good opportunity for him to seek revenge. If Lei Jun had not given him this opportunity, he did not know when he would be able to seek revenge from Lei Jun, seniors. Let's leave this place first. We can chat later. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent the two Ning dragons back to his little world. Then, he said to the titled celestial emperors who had spoken to him, "Two of them are dead. Although it's impossible for them to send a message out, their soul pearls must have shattered. Those who have their soul pearls must know they're dead." Lei Jun's mother is Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor from the heavenly pool palace. Now that Lei Ying finds out about her son's death, she'll definitely investigate the matter. I'm afraid it won't be long before she comes to the Thousand Chains prison, Duan Lingtian said. I'm sure she'll contact the other titled celestial emperors as soon as she discovers we've escaped. That's why we should try our best to leave Thousand Chains prison before she arrives. This way, the palace master of the heavenly pool palace and the others won't find out about our departure so soon. Duan Lingtian finished in one breath. The other titled celestial emperors agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. After all, they did not want to offend the palace master of the heavenly pool palace and the others. Of course, there are people waiting for us outside. However, all he can do is help us restrain the palace master of the heavenly pool palace. If the palace master of the heavenly pool palace discovers that all of you, including Big Brother Pei, have escaped, he might send a message to the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. If the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven comes, I'm afraid all of you will be imprisoned again. Duan Lingtian continued. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that if the heavenly monarch of the boundless heavens came, he wouldn't be able to kill Pei Yuanji and the others. He would only be able to imprison them. Huan Er's parents were destined to be imprisoned again. Let's go, Pei Yuanji said. Following that, he and Duan Lingtian walked out of the prison. At the same time, Pei Yuanji used the method Duan Lingtian had taught him to break the formation at the entrance of the prison. Initially, Duan Lingtian had planned to release the people from the heavenly pool palace who were imprisoned on the first floor of the prison. However, to prevent them from leaking information to the higher-ups of the heavenly pool palace, he had decided not to release them. We're out. After leaving the Thousand Chains prison, they arrived at a spacious area where the Life or Death platform and the Life or Death pavilion were located. They could see a few people on the Life or Death platform. When Duan Lingtian and the others left the area and were about to enter the passage to the Purgatory Palace, a few figures suddenly flew out of the Life or Death pavilion. Stop! Who are you? The newcomers were a few elders from the Life or Death pavilion. There were old men and middle-aged men among them. All of them were glaring at Duan Lingtian and the others from the Life or Death pavilion. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the others had caused a huge commotion. It was difficult for the elders to not notice them. Get lost if you don't want to die. A figure rose into the air. A young man with a cold demeanor looked coldly at the few elders from the Life or Death hall and cried out in a cold voice. The profound Ice Celestial Emperor. The elders from the Life or Death pavilion had once been on duty in the prison. Naturally, they recognized the young man. He was none other than the profound Ice Celestial Emperor, one of the titled celestial emperors imprisoned on the third floor of the prison. If I see you again in the next 10 breaths, don't blame me for not showing mercy. After the young man with a cold aura rose into the air, an old man with messy gray hair followed suit. He smiled at the elders from the Life or Death pavilion in the distance. The White Deer Celestial Emperor. The elders from the Life or Death pavilion were shocked when they saw the profound Ice Celestial Emperor. However, they were even more shocked when they saw the old man. For a moment, they thought they were dreaming. The two titled celestial emperors on the third floor of the prison had escaped. They recognized the old man as Kubai Lu, the White Deer Celestial Emperor. Let's go. Don't waste our time here, Pei Yuanji said indifferently. Although Pei Yuanji did not turn around, he was still leading the way. His long robes fluttered in the wind. His tall and large figure hid in front of the few Hall of Life and Death Hall elders. This allowed them to vaguely guess who this person was. Based on his attire, it was obvious he was the leader of the group since he dared to speak to the two titled celestial emperors in such a manner. He was none other than Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic celestial emperor. The faces of the elders from the life or death pavilion paled in fright. They looked at each other before they fled back to the life or death pavilion. The Thousand Chains prison is going to change soon. The Nirvanic celestial emperor, the profound ice celestial emperor, and the white deer celestial emperor have escaped. The other three titled celestial emperors must be with them as well. 6 titled celestial emperors escaping together. This has never happened before in the history of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison, right? How did they escape? Can they break through the Plaza of Termination? The formation in the Plaza of Termination isn't much more complicated than the formation on the 3rd floor of the prison. Since they can break through the formation there, they should be able to break through the formation in the Plaza of Termination as well. An uproar broke out in the life or death pavilion. Even the Heavenly Pool Palace elders and prodigious disciples who were comprehending the law of death on the life or death platform were shocked. However, none of them dared to leave the life or death pavilion. What a joke! If the group of titled celestial emperors saw them following the life or death pavilion, they might even attack them out of anger. At that time, they would definitely die. Meanwhile, after Duan Lingtian and the others left the life or death pavilion, they passed through a passage and entered a spacious area. This was where the Purgatory Palace was located. They could vaguely see people entering and exiting the Purgatory Palace. Moreover, there were more people here compared to the life or death pavilion. Duan Lingtian's group of close to 100 people had arrived in a grandiose manner. Naturally, it attracted everyone's attention. However, Duan Lingtian and the others did not pay attention to the people who were looking at them from afar. Instead, they made their way to the entrance of the Internal Affairs Pavilion. After passing through the Internal Affairs Pavilion, they would arrive at the Plaza of Termination. As long as they passed through the Plaza of Termination, they would be able to leave the Thousand Chains prison. At that time, they would be able to fly freely. Initially, I was worried that the titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace who had escaped from the Thousand Chains prison would be distracted and stop me, Senior Lianqiu, and Senior Du Xian. However, based on the current situation, there is no need to worry about this problem. The other titled celestial emperors might not care about Senior Lianqiu, Senior Du Xian, and me, but Brother Pei will definitely care. With Big Brother Pei around, we shouldn't be in any danger unless he can't escape. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian calmed down. Moreover, just as he had said to Lei Jun, everything was under his control. Since he had lured the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor away, there were only 7 titled Celestial Emperors left in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Meanwhile, Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, had arranged for Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, to help him deal with the 7 titled Celestial Emperors. It would be easy for Pei Yuanji and the others to deal with the remaining 6 titled Celestial Emperors. It was to the extent that as long as Pei Yuanji's group of 6 worked together, those 6 people were absolutely no match for them. They could only watch as they escaped. Just as Duan Lingtian and the others were about to enter the passageway and head to the Internal Affairs Palace, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of wind whistling could be heard as more than a dozen figures appeared in the air. They were led by a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe with a cold expression on his face. "Who are you?" The black-clad middle-aged man asked coldly as he arrived above Duan Lingtian and the others. He looked down at Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian and the others instinctively came to a halt when they saw the black-clad middle-aged man. That's Fang Chi-han, one of the 3 head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison, the pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion. Many of the people standing behind Duan Lingtian recognized the black-clad middle-aged man. Their eyes were filled with hatred as they looked at the black-clad middle-aged man. These people were the ones who had been tortured in the Purgatory Pavilion. Fang Chi-han, the pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion, had personally ordered them to be tortured. Many of those who had been tortured with them had died in the Purgatory Pavilion. For this reason, they hated Fang Qihan very much. The pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he looked at the black-clad middle-aged man. Was this the person who was at loggerheads with his eldest senior sister? Chapter 33-34. The Pavilion Master of the Purgatory Palace? After Pei Yuanji, who was walking side by side with Duan Lingtian, stopped moving. He looked up into the sky and his eyes narrowed abruptly as he said indifferently, "How impressive!" Although Pei Yuanji's voice wasn't loud, it seemed to contain a special magical power, causing the Purgatory Hall Master Fang Qihan's gaze to immediately land on him. When he saw Pei Yuanji's appearance clearly, his expression changed greatly in an instant. The white-clad young man was none other than Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, whom even Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, could not deal with. Moreover, even the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven did not have the ability to kill Pei Yuanji. He could only imprison Pei Yuanji in the Thousand Chains prison. He remembered Pei Yuanji clearly. That time, when the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Emperor captured this person and threw him into the Thousand Chains prison. It was this person who led the way to the third floor of the prison. Humph! Following Pei Yuanji's cold snort, the space around Purgatory Hall Master Fang Qihan began to tremble. Following that, an earthen yellow energy appeared. Before Fang Qihan and the dozen or so people he had brought with him could react, the khaki-colored energy had already swept out in all directions. It was as if it had turned into waves that swept towards them. Boom! 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 A space-shaking force swept out from all directions, covering almost every area that it could reach, causing Fang Qihan and the others to instantly fall into a situation where they were surrounded on all sides. This is bad. What a powerful energy! Run! As the rolling energy and the vast aura of the Law of Earth swept towards them, the expressions of the dozen or so Purgatory Palace elders behind Fang Qihan changed drastically, and they all attacked at the same time. Boom! Boom! Swoosh! More than 10 elders of the Purgatory Palace made their moves. Like 8 immortals crossing the sea, each of them displayed their divine abilities. All kinds of laws and profundities were displayed. Among them, there was no lack of one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of death. However, even so, their attacks were like a rock sinking into the ocean, unable to cause even the slightest ripple when they faced the menacing earthen yellow energy. Fang Qihan, the Palace Master of the Purgatory Palace, hadn't made a move since the beginning. When the elders of the Purgatory Palace attacked, he had a pleading look on his face as he shouted, "Lord Pei, please show mercy. I will immediately bring my men back to the Purgatory Palace and will no longer interfere in your matters. Lord Pei, I beg you." The Hall Master of the Purgatory Palace, one of the 3 wardens of the Thousand Chains prison, was like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. However, even though Fang Qihan was begging for mercy, the surging waves of energy did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, they grew stronger and stronger as the waves of energy continued to pile on top of one another. No! When the forces from all directions collided, the despairing cries of Fang Qihan and the others could be heard. Boom! Rumble! The seemingly endless waves of energy that contained the law of Earth's profundities collided with each other, causing the void to tremble violently. It felt as though the void would shatter at any moment. However, just as everyone was shocked by the strength of the power was instantly annihilated as if it had never appeared. If it were not for the blood mist and spatial rings that fell from the sky, everyone would have thought that they were hallucinating. What terrifying control! Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw this. A hint of respect could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Pei Yuanji. Previously, he only knew Brother Pei was strong, but he did not expect Brother Pei to be so strong. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen celestial emperors led by Fang Qihan, the Hall Master of the Purgatory Hall, were killed. Moreover, Fang Qihan was close to becoming a titled celestial emperor. Gulp! At this moment, even Lian Qiu, who was hugging the white phantom fox, could not help but gulp. A hint of respect could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Pei Yuanji. He knew how strong Fang Qihan was since he had fought Fang Qihan before. However, Such a troublesome opponent was like a chicken in front of the white-robed young man before him, unable to withstand a single blow. "Let's go," Pei Yuanji said indifferently as everyone looked at him in awe. Then, he led the way to the next passage. A group of people followed after Pei Yuanji. "Let's go with Brother Pei." As for those who had just been punished in the Purgatory Palace and had the ability to resist at this time, they all resisted and broke free from their restraints, chasing after Pei Yuanji and the others. The elders of the Purgatory Pavilion did not dare to stop these people even though they saw them fleeing. After all, they were not sure if Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, would make a move as well. After all, if Pei Yuanji made a move, they would definitely die. The pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion was stronger than any of them, but he had still died earlier. At this moment, they were glad they did not follow the pavilion master of the Purgatory Pavilion. Otherwise, they would have died as well. "Senior Lien Qiu, let's leave with Brother Pei after we leave the Thousand Chains prison." Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Lien Qiu. "All right." Lien Qiu nodded. Apart from gratitude, there was also a hint of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "My daughter, how is she now?" Lien Qiu asked through voice transmission. "She's doing well." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Lien Qiu's words. "Initially, she wanted to come with me, but I thought it was too dangerous, so I asked her to wait for me in my hometown, the mundane realm. If we manage to escape from the boundless heaven, I'll bring you and Senior Duan Xian to my hometown, the mundane realm." Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with tenderness when he spoke about Huan Er. "All right." Lien Qiu nodded. A hint of excitement could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He looked at the unconscious white phantom fox in his arms and thought to himself, "Xian will be reunited with our daughter soon. When you wake up, not only will you be able to see your daughter, but you'll also be able to see the son-in-law she found for us. This young man is very outstanding. Huan Er likes him and I'm satisfied as well." Although Lien Qiu had not known Duan Lingtian for long, he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Duan Lingtian was able to settle down his daughter and risk his life to save them alone was enough to show that he was an extremely responsible young man. "I don't know if there will be any blind fellows later," Ma Qi, the Jilei Celestial Emperor, said with a grin on his face when they were about to leave the Thousand Chains prison. "Shen Bing, Old Pei, if there are any idiots later, don't send your powerhouses out. I'm itching for a fight as well." "You're the only one who's itching for a fight?" Ko Bai Lu, the Bai Lu Celestial Emperor, said snappily. "Do you think I'm not itching for a fight as well? All right, let's do it together later. However, Old Pei and Shen Bing can't do anything now," Ma Qi said. Although the atmosphere was rather relaxed now, it was only natural. Everyone, including Ma Qi and Ko Bai Lu, knew they could only relax in the Thousand Chains prison. After all, there were no titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Thousand Chains prison. However, things were different now that they had left the Thousand Chains prison. When they arrived at the entrance of the Internal Affairs Hall, they naturally attracted the attention of the elders from the Internal Affairs Hall. However, the elders from the Internal Affairs Hall quickly spotted Pei Yuanji, who was leading the group. Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor? How did he get out? When the elders from the Internal Affairs Hall saw Pei Yuanji, they did not dare to approach Pei Yuanji. After all, they would only be courting death if they did. After all, Pei Yuanji was someone whom even the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace could not deal with. Isn't that Duan Lingtian? He's the 7th disciple of the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor and Warden Su's little junior brother. Why is he with Pei Yuanji? Moreover, he doesn't look like he's being held hostage by Pei Yuanji. He looks more like Pei Yuanji's best friend. This Duan Lingtian wouldn't have come to rescue Pei Yuanji, right? Even if he wants to save Pei Yuanji, he has to be strong enough to do so. How do you explain this situation? If he didn't save Pei Yuanji, why would Pei Yuanji come out at this time? Look, the other 5 titled celestial emperors on the 3rd floor are behind Pei Yuanji as well. My goodness! All the titled celestial emperors on the 3rd floor have come out? Something's going to happen. Something big is going to happen. Should we report this? Report this? If you dare to leave the Internal Affairs Hall now, you'll be killed before you even reach the final square. Why don't you give it a try? Forget it. There were only a few elders on duty in the Internal Affairs Hall. When they saw Pei Yuanji and the others walking out of the final square, they did not dare to leave the final square. Things are going so smoothly? Immortal Emperor Ji Lei, Ma Qi, felt a little gloomy when he saw that no one from the Internal Affairs Hall had come out. The people from the Internal Affairs Hall of the Thousand Chains prison are not as tough as the people from the Purgatory Hall. The people from the Internal Affairs Hall are smarter than the people from the Purgatory Pavilion. Ku Bai Lu, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, said, I'm used to it. Let's stop chatting. Now let's focus. Once we break the formation in the final square and leave the Thousand Chains prison, we'll have to face the titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace. Xue Jinhua, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor, said, due to the formation that separates the Thousand Chains prison from the 10,000 Chains prison, no one will know what's going on in there unless someone goes out to report it. At most, they'll know that someone has died in there through the shattering of their soul pearls. However, once we leave the Thousand Chains prison, our whereabouts will be exposed. At that time, all the titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace will come out in full force. Chapter 33-35. There were 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Even if 2 of the titled Celestial Emperors were lured away by Duan Ling Tian, there would still be 7 titled Celestial Emperors left. However, there were only 6 titled Celestial Emperors among them. Naturally, there was another titled Celestial Emperor outside the Heavenly Pool Palace who was capable of holding back the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, there were 2 Ning Dragons in Duan Lingtian's little world that were as powerful as an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. As long as they were careful, it would not be difficult for them to escape. The Plaza of Termination. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he arrived at the Plaza of Termination. This was the 4th time he had come to the Plaza of Termination. The first time was when he first arrived at the Thousand Chains prison. The second time was when he first left the Thousand Chains prison. The third time was when he entered the Thousand Chains prison a few days ago. This was the 4th time he had come. The Plaza of Termination was the last checkpoint to leave the Thousand Chains prison. It was also the most difficult checkpoint. In terms of strength, the barrier formation in the Plaza of Termination was only comparable to the formation on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison. However, there were many powerful killing formations that could injure or even severely injure titled Celestial Emperors. Those who were not titled Celestial Emperors would definitely die if they tried to force their way through the Plaza of Termination. Big Brother Pei, you and the other 5 seniors have to work together to break the formation in the Square of Termination. It's all up to you now. It's up to you now, Duan Lingtian said to Pei Yuanji. Before coming here, he had already told Pei Yuanji and the others about the method to break the formation in the Plaza of Termination that the world-cleansing divine water had imparted to him. All right, Pei Yuanji nodded. Then, he spoke to the other 5 titled Celestial Emperors and arranged their positions. When they all stood in their respective positions, Pei Yuanji's eyes suddenly focused, and then he shouted softly, "Begin!" As soon as Pei Yuanji finished speaking, apart from Xianbing Celestial Emperor who emitted an extremely cold energy, Pei Yuanji and the other 4 Celestial Emperors emitted waves of rolling yellow energy. The profound Ice Celestial Emperor was proficient in the Law of Ice and the Law of Earth. However, he was most proficient in the Law of Ice. Although his attainments in the Law of Earth were not bad, it was undoubtedly better to use the Law of Ice at this moment. As for Pei Yuanji's group of 5, other than the Law of Earth, they did not specialize in other laws. Therefore, when they needed to use offensive power, they could only use the law that was least suited for offensive power, the Law of Earth, because they had no other choice. Everyone stay where you are. If anyone dares to move, kill without mercy. At the same time, Duan Lingtian summoned the 2 Ning Dragons from his small world. They floated in the air and glared at the group behind him. Although there shouldn't be any problems with these people, in order to prevent anyone from disturbing Pei Yuanji and the others from breaking the formation, he still felt that it was better to be a little more careful. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, Lian Qiu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had also sent his wife into his small world. At this moment, sword qi was revolving around his body. Similarly, he glared at the group of people behind him. "Don't worry, brother. We won't allow anyone to disturb Lord Pei and the others from breaking the formation," a middle-aged burly man said with a grin on his face. That's right. Many people agreed with his words. If anyone dares to disturb Lord Pei and the others from breaking the formation, it'll mean that they're trying to stop us from leaving. Everyone can join forces to kill these people. If anyone dares to make a move, we'll kill them. Under such circumstances, the large group of people stood where they were. None of them dared to make a move. All right. About 15 minutes later, a strong gust of wind swept through the square, causing everyone's robes to flutter noisily. At the same time, Pei Yuanji's indifferent voice rang in the air. Earlier, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, had all held their breaths, causing the atmosphere to become extremely quiet. Now, Pei Yuanji opened his mouth. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was clearly heard by everyone. "After leaving the Thousand Chains prison, let's split up and go our separate ways. Whether or not you'll be able to escape will depend on your luck," Pei Yuanji said to the group of people behind him as they walked past the square that was no longer protected by the formation. He had saved these people so that they could help him divert the attention of the formation. Although the Thousand Chains prison was not part of the Heavenly Pool Palace's protective grand formation due to some special formations, there was still a surveillance formation outside. If anyone tried to escape from the Thousand Chains prison, they would be discovered immediately. News of this would also reach the ears of Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Naturally, the other titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace would also receive news of Yu Fengyu's escape. "Let's go." It did not take long before Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison. They encountered a few elders of the Thousand Chains prison who were killed by Ma Qi, the Jilei Celestial Emperor, and Ko Bai Lu, the Bai Lu Celestial Emperor. The elders of the Thousand Chains prison did not even have time to react before they were killed by the two titled Celestial Emperors. "Let's go." After everyone gathered near the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison, Pei Yuanji ordered everyone, including Duan Lingtian, to leave the Thousand Chains prison at the same time. The elders guarding the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison did not even have time to react before they were killed by the group of Celestial Emperors. "Run. I'm finally out. Heavenly Pool Palace will settle this score in the future. Let's go." As soon as the group of people left the Thousand Chains prison, they shouted loudly before they fled as fast as they could. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the others left the Thousand Chains prison as well. As soon as they left the Thousand Chains prison, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar figure flying in their direction. It was none other than Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor. It seems like Lei Ying already knows about her son's death. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. "Brother Pei, Senior Lian Qiu, and the other seniors, let's go that way." After all, Duan Lingtian had discussed this matter with Pei Yuanji and the other titled Celestial Emperors before they left. Therefore, they decided to leave together to avoid being attacked one by one. The direction Duan Lingtian pointed to was the location where he had agreed to meet up with Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Senior Meng Chuan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Meng Chuan. "I'm out. The other 6 titled Celestial Emperors from the Thousand Chains prison are with me. If you meet up with us, it won't be difficult for you to escape from the 7 titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace." While Duan Lingtian was talking to Meng Chuan through voice transmission, Meng Chuan, who was waiting at the location where they had agreed to meet up, made his way to the Thousand Chains prison. While Duan Lingtian and the others were getting closer to Meng Chuan, Lei Ying, the merciless Celestial Emperor, who was rushing over from afar, saw the chaotic scene outside the Thousand Chains prison. Although Duan Lingtian was among the group of people, she did not notice him at all. Nevertheless, she did notice 2 of the 6 titled Celestial Emperors who were with Duan Lingtian. She was familiar with the 2 titled Celestial Emperors since she had interacted with Duan Lingtian before. Palace Master, a large number of prisoners have escaped from the Thousand Chains prison. Among them are the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor and the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor. There's also a white-clad young man with them. Apart from that, there are 3 other titled Celestial Emperors who resembled the Profound Ice Celestial Emperor, the White Deer Celestial Emperor, and the Ji-Lei Celestial Emperor. Lei Ying hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. At the same time, Lei Ying sent several messages to the other 7 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, telling them to come to the Thousand Chains prison as soon as possible before she left. Naturally, along the way, Lei Ying killed some of the prisoners who had escaped from the Thousand Chains prison. These people were unlucky enough to have chosen to escape in the same direction as Duan Lingtian and the others. Therefore, they were killed by Lei Ying as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. I've just received a message from a few elders who are monitoring the entrance of the Thousand Chains prison. When Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, spoke to Lei Ying calmly. However, Lei Ying could sense the anger in his voice. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Not long after, 8 figures followed closely behind Lei Ying and gathered together with her. The person in the lead was none other than Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, the Mengchang Celestial Emperor. Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, was also present. Apart from Su Lang, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, Gu Changjiang, the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, and the Smoke Wave Celestial Emperor were also present. There were 3 other people present as well. 2 of them were women and 1 was a man. One of the women was dressed in a long black robe. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her delicate face exuded a cold aura, and her eyes were sharp. She was the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace. She was as famous as the Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace. She was widely acknowledged as one of the 2 titled Celestial Emperors whose strength was second only to Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor was also the master of Lu Baifeng, one of the top 5 prodigious disciples in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The other woman was dressed in a light green dress with a zither in her arms. She had an elegant temperament and was extremely beautiful. Although she moved like the wind, she still looked elegant. She was none other than the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor Yu Churan. The last man was a young man with a slender body and an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes shone with a wolfish light. He was Yang Shao Tian, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor. Chapter 33-36. Lei Ying. Which direction did they go? Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Mengchang Celestial Emperor, asked calmly as he looked in the direction Lei Ying was leading. Yu Fengyu was wearing a long white robe. His face was as handsome as jade, and there was a majestic aura between his brows. Although his tone was very calm, there was a terrifying light in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he was about to devour someone. Yes, Lei Ying nodded. Are you sure the 6 of them left together? Yu Fengyu asked again. Yes, Lei Ying nodded again. Let's catch up to them first. Yu Fengyu's expression turned cold as a gust of wind swept out from his body. In just a blink of an eye, the wind shrouded the 9 titled Celestial Emperors. Following that, the speed of the 9 titled Celestial Emperors increased to a whole new level. Yu Fengyu was an expert in the law of wind. In terms of speed, there were very few people who could compare to him when it came to comprehending other laws and having the same level of comprehension of laws as him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was leading the other 8 titled Celestial Emperors of the Heavenly Pool Palace. His speed was much faster than any of the 8 titled Celestial Emperors who had appeared earlier. Swoosh! The 9 titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace were extremely fast. They were getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian and the others. Lei Ying, are there only 6 of them? Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, asked as he looked at Lei Ying. 8. Lei Ying replied. 8 people. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, not only was Su Lang shocked, but Yu Fengyu and the others also looked at her curiously. Who else? I only saw the backs of those 2 people. Although the back of one of them is somewhat familiar, I can't recall where I've seen that back before. Lei Ying frowned slightly. Earlier, she had only seen the faces of two titled celestial emperors from the Thousand Chains prison. One of them was Tung Xiongba, the Scouring Cloud Celestial Emperor, and the other was Xue Jinhua, the Golden Flower Celestial Emperor. As for the other four titled celestial emperors, including Pei Yuanji, she could only guess based on her memory. Apart from the six titled celestial emperors, there were two other titled celestial emperors as well. As for the other two people, one of them was very unfamiliar to her. She had never seen him before, but the other person in purple gave her a familiar feeling from the back. It was as if she had seen him somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him in such a short time. He's probably a prisoner from the Thousand Chains prison. The Misty Wave Celestial Emperor said. However, since the two of them are traveling with the six titled celestial emperors, they must be close to one of the six titled celestial emperors. Otherwise, the six titled celestial emperors wouldn't have dragged them along. The others agreed with the Yen Bo celestial emperor's conjecture. Who are those two people? We'll know once we catch up to them. Yu Fengyu said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, it was not difficult to detect a trace of hidden killing intent. Palace Master, how many people escaped from the Thousand Chains prison this time? Only the six titled celestial emperors and the other two people who came with them? Gu Changjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, asked curiously. Apart from the disciples who were imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison, everyone else escaped. This time, Yu Fengyu's voice finally sounded a little shaky. What? All of them escaped? Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, the Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, the Gloom Celestial Emperor, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, and the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor were shocked. This time, we'll try our best to capture all six titled Celestial Emperors. As for the remaining two, we'll kill them on the spot. Yu Fengyu said in a deep voice. Yu Fengyu's words revealed the anger and killing intent in his heart. Palace Master, are there any survivors in the Thousand Chains prison? Does anyone know how my son died? Lei Ying asked as she looked at Yu Fengyu. Lei Ying, Lei Jun is dead? Su Lang and the others were shocked when they heard Lei Ying's words. Clearly, they had just learned about Lei Jun's death. I rushed to the Thousand Chains prison today because I discovered my son's soul pearl had shattered. I went to look for my son and found out he had gone to the Thousand Chains prison as a prison guard. I don't know why he suddenly decided to go to the prison. Lei Ying said with a grim expression on her face. I've just contacted the surviving elders of the Thousand Chains prison, Yu Fengyu said. I asked them if they knew how Lei Jun died, but they said they didn't know anything about it, Yu Fengyu said at the same time. All they knew was that Lei Jun was on guard duty in the Thousand Chains prison and was killed on the first floor of the prison. The six people on guard duty in the Thousand Chains prison were divided into three groups. Two prodigious disciples were on guard duty on the second floor. The people on duty at the third level of the prison were a prodigy disciple and a prison elder. All four of them are still alive. All three of them are currently in the Thousand Chains prison. Only the prodigious disciple on guard duty on the third floor managed to escape. Yu Fengyu's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang, and asked, Su Lang, do you know who's the prodigious disciple on duty on the third floor of the Thousand Chains prison who managed to survive and escape from the Thousand Chains prison? Who? Su Lang asked. His eyes were filled with confusion. At the same time, he wondered why the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace would suddenly ask him such a question. Seems like you don't know. Yu Fengyu nodded when he saw that Su Lang's expression was natural and the confusion in his eyes was genuine. Palace master, what do you mean? Su Lang frowned. He did not know what Yu Fengyu meant. That prodigious disciple is your seventh disciple, Duan Ling Tian. Yu Fengyu looked at Su Lang meaningfully. What do you think? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, the other seven titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace, including Lei Ying, turned to look at Su Lang in shock. Apart from that, there were also some titled celestial emperors who were gloating over Su Lang's misfortune. The Martial Dragon Celestial Emperor, the smoke wave celestial emperor, and the profound heaven celestial emperor looked at Su Lang with a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes as they gloated over Su Lang's misfortune. Impossible! Su Lang was taken aback when he heard Yu Feng use words. When he saw the 7 titled celestial emperors looking at him, he instinctively shook his head. Impossible! There must be a mistake. Even though Yu Fengyu didn't make it very clear, he didn't say it out loud. However, he had already vaguely realized that prodigy disciple who was on duty on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison but had already left the Thousand Chains prison was most likely the culprit who had released the prisoners from the Thousand Chains prison. However, he did not believe that Yu Fengyu was his 7th disciple, because he felt that Duan Lingtian would not do such a stupid thing. Not only would Pei Yuanji, the Nirvana Celestial Emperor, be on the opposite side of the Heavenly Pool Palace, but Pei Yuanji, the Nirvana Celestial Emperor, would also be allowed to escape. Who imprisoned Pei Yuanji in the Thousand Chains prison? It was not someone from the Heavenly Pool Palace, but the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Without the permission of the Lord Sky Emperor, if anyone dared to release Pei Yuanji, it would be equivalent to going against the Lord Sky Emperor. The Lord Sky Emperor would definitely not let them off easily. In his opinion, his 7th disciple was a smart person. He would never do such a thing. Mistake? Yu Fengyu shook his head and said, Su Lang, I'm afraid you're mistaken. Your 7th disciple is not simple. When Pei Yuanji and the others left, the group of elders from the Internal Affairs Palace saw your 7th disciple, Duan Lingtian, walking side by side with Pei Yuanji at the front. It was as though they were very familiar with each other. Even the other 5 titled celestial emperors are following him and Pei Yuanji. Yu Fengyu looked at Su Lang meaningfully before he continued to say, Based on what I know, your 7th disciple has just joined the Heavenly Pool Palace. Do you know his background? In my opinion, he's here to save Pei Yuanji. That's why he snuck into the Heavenly Pool Palace. If he didn't come prepared, how could he help Pei Yuanji and the others break the formation in the Thousand Chains prison? Although the formation in the Thousand Chains prison has been broken, the surveillance formation is still there. The surveillance formation can't be connected to the outside of the Thousand Chains prison. However, the elders from the Internal Affairs Pavilion who came out of the Thousand Chains prison brought with them the mirror image recorded by the surveillance formation. 5 days after your 7th disciple appeared on the 3rd floor of the Thousand Chains prison, Pei Yuanji and the other 5 titled celestial emperors broke the formation and escaped from the Thousand Chains prison with him. During that time, the Thousand Chains prison's elder who was on duty was killed by Xian Bing, the profound ice celestial emperor. Lei Jun was the only one who died. When Yu Fengyu finished speaking, he glanced at Lei Ying. Under Lei Ying's furious gaze, he continued to say, Lei Jun was killed by the Tuning Dragons, summoned by Duan Lingtian. When the Tuning Dragons joined forces, Lei Jun didn't even have a chance to defend himself before he was killed. The combined strength of the Tuning Dragons is comparable to that of a titled celestial emperor. Su Lang, your 7th disciple is really good at hiding his strength. Yu Fengyu sneered as he looked at Su Lang meaningfully. Su Lang's expression changed slightly when Yu Fengyu mentioned the Tuning Dragons. He was certain the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace was not mistaken. His 7th disciple had indeed gone to the Thousand Chains prison to save Pei Yuanji and the others. Genius memorized the address of this website. Search Go's mobile version website. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.